Hi everyone, I want to specially welcome you to this exciting project, React Native Fashion E-commerce app. This is going to excite you with a lot of cool features, advanced animations, a lot of cool things to learn. And without wasting time, I'm going to take you through the intro and the demo of this project. You can see the onboarding screen. This is beautiful. You can see this beautiful animation for the onboarding screen. If you check, you'll see that we have beautiful pagination too for the onboarding screen. So I'm going to take you through it. If I scroll, you can use the arrow button or you scroll. If I scroll now, just look at what's going to happen. See, when I scroll, this is beautiful. You can see, and you can see that the animation comes from the bottom right to the center. And if I scroll back, you can see it takes it down, and this is beautiful. Look at this is beautiful. If I use the arrow, you can see it's bringing it, and you can see the way the pagination is also changing. You can see if it's current, you can see, and when we get to the last screen, it's saying get started, and this is beautiful. Look at this is exciting. And then if we move from the onboarding screen now, I'll press the get started button, and on pressing the get started button, it will take us to the home screen. Just watch out for this. Cool, this is beautiful. Look at this beautiful home screen, and I know you're loving this already. Wow. If you're loving this, please do hit the like button, just subscribe, share, and give me your feedback. I would like to have your feedback. Trust me, I'll respond to every one of them. And then I'm going to take you through the home screen carefully. If you see the home screen, this is beautiful, isn't it? So the first part of the home screen, we have the header, and then quickly we have what the banner slider. Look at this banner slider. It is beautiful. I'm going to show you how this was achieved. And you can see when it gets to the last one, check the pagination, and it gets to the next one, see what's happening. This is unusual. Come on, this is unusual. You can see this is beautiful. Just look at it again. Wow, this is beautiful. So we have after that we have what the category section. You can see we have the men fashion, women fashion, kids fashion, accessories, beauty, and personal care. And this is awesome. This is lovely. And from there you see we have the flash sales section, and look at it. It has a timer and it's working in real time. And then we have all the flash sales product. You can see this has the favorite icon, and if I press the favorite icon, just see what's going to happen. Cool, you can see it's selecting it, and if I press it again, you see if I toggle it, it's responsive in real time. And if we go now, just look what we're going to see in the next section. Look at the next section. We have a sticky header there. You can see this is beautiful. And when I scroll back, you can see you're loving this already. This is beautiful. I'm going to be showing you how to achieve all this. And then another thing I want to show you here is the bottom tabs. Just come to the bottom tab, see what's happening there. We have the bottom tabs rendering beautifully, and then we have the horizontal scroll indicator on our bottom tab. So if I move to the cart screen now, just see what happened. This is beautiful. This is cool, isn't it? And you can see the indicator also moves. If I go to the payment section, and you can see everything is working in real time. I'm going to show you how we do this. And if I go back to the home screen, see, this is beautiful, isn't it? If you've not subscribed, what are you waiting for? Subscribe, like, help me share this. I'll be more than happy if you can be so kind enough to subscribe, share, like. I will be super happy. Thank you very much. And then we scroll, we have this section, and then we see we have the men fashion, and it's also horizontally scrollable, so we can use any of these, either these or this. So let's say I use this. Cool, you can see we have the subcategory for men fashion, and look at it, it's rendering everything in real time and very fast. You see, for men fashion, we have the subcategory, we have clothing, we have shoes, we have watches, we have bags, we have accessories. And look at it, after that we can also come down here. Let's use this. If we use this, and I'll press on men fashion, and look at it, this is cool, this is beautiful. And you see we still have the same result. And when I scroll up, just see what's happening. Cool, see the header change, and we have the sticky header here too. And if I scroll back down, you can see it's using this header. And when I scroll it, and the first header is no more displaying, it will show what the sticky header. And then we have under clothing, you see we have this subcategory too for clothing. So we have the tops, we have the bottoms, we have hoodies and sweatshirts. This is beautiful, and see the way everything is rendering well. If I choose the shoes, look at this, is awesome. And under shoes, we have what formal shoes, we have sneakers, we have sandals, and look at them, they are horizontally scrollable. This is cool, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. So if I go, let's go to women fashion. you see, look at it. We have clothing, we have dresses under clothing, we have the subcategory, we have dresses, we have tops, and then we have bottoms. This is beautiful, isn't it? So if we go now, let's just go get some of the features for men fashion. So if I come under men fashion now, if I press the sweatshirts, and look at this is cool. So it will redirect us to what the product details page screen. And look at, I'm going to show you this parallax. This parallax is awesome. This is cool. Look at this parallax animation, and I will be showing you how to do that. Look at, and when I scroll up, it stays. And this product, you can see it has what variations. It has color variation, it has size variation, and look at the animation there too. When I scroll up, and you can see this is cool. See the changes, and if I scroll it down, this is awesome. Come on, I know you're liking this already. If I scroll it again, you can see what's up. Then we can come toward the animation here. So you can see for this product now, if I try to add it to the to cart, and then without selecting any variation, it will send a prompt telling us to choose a variation, because the product actually has variation. So let's quickly say, if I press the add item for $600, if I press it, you can see it's telling us that choose a size to continue, because this product has sizes. It has size. So if I press, let's choose this, I'm going to choose the medium size. If I choose that, and then we'll press it, look at what's going to bring. It's asking us to choose a color, because it discovered that the product has what color variation, and none was selected. So if I come here now, let's see the color variation. Just look what's going to happen. Beautiful. You can see as I select the color, it's changing the image in real time. The image is responsive to the color that we choose, and you can see, let me check blue, let me choose blue, and you can see this is beautiful. And blue, you can see that it has a border line, a border color, and you can see that's to show that that's what we selected. So blue has the border color of blue. If I go to black, let's go to red, you'll see it has the word a border color of red, to show that that's the active and the selected image, the selected color. And you see the image is also responsive to that. If I come to black, you can see, and then if I come to blue, you can see it has what the blue color, the blue border color, and this is beautiful. And see, when I scroll it, everything is working fine. And see this parallax animation. So if I add this to cart, you can see the cart change from the button change from add item to cart to view cart, and this is beautiful. Let's try and add a product without variation. I think this doesn't have any variation, so let me check that out. This stock jeans, so it doesn't have any variation. So if I add that, let's see, just see what's going to happen. See, it has added it without asking for what, without asking us to choose color or size, because it also discovered or detected that this product has no color, it has no variation. So the product was added directly. This is beautiful, isn't it? And then from here now, we can just say view carts. If we say view carts, see, this is beautiful. This is beautiful, and it's taking us to the cart page, the cart screen. And then from the cart screen, we can also add item. We can also increase the quantity, and see it's responsive in real time. Before, when if it's 1, you see we have the delete icon, but if it's greater than 1, you see it will change the price too. The price is 1,200, and you can see the price down here also has what changed. If I change this, you can see the price is changing in real time, and everything is working out perfectly fine. So let me just try and delete one of the products. If you want to delete product, if I delete this, it takes it off, and the price also was updated. This is beautiful. And then we can also go to checkout. So you see, when I press the go checkout now, we're going to be using paystack for this payment. And then if I press it, to redirect to paystack, and you can see this is beautiful. And paystack, cool, this is working perfectly fine. And then press on success, and then pay. You can see the amount is corresponding, is getting it from our cart total. And then if I press this now, you'll see what's going to happen. Payment successful, order placed successfully, and you can see it has redirected to the home page. I want to thank everyone who has taken out time to watch my tutorial. I want to thank everyone who is watching right now. I want to thank all of you for the likes. I want to thank everyone for sharing. I want to thank all my subscribers and everyone that will also be subscribing to this channel. I'm more than happy to have you. You people really encourage me a lot to do more. Thank you. And special thanks go to Tokwe Ifesonya, David Oluwasegun, and George, Jacob, Meredith. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Leslie. And a lot of you for supporting me, from buying me coffee and every other platform. I want to thank all of you that sent emailed to me. I thank everyone for your comments, and trust me, just bring your comments going. I will respond to them. Thank you all. Thank you for those who also sent support to me directly. I really appreciate every one of you. I can't thank you enough. You guys are the reason why I'm making this tutorial again. I dedicate everything to you. You're really encouraging me. You're making this more interesting. And for those who have not subscribed, please do subscribe. Please do share. Keep sharing. Keep liking. Keep sending in your comments. And I promise to respond to every one of them. And let's go get started with this tutorial. Thank you very much. So right now we'll just get started with the starter template. So we'll create the starter template that we'll use for the project. So I'll come to the terminal here. So inside the terminal here, I'm just going to paste the the code for the starter template. So we're telling npx to create Expo app, and the name of the app we want it to create is fashion app, and it's going to use TypeScript. We're going to be using TypeScript. So that's just it. I'll just come here and run this. So the starter template has been created. So what we'll just do now is we'll navigate to that folder. So I'll come to my terminal here and I say city fashion. So fashion app. So we're there. So let's open that in another terminal, another VS Code terminal. I'm just going to say code dot, and it's going to open it. Yes, so we're good to go. So we have everything in here now, so we can continue working from here. I'll come here, open another terminal. So after this, the next thing we want to do is to install some of the dependencies inside the package JSON, the dependencies that we'll be using. So I'll bring our package JSON here so we can import and install some of the dependencies we'll need for this project. So I'll just come here and then let's go to our terminal. From there we'll install the packages that we'll need for the project. I'm just going to paste them here. So we're going to use these packages. We're going to use async storage. We'll use a React navigation. We'll use the bottom tabs. We use the native and native stack. We have Redux. We have Reanimated. We have vector icons. We are going to be using Lottie from React Native. So I'm just going to install everything here. So cool. All the dependencies have been installed. You can see them here. They're already appearing here. So you can see all the dependencies have been, all the packages have been installed here. So we are good to go. We can continue. And the next thing I'll do is to start a project. And to start the project, I'm going to come here and say npx start, npx expo start. So the project is starting. So it will create the Metro bundler. So project has been initiated. So I'm going to come here because I'll be using Reflector 4. So I'll be using Reflector 4. You can come here and choose whichever one depending on your development tools. So these are the options I have, and but I'll be using my Reflector 4 to. I'll be using Reflector 4, so I'll be using it with my Expo app, my Expo Go app. So I'll just come here and scan this. Very shortly, you'll see my screen. So I'm going to go to my iPhone. I've already installed the Expo Go app there, so you can do the same. Then open the app, or just go to your iPhone camera. You go to your phone camera. Inside your phone camera, just scan this QR code. But make sure you have Expo Go app installed. So if you're running through my method, you will see it to scan it, and then you can open it through the Expo Go app. So after that, I'm going to have installed Reflector 4. That's what I'll be using to display my phone screen. So let me quickly open Reflector 4 here so that I can scan and connect my phone screen to the computer. So yeah, my project is already working on my phone, so I'm going to bring it up shortly. So I'll turn up my screen mirroring icon, then I'll input this code. So 0254 and my phone screen will appear shortly. Cool. So I have my phone screen displayed on the computer. So we can minimize this. So we're good to go. So you can see, so we get started from here. So to continue, I'm going to open another terminal. I'll come here, let's open another terminal here. And then I need to create some folders. I'll come to my Fashion Hub folder. Inside this Fashion Hub folder, I'm going to create a source. Let's create a source folder. So inside the source folder, we'll create some folders as well. So we're going to have navigations. So let's create a folder for navigation. Then, so inside here we're going to have, let me just create index.tsx, so that you can see the folders appearing. So I'll come here, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it screens, and let me create one more folder, the component folder, and then one more for our TypeScript. So let's call it types check. So for now, if we need other folders, okay, I think I'll need one more. I'll need the folder for Redux. So let's create the folder for Redux as well. So if we need further folders, we'll come back. Okay, before we go, we also need to create a folder for our data and then the context. So I'm going to come here and call it data folder, and then we're going to have to create for the context. So if we need other ones, we'll come back to them later. So without wasting time, we're going to start with the navigations. So we'll go into navigation folder, and inside the navigation folder, we're going to start with the root navigator. So I'm going to say we're going to import. Let me import React from React. And then we'll come here, let's use export type. Let's create the type for it, for our root stack navigator. So we're going to call it root stack params. Let's create the params. So the first screen we'll be using here is the onboarding screen. So let's create the params for the onboarding screen. So we need to create the route name, the route name for it. So let's call it onboarding. So we're going to call it onboarding screen. And for now, let's make it undefined. So we'll come and create the remaining screens later. So for now, let's do it one step at a time. So we'll come here and then we'll say const. Let's create the stack. So let's call it root stack, and then we're going to use the create native stack navigator. Create native stack navigator from. Okay, I think I may need to import that. So let's import. So we need to import that from our React navigation native stack. So I'm going to import from React navigation native stack. Yes. So inside here we would have the create native stack navigator. Yeah. So we have native stack navigator, and then it's going to be we're going to pass the root stack params into it. So we're going to be using generic, so we can populate the root stack params later. So to do that, I've actually created an an extensive explanation of this tutorial, so you can just check my previous video and you get the full explanation there, so I won't be wasting time repeating the explanation here. So I'll just, so I'm going to say export type root. I'm going to call it root stack screen props. Root stack screen props. And we're going to pass the generic and then extend. So we're going to extend key of. So it's going to be so that we can extend the root stack params, which is this. So, and then we're going to make it equal to. So we'll bring native stack screen props. Native stack screen props. Yes, from our React Native, from our React Navigation / native stack. So we'll bring that native stack screen props, and then we're going to pass our root stack params into it, and then pass the t, so we can expand it. We can add more. We can add more roots to it later, and that's it. We are doing fine. And so I'm going to say, so let's create a navigator. So we are going to say root navigator. Let me call it root navigator. So root navigator, let's create that. And let's pass in the JSX, the return function. So this will be our root stack. Then you'll find the navigator inside. So our root stack, and then we can get what the screens. So root stack dot screens. So the first screen we will declare now is our root stack dot screen is supposed to be a self-closing tag, a self-closing component rather. Our root stack dot screen, we're going to have name. So the name will be, it will be the name, this name, that's the root name. So we're going to we called it onboarding name, onboarding screen. Then we're going to pass the component. Then options. So options will be, so we want to display our own header, so we don't want to display the default header, so we're just header shown and make it false. So let's create the component quickly. To do that, we'll come into our screens folder. Inside our screen folder, we're going to create the component, the onboarding screen rather. So we'll come to our screen folder, and then we're going to do onboarding screen.tsx. So for now, let's just use the TypeScript React Native snippet. So trnfs. So we can just save this and then come back to our root navigator and import that here. So it's going to be, we're going to import the onboarding screen. So it's already bringing it, and cool, everything is fine. So the next thing we need to do is to export. So we'll continue to expand it later. So for now, we only need the onboarding screen. So we'll come here and export default root navigator. So we're good to go. So we'll go back to our app.tsx here. So we'll bring our app.tsx here. Let's bring it here. So set our app.tsx. Now we're going to make some adjustment to this so that we can display our own content. So before we do that, I'm going to import navigation container from React at React Navigation / native. So I'm going to import at React Navigation / native. So we need navigation container so that we can wrap our entire app inside it. So we have navigation container. So we'll come here and remove all this. We won't be using this. Rather, we'll be using our navigation container with our root stack, with our root navigator. So I'm going to, so navigation container, then we'll pass our root navigator into it. So it will import our root navigator. Yes, you can see the root navigator has been imported. cool, and everything is fine. So we won't need this as well. So if I save it, so another thing we need to do is we need to reload our app so that it will see these changes. So okay, you can see it's even working already, but subsequently later we'll need to reload the app so that it can be updated. So this is it. You can see everything is working fine. So if we go back to the onboarding screen now, let me just show you so that you see that it's working. So if I come here and say let's add stars, and let's say margin top, let's make it 40, and then let's come here, let's give it star, and let's give it font size of cool. You can see it's working. So we have our onboarding screen. So our onboarding screen is working, so we'll continue from there. We'll continue working with the onboarding screen. So to do that, so we're going to change this now so that we can have type safety, and then our screens are limited to the screens that we declare in the root stack navigator. So far we've declared one, and that's why we're using this generic so that we can add to it. So it will only recognize the screens that we want, the root that we declare here. So we have declared the root onboarding, and it's the first on the list. That's why it's the first screen we are seeing. So that's it. So depending on the first screen you want to view, it has to appear first here. So we'll come to onboarding screen. So from the onboarding screen now, let's link it up to our root navigator appropriately. So to do that, we're going to bring up the root stack screen props. So from our root navigator, so we import that, and then you will see it will show it. You can see. So far the only root we have is what onboarding screen. So that's what it's showing. So you can see, and we'll pass it into it. So it's getting the root stack screen props from here, root stack screen props. So you can see, so that's why we're using generic so that we can expand and add more root name into it. So far we only have one root name, so which is onboarding screen. So from here we can get our navigation, and then we can also get our roots. So that's the cool thing about it. So the next thing I want to do is we'll come here and say const use state. We'll get the we'll use state from React, and then that use state we're going to get the we're going to create the onboarding screen params, the onboarding param. So we'll go to our type check and create that. So quickly let's go to our types check and create a file called onboarding params, or let's say onboarding types check. Let's call it onboarding types check. So inside here we're going to let's use export interface. So let's call it onboarding params. So we're going to call it onboarding params. So we're going to have ID there. So the ID will be of string. We'll use text. So text will be string. Let's get text color. Text color will be string as well. Then we'll have a background color. So the background color will be string, and then we'll need an image URL. So the image URL will be, so we're going to be using animated, it's called animated object from React Native Reanimated. No, from our Lottie React Native. So we're going to have animated object. It's not bringing it, so let me just import. Let's import it from our Lottie, from React Native Lottie. So we are going to import that from React. And it's supposed to be Lottie. Yes, Lottie React Native. So we have animated object there. Yes, that's it, animated object. So we'll bring the animated object, animation object. So that's why it should be animation object. That's why I didn't bring it up. So we have animation object. So we can go back to our onboarding screen and then call that up. So we can get our onboarding params. So we'll save this, go back to our onboarding, and then call what onboarding params. It has been imported. So we can continue. So in here, so for this, now we're going to have our onboarding. Let's call it our onboarding items. So we'll call it our onboarding items, and then we're going to set onboarding items. So quickly, let me just run you through it. I've added the data. So I already had added the data here. Don't worry, I'm going to give you, and then the assets we have added. So all the images we'll be using for this project, I've added it inside the asset. So don't worry, I'm going to leave the link to the asset so that you can get the images and all the content freely. I'm going to leave it. Check the description box to get the link to get all the images. So these are the images that we'll be using for this awesome project. And then we have the data structure, the asset, the fashion data. So these are the data. So it's not working yet. You're having this error because we need to create this. So I'm going to just let me import this again. So I'm going to import onboarding params. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to import onboarding params. Correct. So let's import onboarding params. So cool. And then we no longer have the error, so we can remove this. So this is the onboarding param. So we have the ID, we have the text, we have the image URL, we have the text color, and then we have the background color. So this is it. So for now, so you can see this is what we'll be using. This is the onboarding data, and then we'll pass the params to it from our onboarding types check. So we'll pass it. Let me show you quickly. Let me remove this packet or JSON. So this is it. This is what we passed into it. Passed it into the data. So that's the thing. So we have the image URL is coming from our asset onboarding, and then inside our Loti view. So if we come to our asset now, you will see we have the onboarding, and then we have the Loti view. So you can see this is where it's coming from. So shortly you'll see them. So we can continue. So I'll save these and then go back to my onboarding screen so that we can bring it up. So we'll come here to the onboarding screen here now and then bring up the data. So we're going to bring, so this param is going to be an array, and then this will be our onboarding data. See, onboarding data is already coming up. So we import it. We have imported it from what data and fashion app data. So you can see it's imported from here. So we're good to go. So quickly, let's just go and create the UI. Let's create the UI. We'll come here. Let's take this out. And then we'll come here. Okay, let me just take everything out completely and then create a new one. So I'm going to say star. So let's give this flex of 1. We're going to give it flex of 1, and we're going to use animated from React Native Reanimated. So we're going to call animated from React Native. So we're going to say animated. So let's import React Native animated directly. Import. We're going to say import animated. Cool. So we're good to go. It has been imported, so we can use the animated from there. So we'll say animated, and then we're going to use the flat list. Let's pass the data. The data will be our onboarding items. So the data will be onboarding items from here. So that's what we'll be passing into it. And then let's quickly pass the render item. The render item will be, so we'll pass a callback function, which is going to take the params item, and then let's pass index. So the index will have, so we're going to very shortly we're going to create another. So let's go into our component here and let's create onboarding component. So we can render the component. So we're going to say onboarding component, onboarding. So inside onboarding component, we're going to create, let's call it onboarding items. So let's call it onboarding item.tsx. So inside the onboarding component, let's come to our component here so that you can see everything index.tsx. Cool. So we have the onboarding component. So we're going to our onboarding component. Inside our onboarding component, let's use tsrnf. So let's create this, and then let's bring it here so we can import our onboarding component, onboarding item from onboarding items. Cool. So everything is fine. So we save that. So we'll go back to our onboarding items. Let's come to our onboarding items. So you can see it's already working. So we have onboarding items from here. So it's working. So quickly let's work on that. So if we come here, let's come to the UI, and inside the UI we're going to give it some styles. So we're going to say, so let's give it styles. We're going to give it flex one, and then let's give it justify content. Let's make it space around. Then align items. Let's align items. So align items, let's make it center. So align everything and make it centered. So we are going to have margin bottom. So margin bottom, let's give it 120, and let's give it width. So we'll come here to let's come here. We're going to say, so we're going to say const. Let's get the, so we're going to use window dimension. Use window dimensions from React Native, so it has been imported. So inside the use window we have the width, and then we're going to make the width. Let's give it name screen. So let's call it screen width. So we can pass the screen width here. So the screen will be equal to screen width. Correct. So we'll continue from here. So we're going to take this out now and have another view. Let's have another view there, and inside this view I'm going to pass, let's call it styles. Let's add some styles to it, and let's pass style. And just come here and create the style. So I'm going to say const. So const style, it will be, let's get style sheet from our React Native, style sheet from React Native, and then we're going to use the create, and in here we're going to call it, so let's call it circular container. We're going to give this, so we're going to spread the style sheet. So and then we're going to get absolute fill object. Yes, we're going to use this, and then we're going to, let's take align items and make it center. Then justify content. Justify content will be flex end. So we'll come here and say style dot circular content. So that's it. So we'll come here, we'll continue, and then we're going to pass animated. Let's get animated from our reanimated. So animated. So we're going to use animated.view. So animated from reanimated, animated.view. And inside the animated.view, we're going to pass, let's pass some styles into it too. So I'm going to say style. And we're going to pass an array of style. So I'll come here and then let's get the width. The width will be the screen width. Let's get height. So height will be, so we're still going to use the screen width. And then we have background color. So let's get background color. The background color will be from our item. So from our item, we have what? I've not passed the props, I've not passed the TypeScript here. So that's why we couldn't get our item. So let's quickly add the props. So we'll come here and say, so we're going to add, so let's create an onboarding, let's create the types check for that. So we'll go to, let's go to our types. Okay, for now let me minimize this so we can see we don't need this. So we'll come here and I'm going to use export interface. So I'm going to call this onboarding. Let's call it onboarding per object. Okay, let's just say onboarding item object, onboarding items para onboarding item object. So let's leave it this way, and then I'll say item. So let's get item. Item will be equal to onboarding params. So, and then we're going to pass index into it. The index will be, let's make it its number. Then after that, we are going to pass the x value, because so we're going to pass x, and then it's going to be shared value from Reanimated. So shared value from Reanimated, and it will be of number. So we're good to go. I'll save this. So let's come here and parse. Let's get the onboarding object, onboarding items object, and then let's pass our item. So we'll pass the item, then we'll pass the index, and then we'll pass the x value. So we'll come inside here now. We can now take the item, and from the item we can get what? Cool. You can see it's working fine now. So we can get the background color. So the next thing is the border radius. Let's get the border radius. So the border radius, we're just going to use the screen width and then divide by 2. And there's one more thing. So we want to pass an animation into this as well. So to do that, let's create the animation. So I'm going to come up here. So inside here, I'm going to let's create the animation. So we're going to say secure, let me call it secure animation. And then we're going to be using use animated style from Reanimated. So use animated style from animated. So we're going to get, so because we're going to be scaling this, and then we're going to use interpolate from Reanimated too. So we're going to use interpolate from Reanimated, and then we want to scale. We're targeting the x, and then we're saying the value of it, the value of x. So once we get the value of x, we'll get the input range. It's an array. So for the input range, we're going to say index -1, which means the previous, and then we're going to multiply by the screen width. So previous screen width, then the current index. So we're going to use the current index, the previous index, the current index, and multiply by screen width. So multiply by the screen width, and then we're going to get the next. So it will be index. So it will be index +1, and then multiply by the screen width. So that's all we need to do there. So after that, then we get the output range. We get the output. So if it's previous, it will be 1, the scale 1. If it's current, it will be 4, and then if it's next, it will be what, 4. So let's see. So it's still throwing an error because we have not returned it, so it will go away shortly. So we want to extrapolate it. Let's get extrapolation for Reanimated. So we're going to say .clamp, and then we can come outside here and return it, so that the error will go away. So the return now will be, so we're going to use the transform, and transform is an array, and inside the array we'll get what, scale. Yes, so we'll pass the scale to it. Okay, I think I know where the error is coming from. There's supposed to be a comma here. Cool, everything is fine now. So we are good to go here. So we can now pass the circle animation. We can pass it here. So let's pass circle animation, correct. So we can close this. So the next thing we'll do, we come here, and then we want to make this our animated.view is supposed to be a self-closing component. So we'll come here, we can come here now, and then we'll render. So this way we'll now render what the Loti view. So we're going to use Loti.view, and we're going to use animated.view, and then this will also be a self-closing component. So from in here, let's pass. So from here we can get our Loti view. So to get our Loti, we're going to get our Loti view. Our Loti view too will also be, Loti view is supposed to come from Loti React Native. So let's see if we can get that out. It's not bringing it, so we have to import it by ourselves. So I'll come up here. Oh, it's here already. Import Loti view from Loti React Native. So Loti view. So it's throwing an error. What would the error be? Oh, I think I understand where the error is coming from. So yeah, we cannot pass it in here. So this will be so bring the Loti and bring it inside here. Yeah, so it's working fine now. So inside here we can get the source. So the source will be from item.image URL. And then the style, let's give it a style. So I style it up. So the style will be width. So we have this, we're going to use the screen width, and then let's say 0.9, and then we give it height. The height will be a screen width 0.9. So I'm going to make it autoplay. So let's just add autoplay to it that way. So we also want to pass an animation to that. So we'll just come here quickly and say style. Let's style that, and then we need to create that animation. So let me create the animation. I'm just going to copy this and then make adjustment to it accordingly. So I'm going to call this Loti animation so we can animate it. Loti animation. So we're still going to be using the X value. So the X value, when it's previous, then so here, so if it's previous, we're gonna make it 200, and then here it'll be 0, and then this will be minus 200, and then extrapolate clamp. So here we're going to do transform translate y. So we're going to use translate y. So I will explain that in full details shortly. So let's turn this to translate y. Let's make this translate y. So I'm going to make this so translate y. So that's it. So come here and pass the function, pass the animation. So don't worry, I'll explain. I'll show you very shortly, because let me not just go into that explanation now. I'll show you when everything displays so you'll understand better that way. So let's just continue. So we'll come here after the image, after the Loti image, we want to display some text too. So we're going to use the text component, and inside it, let's pass some styles. So I'm going to pass style. So inside here, we're going to give it a color, and then the color we're going to get it from our item.text color. After that, we'll get the font size. So font size, let's give it font size of 44. Let's give it font weight of bold. So we'll give it text align. Let's give it text align center, and then margin horizontal. So margin horizontal will be 20, and then let's give it a margin bottom. So margin bottom will be 10, and then inside here we're going to display the text. So inside So I think we're good to go. So let's just go and have everything. So it's already throwing an error because it will be asking for those parameters. So we'll come back to our onboarding screen here. So inside here, we're going to, let's get the item. So the item will be equal to our item. So the next thing is we want to get the index. The index will also be equal to the index. And then the last one will be the x value, which is equal to x. We have not created that. So let's quickly create that. So to do that, we're going to come here and let's create. So we're going to say x equal to, we'll use shared value from Reanimated. So use shared value and we're going to make it equal to 0. So x, and it should be const x. So cool. If we save it, beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? You can see. So this is working very beautifully. So if we come back now I can explain everything to you. So if we come, so you can see it's the loop. Okay, where do I start the explanation from? So if we come back to our items here, so you'll see that inside our items we are displaying, we have where is it? So okay, we have a text. So we're displaying the item.text, which is this. That's what we're displaying there, and that's what's showing. And then we give it a color, we give it font size, and then we have a color. Yeah, color is from the item.text color. If we go to our data here, you can see it has text color. We pass text color to it, and then we're getting the image URL from what? From our Lottie. And you also need to understand one thing, that Lottie uses JSON. So please take note of that. It uses JSON, so you have to get it separately. So it doesn't use our JPEG, PNG, majorly uses JSON. So it must be JSON type of data. And if you come to our asset, we have our onboarding, and then you can see it's .json. So it's very important. So that's where we're getting it from. And then we have from our body item. So let's go back there. And then if we come there, so we use the Lottie view to render that. And then this is how we're able to get the screen and then the picture. And then we're using autoplay. That's why it's playing. And then we get the image URL, we pass it to the source using the Lottie view component, and then we're able to type, we're able to set and style the height and the width. This is what we use there. So the Lottie animation, this is okay, that's next thing I'm going to show you now. So the Lottie animation, for the Lottie animation, we say we're getting the x value, which we passed from our onboarding screen. So from the x value, we say if the x value is equal to the previous, if it's equal to the previous, so we're getting the previous, the current, and the next. So if it's the previous, we're going to translate y. So translate y is 200, that's why it's not displaying. And then if it's the current, so we have 0. So that's why we have what? That's why it's the current. And if it's what? If it's the next, so if we want to move to the next now, you see how it moves. So it will come from minus 200. So it will come from down to the top. That's the idea. So we'll go back to our onboarding screen. I'll just say. So here, we're going to pass, let's declare an animation ref. So we're going to say flat, so let's call it flat list ref, and we're going to use animated ref from our Reanimated. So we're going to use animated ref, and then we're going to pass the flat list to that. So we're going to pass flat list from React Native, React Native Reanimated lib TypeScript animated. So we're going to pass that, and inside the flat list we're going to pass our onboarding params, and then we'll close it. Good, we're good to go. And inside here we're going to say const flat list. Let's get the flat list index. So the flat list index, we're going to use shared value and equal to 0. So const. So we'll come here, let's pass the ref. So to pass the ref, we can just pass it here. So we're going to say ref, and then ref will be equal to the flat list ref. So we've passed the ref into it. So So we need to do the on-scroll event. So to do the on-scroll event, let's just come here. Okay, we can. So let's get the on-scroll, and let's write the code for the on-scroll event. So for the on-scroll event, let's call it const on-scroll handler. So the on-scroll handler will be, we're going to use animated scroll handler. Animated scroll handler from Reanimated, and then we're going to get the on-scroll. So from the on-scroll, we'll get the event. So we'll say event, and then so we're going to target the x and the value of x, and then make it equal to what? So we're going to make it equal to event or content of set, and then we'll get the x value of the on-scroll. So we're going to get it. So we're going to make it equal to that, and then we'll pass this on-scroll to our on-scroll. Okay, we're supposed to pass on-scroll handler. Yes, everything's fine. So we'll quickly pass some props to our flat list. So we'll come here after the render item. We're supposed to pass. So let's get the key extractor. So the key extractor will be item. So we'll get it from the item. So it will be item.id. We're going to use the ID. So item.id. Then let's get the scroll event throttle. Make it 16. So we can have smooth scrolling, and then we're going to make it horizontal as well. So we're going to enable it and make it horizontal, so you can scroll it horizontally. Show horizontal scroll indicator false, and then so we're going to say paging enabled. Let's enable that too. Then another thing, so if we check now, so let's save this. If we save it, so you see what I'm talking about. So now it's now horizontal. So this is now, if we come back to the onboarding items, so you see we passed here the x value. So let's start from the Lottie animation. So I will animate the Lottie. So we are saying here that, so we are saying translate y. So with the translate y, we're saying if it's equal to previous, the output will be 200. If it's equal to current, it will display the current. Everything will be fine. So for the next one, if we're going to bring up the next slide, so it's going to take it from minus 200. So it's like it's taking it from bottom to the top. So if I do that now and we scroll to the next one, you will see it's coming, and you see it's coming like from bottom to the top. So and if we are going back to the previous, so it's like it's coming from the top downward. So you see it will take the current and take it down. See, it's taking it down. That's the idea. That's what we're doing there. And then if we bring it again, you can see it's taking this one like from the bottom to the top. So that's the idea. That's what we're doing there. Everything is showing beautifully. And then if I scroll it, you can see, so for the previous, if you are going to the previous, it's like it's coming from top downward and it will erase it. And then if we are going to the next, it's coming from down to the top, and then it will bring it to the center. So that's the idea. So if we bring this down now, you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? So that's what the Lottie animation is doing there. So and then the next one is the second one is the circle animation. So that's what we use. So you can see it's scaling it. So you can see if it's the previous, it becomes 1, and then so there won't be need to scale. So if it's the current, it will scale it 4. So that's why it's taking the whole screen. So that's why it's taking the whole screen. And then if we go to the next, and you see it starts scaling it. You can see it's scaling it, and you can see the background color, everything, it was scaled. So if it's, and you can see the previous screen comes, like the image is coming, the Lottie animation is coming from the top, and it will now stay at the center. Then if we come here, you can see it's expanding it. You can see, so that's scaling. It's scaling it. You can see how it's scaling it. So, and if we are going back to the previous, so you can see that's just what we are doing there. So that's the idea. So the next thing we want to do is we're going to come here and say unviewable. So unviewable changed. So we're going to pass. So let's pass unviewable unviewable item change. So let's write the code. So we're going to call it const. I'm going to call it on view. So let's call it unviewable item change, items changed. And then in here, we're going to get the viewable. And we're going to get the view token from React Native. So we have our, okay, I think I know where the error is coming from now. So we're supposed to have the items, and then inside here, so we're going to have the viewable items. So the viewable items will be equal to view, and view, that's a view token. Then it's supposed to be, so I'm supposed to take it, so yeah, this is it. Exactly. So that's why we're having the error. So we say if, so we say if viewable items, so get the index, the first one, and it's not, if it's not equal to null, so we're going to say flat list index that we created, which is the flat list index here. So we'll get the value, and then we'll make the value equal to the viewable items, and then we're going to pass index. Yes. So we're good to go, and then so we can come here and pass the viewable. Let's pass the viewable item changed. Okay, I think we used unviewable item changed. Yes. Yes, unviewable items changed. So the next thing, the last thing we want to pass here is we want to pass the viewability config. So the viewability config will be, so we have the minimum viewable time will be, let's make it 300, and then we'll get the view area percentage threshold, so the threshold will be 10. So I'm going to save that. Okay, so yeah, I need to save my onboarding items so that it can work. So if we come here now, you see beautiful. So you see beautiful. That's it. So the next thing, we want to have pagination. We want to pass pagination to it so that it will show, you can see that we're actually moving the page. So to do that, we're going to create another component called pagination. So we'll go to our component, onboarding component, and create a file, a new file. So we're going to call it, let's call it onboarding pagination, onboarding.pagination.tsx. So inside the onboarding pagination, let's just get our tsrnf. So let's get the onboarding pagination params. So let's go to our type checks. So we're going to say export interface, onboarding pagination params. So inside the onboarding pagination params, we're going to get the item, and the item will be equal to our onboarding params, and it will be an array, and then we get the x. So we're going to use the shared value, and it's a type of number. So we save this, and then we go to our onboarding pagination, and then let's pass that here. Onboarding pagination params, and then let's get the item, and then the x. So inside our return function, we are going to have, let's create some styles. So let's come here and get style sheet from React Native. So I'm going to say, let's say const st, and then we're going to get style sheet from React Native, and then get create. So we're going to use the create, and then So from here, let's get the pagination. Let's get pagination container. So the pagination container, we're going to have the flex direction. So flex direction will be row. Then let's get justify content. Justify content will be center. Then let's align items. So align items, we'll align them center as well. And then let's give it height. Let's give it height of 40. So we'll come to our, let's come to our style here. And then we're going to make it styled on pagination container. So from here, we're going to remove this text. And then we're going to say item dot map. So let's map through it, and then we'll get the index. So we can just say return. So we're going to get the dot. So let's create the component for the dot. So we'll come here, onboarding component. Let's create onboarding dot. So let's create onboarding dot so that we can pass it here. So tsrnf. So and then we also need to create the TypeScript for that, the onboarding dot params. So we'll come to our, okay, for now let's comment out the data so that we can have enough space. Let's remove the data rather. So we'll come here and say export interface. Let's call it onboarding dot params. So for the onboarding dot params, we're going to take the index, and then the index will be of type number. Then we are going to use the x, and then it would be shared value, and it will be of number as well. So number. So we save this. Let's go to our onboarding dots. So inside our onboarding dots, let's bring up the onboarding dot params. Yes. So inside there, we're going to have the index, and then we're going to have the x value. So also we're going to use the screen dimension. So let's just import it from our onboarding items. Let's just get it from here. So we're going to use. Let's import it from React Native. Correct. So we're going to have, let's create some animations for that too. To animate the onboarding, we need to animate the dot star. So I'll just come here and say const animated, let's call it animated dot star. So we're going to use animated style from React Native Reanimated, and then we're going to have this. And let's have a const. Let's have const width. Let's get the width animation. So we're going to interpolate. So we get the x value, the value of the x, then the input supposed to be an array, not an object. So the input range we're going to get for the previous index -1, and then multiply by the screen. So the screen width. Then we're going to have the index. And then we're going to have the index, the next. After which we have the output. So the output range for the previous will be 10, and then the 20 for current, and 24, and 10 for the next. So if there are, but in our case we're only using 2. So in case you're using 3 screens, so I'm going to say extrapolation.clamp. So what I'm saying that is the width of the dot, if it's on the current screen, if the dot is for the current screen, the width will be 20. Else the remaining screen, the previous and the next, they will have what? They will have 10. Their width will be 10. So you see, that's how you get to see that the current width is longer, and then whereas the other dots are shorter, so they are going to maintain 10, whereas the current will have 20. So that's just the idea. That's what we're doing here. That's what this is doing. So quickly, I'm going to do for the opacity. So for the opacity, we're going to have, let me just copy this. So let me say opacity animation, and then we're going to interpolate. So we want to make the opacity 0.5. If it's not the current screen will have opacity of 1, and then the next screen will have opacity of 0.5 as well. So that's just the idea. I think that is self-explanatory. So we can now come here and use and return them, so the error can go. So we're going to say return. So the width will pass what? The width animation. So that's what we just did there, and then the opacity will pass the opacity animation to it too, and the error is gone. So use dot style use. Oh shit, we have this error because this is supposed to close. Then we're supposed to remove one from here too. Cool. So we don't longer have an error. So I think let's create the UI first. Let's have something there. So I'm just going to come here and let me remove this where I'm going to be using this. So I'm going to be using animated from Reanimated, and then we're going to get the view, and it will be a self-closing component, and then we're going to pass the style. So we're going to pass the style. So we're going to be passing the animation into it. So that's what we want to do. So let's create the style first. So to create the style, let me just come here and say const st equal to, let's get style sheet from React Native, and then create. So we're going to say create. So let's get the dots, let's get the style for it. So we're going to let's give it a height. Let's give it a height of 10. Let's give it margin horizontal of 10, and then border radius. Let's give it border radius of 5. So let's pass the style here. So we're going to pass an array of style. So it's not going to be an object, it will be an array. So we're going to say style dots. Then we'll pass the animated dot style. So the next one we will need to do is the color. So we want to make the color of the current screen to be different, the color of that dot to be different from the rest. So we'll just quickly do that so we can complete this section. So I'll just copy this. And then duplicate and then make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll come here. So I'll come here and say, let's call it color animation. Let's call it color animation, and then let's remove this. We're not going to use this. So let's use the opacity. So I'm going to call it, let's call it background color. Let's call it background color, and then instead of interpolated, we're going to use interpolate color. Yes, from Reanimated. And then we're taking our X value, and then if it's, so we're going to use, in here we're going to say, okay, this is what we'll do here. Say if it's 0. So if it's 0, then we have the screen width. We have the screen width, and then we have, no, we just take this. So we can just say, yeah. So we're going to change the color accordingly. So let's use a color here. So we're going to use 005B for F. So we'll come here from our return. So we're going to say background color, and then background color will be equal to background color, our background. Okay, we can just call that color, so it will make more sense that way. So we'll say background color equal to background color. So that's it. So we can now pass the background color. So we're going to say color animation, correct. And then we can save this and then bring it to, so now we can use it at the pagination component. So we'll import onboarding dots, right? We call it onboarding dots. Onboarding dots. So once we've imported that, so it's going to take index, and the index will be equal to our index. Then we have the x will be equal to, have we created that? So x will be equal to x, and then the key, because we're supposed to pass a key to that, it's an array. We'll save it, and then we can now bring it up. We can now import it at our onboarding screen. So I think we've done everything. So let's go to the onboarding screen and import it. So we'll come after the flat list, and then let's use this view. So inside the view, let's pass some style into it, some styles. So we'll pass some style. We're going to give it position and make it absolute, and then let's pass bottom 20, then left will be 0. Let's plus flex direction of row, or flex direction of row. Then we'll pass justify content, space between, and let's pass align items of center. Then let's give the margin horizontal. Let's give the margin horizontal of 30, and then padding vertical. So padding vertical of 30 as well. So inside this, we can now we can render the onboarding pagination. So onboarding pagination, and then we have our item. So the item will be equal to the onboarding items, and then we get the x value, which we call to our x value we created earlier, and it's working fine. So we'll come back here and let's save it. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? And you can see the current screen has a longer dot, and whereas the next screen is short and rounded, and it also has opacity of 0.5, whereas the current has opacity of 1. So if I scroll to the next one, you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? You love this. So the last thing we want to do now is we want to pass the button, so that we can also navigate using the button, and we can also navigate to the home screen. So we'll save this, and to do that, we're going to create it. We're going to create the file inside, create the component inside our onboarding component. So we'll say onboarding button.tsx. So that's the last thing we'll do for the onboarding screen, and then we're going to create the props. So for now, we can move pagination. Let's remove dots so that we can access our types. So we're going to create, let's say, export interface onboarding button params. So the onboarding button params, we're going to have, let's give it flat list index, and it's going to be of shared value, and that shared value will be of number, the type of number. Then we have flat list ref. So flat list ref will be, so we're going to use animated. So animated, we're going to call it animated ref from Reanimated. So we're going to use animated ref from Reanimated, and then we're going to pass the flat list into it, and then it will have the onboarding params. So the onboarding with our onboarding params. Then we're going to have the item length. So the item length will be of number, so that we can target the last item. So then we're going to use the shared value. So we're going to use the shared value, and then for the X. So because we're scrolling horizontally, so that's it. So we can go back to our onboarding screen and make use of this type. So onboarding button. So we'll come here and say onboarding onboarding button params, and I said that we're going to get the flat list index, the flat list ref, we have the item length, then we have the X. Yeah. So I'm going to import from onboarding items. Let's just copy this, dump it here, then import, use window dimensions from React Native. So we are going to say const. So from here we also want to navigate to the home screen. Let's quickly run the UI. So I'm going to come here and then cut this. Let's use touchable opacity from, no, we're supposed to use a touchable without feedback rather. So touchable without feedback, yes. So we're going to give a touchable without feedbacks. Just leave it here. Then inside that we're going to render animated from React Reanimated, React Native Reanimated, and then we're going to use the view. So let's pass style. So the style here, let's use an array of style rather. So we're going to pass style. Let's get the style up. So const style, we're going to use let's get style sheet. We've now imported style sheet from from React Native. So we're going to get, let's call it container. So the container we have, let's give it background color. So background color, we're going to give it background color of, let's give it padding of 10. Border radius, let's give it border radius of 100. Justify content. Justify content of center. Then we have align items. Align item center, and then we have overflow. So overflow, let's make it hidden. So after that, let's just create some other styles that we'll need. We'll need the arrow, so we need to give it position, and then make it absolute. Then we have text button. Let's give it color. Let's give it color of white. Font size. Let's give it font size of 16. And then let's give it position absolute. So we're going to come here and then just pass the container here. And inside that we will have, let's render animated.text. So inside the animated.text, we're going to render our text, and it will have Let's give it a style. So we're going to give it an array of style as well, and then it will have a style on text button. That's where we'll render the text button. And then, so if it's at the last, we're going to see it get started. So that's when it will come up. Then we want to get the next icon. So to do that, we're just going to see, we're also going to use animated. So let's use animated.image, and it will be a self-closing tag. So it will have a source. So we have the source. It's already in our asset. So yes, we have our assets. So we have our next icon .png. Then let's pass some styles into that. Then we're going to pass an array of style. So it will be, so we're going to pass style.arrow. We have st.arrow. So quickly we're going to pass some animations there into this. So the first one is our const, let me call it button animation. So the button animation we're going to use, so inside the use animated style, we're just going to pass the return directly, and then we're going to get the width. So the width will be, we're going to link it up with the flat list index. Get the value. Remember, we have the flat list index in our onboarding screen here. Let me just quickly show you. So we're linking it up to this flat list index. So we'll get the value and make the value. So check if the item.length is equal to the previous. If it's equal to the previous, so if the flat index value is equal to the item dot is equal to the previous, so we're going to use the width. We're going to use the width spring from Reanimated, and then we're going to spring 140 else with spring. So with spring 60. Then for the height, we'll get the height and make the height equal to 60. And that's it. So we're going to copy these and then duplicate it, make adjustment to it accordingly. So here we're going to use SL8 an arrow animation. The arrow, we want to animate that too. So we're going to return if the width is, so we're going to return the width and make it 30. We made the width 30, and then here we're going to be using the opacity. So we're going to use it, we're going to be using the opacity here. So we want to check if the opacity, we want to use the opacity, we want to say if the flat list index, the value of it is equal to the previous, we're going to be using dot timing. It will return to 0 here. So timing, and it will be 0, else it will be 1. So the opacity, so that the distance will display, the arrow will display. So if it's equal, if it's not equal to the current, if it's not equal to the last, rather, sorry, we are checking if it's equal to the last. That's what we're doing here, not previous. So we are checking if the flat list index, the value is equal is the last. If it's the last, so we are comparing it. If the flat list index value is equal to what, the last item on the word list, that is item.length. So we're checking if it's equal to the last item, so it will spring it. So that's what we're doing here. So here we are checking if it's equal to the last, if it's equal to the last item, then with timing equal to 0, else it will be equal to what, 1. So it will display the next the arrow, so to show that you can go to the next. That's if it's not equal to the last. But if it's equal to the last, the arrow will not be displayed. So that's what we are saying. So opacity becomes a 0, so the arrow will not show if we are the last screen. If the item.length is equal to the last item, so the arrow will not show. Opacity becomes 0, so that the arrow will not show. Else it will keep showing the arrow, so to tell you, to point that you are going to the next. So that's the idea here. So that's what's just happening. So from here we also give it what, width 30 and then height 30. Let's give it height 30 as well. Then we want to add, let's add transform. So transform is an array of objects. So we're going to say translate x. So we also want to check we also want to check if it's equal to the last. So we want to check if it's equal to the last item of the screen, of the onboarding screen. So we'll come here and so if it's equal to the last, we are going to, with timing, we're going to turn it to 100, else it will be 0. And that's it. So we're good to go. We're done with this. The next one we want to do is we want to animate the text also. And then let's just copy this arrow animation and make adjustments to it. So we want to animate the text animation. So we want to check if the flat list index, the value, is equal to what the last item on the list. So we'll turn the text color on. That means that's the last, and the text color, the text there is get started. So if it's not equal to the last, we don't want it to appear, because the last signify, okay, after that get started, we go to the home screen. So that's the idea. So if it's not equal to the last, we don't want it to appear. So we are giving it opacity of 0, and once it's equal to the last item on the list, so we'll make it visible. So that's why we're giving opacity of 1. So that's what we are doing here. X. So if it's equal to, so this will be 0, whereas this will be 100. So to translate X 100, and that's it. So the next one we want to do, and variably the last one. So we want to animate the color also. We want to animate the color. So we're just going to come here and say color animation. So we'll have the background color. So I'm just going to take, I think we use the background color somewhere. No, so we're just going to remove this and paste. So let's interpolate color from Reanimated. So we're going to say background color. So we're going to check. So if it's previous, then the current screen, and then it's just the same. So let's just pass, let's change this color. So I think we're good to go. So we save this, and then let's pass the animations accordingly. So here we want to pass, here we're going to pass the button animation, and then we're going to pass color animation 2 here. Color animation, we'll pass the 2 here. Then for the text button, we're going to pass, no, for the text button, we're going to pass text animation. We did text animation, yes, for the text button. So we'll pass text animation. And then which one is left? Then for our icon, yes. So for the icon, we're going to pass the arrow animation. Yes. So, and then inside, so let's save that. Yes. So we'll come inside our touchable without feedback. So let's pass our onPress function there, onPress handler. So we're going to pass the onPress. So inside here, we're going to say if flat list index, if the value of the flat list index is less than the item length, is less than the last item, we're going to do this. So we're going to say flat list ref. So we'll get the current, and then we're going to use scroll to, index, yes. So we're going to use scroll to index. Then we're going to pass index flatly index value. So we will increase it. So when the button is pressed, if the flat list index is less than the last item, the last item length, it will go to the next screen. That means we've not gotten to the last onboarding screen. So it will go to the next onboarding screen. So that's what we are just seeing here. So then we can come here and write else. So else, if we are the last screen, we want to navigate towards to the home screen. So, and we've not done the home screen, so I'm just going to write the navigation handler here. Let's just get it from. So, okay, let me just write it here. So I'll just say const navigation. Const navigation. We're going to use navigation, and then we're going to pass the native stack navigation props. So native stack navigation props. And then we're going to pass so that we can pass our root stack params. And that's it. So you can see this is massive. And type safety, type check, we make sure that everything is well handled professionally. So from here we'll come back to our touchable without feedback. So in here now, what we're supposed to render here is the home screen, but we have not created that. The home screen belongs to the bottom tabs, so that's what we'll be doing. So we'll just say navigation dot, we use the replace, and then we'll go to, but we don't have the screen yet. So we don't have the screen. You can see the only screen we have is onboarding. This is beautiful, isn't it? So it's type safety. You cannot pass any route that was not declared here. That's the beauty, and that's one of the beauty of TypeScript. So for now, we'll just leave these. We'll just comment it out, or let's just pass an alert to show that we are at the last screen. Alert, this is the last screen. This is the last onboarding screen. Okay, the error seems to be coming from the press function. Oh, this shouldn't be there. So the error is gone. So the next thing we want to do, we want to pass the onPress function to our onboarding screen. So inside our onboarding screen, let's scroll down, and in here, yeah. So we can just come here and then onboarding button. So onboarding button, we're going to pass the X, and then pass it to the X. We're going to get the item length, and it will be onboarding items dot length. So onboarding items dot length. Yeah. Then I just pass this to it, and then we have a flat list ref. So a flat list ref, we'll pass the flat list ref to it. Then we have a flat list index. So we'll pass the flat list index accordingly, and see we no longer have any error there. So we'll save it. Cool, this is beautiful. So the arrow button is showing. So I want to move the arrow button to the side. So to move it to the side, we can add, after the left we can add right to it, and then right will be 0. So we'll move it towards the end, towards the right end. So if we save it, cool, this is beautiful. So if I scroll, it goes to the next one, and you can see when we're at the last screen, it's showing get started. So if I scroll back, you can see, and if I use the arrow button, you can see, so it's saying get started. You go back to the button, we said, go to the button, then here, so we said arrow animation. We say if the flat list index, the value of the flat index is equal to the last item, the length, last item on the list. So it will change the opacity. If it's true, then opacity will be 0, and else opacity will be 1. So it's the last, we're at the last screen of the onboarding screen here, and that's why the opacity opacity will be equal to 0, and that's why it's not showing. So else, if we go back, you see it's showing. So that's the idea there. Then if we come here, you see the text animation. So the text animation is for what gets started. So we said if it's the last screen, then the opacity of the text will become 1, else it will be 0. So that's why get started is not showing here, and then it's showing here because it's the last screen. So that it becomes 1. So that's the idea. And then we have the color animation too. So It's the same thing for the, so we can continue. So the next thing we want to do is to handle the navigation. So if we see get started, if we press get started now, okay, we used, let me show you what we used earlier. So if we press get started, we should, yes, if we press get started, we should, there will be an alert function. We've not done the navigation yet. So if I press the get started now, we should see the alert function. Cool, this is working fine, and it's showing this is the last onboarding screen. This is cool. So let's undo the animation and the navigation there. So I'll come here, I'll come down to our button here. So from our button here, we're going to say, oh, let's just leave this. We'll come back to it. Let's go and create our tab navigator, our bottom tabs. So we can come back to it and make use of it, because the home screen belongs to the bottom tabs. So we need to create the bottom tab. So I'll come here, I'll go to our navigation. From our navigation folder, let's create the tab navigator, tabs navigator. So the first thing we're going to do is, let's declare the types. So we're going to have type, let's call it type stock, tab stock, let's call it tab stock params. So we're going to call this tab stock params, and then we're going to have home will be undefined for now. We're supposed to use, if you're using type, we're supposed to use equal to. Yes, everything is working fine. So for now, we're going to use home, we're going to use cart. So let's just make it undefined for now. We'll come back to them later. So another tab we can create, I'm just going to create something randomly. So we're going to have payment. Let's make it undefined as well. And then we're going to have, let me call it profile, and then make it undefined as well. So we're just going to be using these 4 tabs. So after that, we'll come down here, we'll say const, let's say tab stock. So we're going to say const tab stock. We're going to get it from create bottom tabs. Okay, we need to import that directly. So we're going to import. So we need to import it from at React Navigation / bottom tabs. So from at React Navigation / bottom tabs. So we'll need create bottom tabs navigator. So we'll come here and use create bottom tabs navigator. And we're going to pass our tab stock params. So I'm going to use export types. Let's call it tab stock screen props. And then we're just going to do the generic just the way we did for our root navigator. So we're going to say extend key of, so I'm going to say key of tab stock. So we're going to extend it tab stock params. And then we're going to use, composite screen props. Yes. And then we are going to pass our bottom tab. We're going to pass bottom tabs screen props. Yes, that is it. Bottom tab screen props, and inside that we'll pass our tab stock params, and then pass the key for the generic, and then so we want to link it up to our root stack screen props from our root navigator. So root stack, we have root stack screen props, and I said that we're going to have, so we've not created that, so we'll create it shortly. We need to create that. So we have our root stack screen props from our root navigator here. If we come here, you see we have root stack screen props. So we are linking it together so that we can have our bottom tabs inside our root navigator. So that's, and we use the composite screen props to do that together with the bottom tab screen props. So we'll come here. What we'll need to do so that it will recognize it there is we need to have our bottom tabs. We need to have it here, and to do that we'll come. So we'll declare the type. So inside our types here, inside our root stack params, we'll come here, and then we're going to say tab stack. We're going to call it tab stack, and the tab stack. So we'll need to use navigator screen params. So navigator screen params from React Navigation /native. So, and then we'll bring the tab stack. So the tab stack. So we call the tab stack params from our tabs navigator. So we'll import it inside here, and that's all we need to do here. We'll save this, and then we go back to the tabs navigator. Let me bring it here. So we'll go back to the tabs navigator now. It will display our tab stack. Cool. You see, this is beautiful. So we can have the tab stack, and there's no error. Every error is gone. Everything is fine now. So that way we've just linked the root navigator together with the tabs navigator. So we can call it from the root navigator. So let's continue. So we'll come here and say const tabs. So let's write the code for the tabs navigator, and so we're going to have, so I won't forget export. So we'll say export default. So we'll say export default tabs navigator. Cool. So inside here, I'm just going to write a return. Let's start with that, and then let's get the tab stack dot navigator tab stack. Then we're going to get the navigator, and inside that we'll get the tab stack screen. Tab stack, we get the screen, and it will be a self-closing tag, a self-closing component rather. So from here, I want our tabs navigator. We want to get the screen options. So from the screen options, we want to display our own tab bar label. So we're going to say tab bar show label. We want to make it false. So we can come to our tab screen. So the first screen we want to create is the home screen. The first tab we want to create is the home tab. So to do that, we're going to say, so the name will be equal to home. So it will be equal to home. This name, that's the root name. So it will be home. Then we get the component. So the component, let's go and create the home screen. So we'll come to our screens, and inside our screens folder, we'll create the home screen. So we'll create the home screen.tsx, and then we are going to say tsrnf and save that. So we'll go back to our tabs navigator and import the home screen. Go. So another thing is we got the options. Option, then header shown false. So header shown false. We don't want this header to be displayed. Then we can also get the tab bar. So we'll say if the tab bar icon is focused. So we want to know when it's focused. We want to give it a different color when it's focused. So it's that it shows that it's active. It will be different. The color will be different from the other bottom tabs. So to do that, we're going to get the tab bar icon. We're going to call the tab bar icon, and then we'll say, write a callback function there. So we're going to call it focused. So if it's focused, then we're going to use vector icons. So let me just import that. So we're going to import from. So we need n typo. We will need undesign. and then we'll need iron icons. Let's call end typo. So inside that we get the name. The name will be, there's an icon called home. Then we get the size. We give it a size. Let's give it size 24. And then color, let's give it a color. This is a string, and then let's give it a color. So we'll give it this color. So else we're just going to take it from undesign. So from undesign we're going to get the name, and the name we're going to use home. Give it a size 24, and then we give it color. So let's give it color of black. So we can just leave this out for now. I just comment them out, so we'll come back to it. So we're good to go. We've created a home. So I'll just duplicate this. So I'll just duplicate this, and then we're going to call this, let's call this cart. Let's call this cart. Then we have our cart, so let's create the cart. So I'll just create the remaining bottom tab screens. So next one is a cart screen. Cart screen.tsx. Then we need to create the payment screen.tsx, and then we are going to create profile screen.tsx. So inside our cart we can do tsrnf, so we can have something in it, and then tsrnf. Let's save that, and then our profile screen as well. So we can go back to our tabs navigator, and from here we're going to import the cart screen. So for the cart screen, we're going to use from undesign. So undesign we have shopping cart. So we're going to make use of this shopping cart, and we'll just leave everything the same way they are. So we create for payment, and then the profile screen. So we have our payment. So we're gonna import payment screen from here, and then we could use our payment will be from, let's use iron icons. Then here we're going to use, let's just use an icon. So we're going to use copy, and then we'll use copy outline. So we use copy outline here, and everything remains the same. So here we're going to call it profile, and then we'll bring profile screen. So we're going to use, let's use iron icons as well. Then in here, so inside here we're going to use, let's use person, and we have person outline. So we're going to go, everything is working fine. So we'll just leave it this way for now. If we need to do further adjustment or update, we'll come back to it. So we'll save this. So we've created the bottom tabs. So I'll just come to my home here and link everything up. So let's get it. So I'll just come here and say, that is it, we call it tab screen props, tab stack screen props. So I'll bring it in from here, and then you'll see what would happen just now. This is cool. You can see it's bringing only the 4 bottom tabs that we declared in our bottom tabs. So this is for home, and then we have a navigation, we have the roads, and I'll just save it. Then from our cart screen, I'll just do the same. So I'll just do the same and go back to you. So we're good to go. So we've created everything. Let me save it from our root navigator. So from here now, so after the onboarding screen, we'll now create what the navigator for the home. We'll now create the navigator of the screen for the bottom tabs. So I'll just copy this from here, and then I'll paste here and adjust accordingly. So the name here, the name we give it the name tab stack. So we'll come here. So this will not be onboarding screen. We'll call it. So we'll call it tab stack, and it's not onboarding screen, so it will be of tabs navigator. So we need to import tabs navigator, and cool, you can see everything is working fine. So we've imported tabs navigator. If I show you, you can see we've imported tabs navigator. That's tabs navigator. So we've imported tabs navigator. We exported it here. So we'll save it, and then now we can go back to our onboarding screen. So from our onboarding screen here, or from our onboarding screen, yes. So we'll go to, okay, let me close these ones. We'll not be needing them now. Payments, so we can see the onboarding button. Let's save the cart. So the onboarding button, so we can come here now and make use of it. So inside here, so if we bring it up, you see it's bringing our tab stack already. So we can see tab stack, and you know inside tab stack we have 4 bottom tabs there. We have 4 screens there. So we need to identify the one we want to navigate to. So we'll just come here and say comma. So inside here we can get the screens. So this is the screen, and then we can get all the screens, the root name in the bottom tab. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. So I'll just select home, and we don't have any error. Everything is fine. So I'll just comment this out, save this. So once we press get started now, it will redirect to the home screen. So another thing I'll do before I go there is let's just, so that you can see that we actually got here. So I'm just going to style this, and style, let's give it a style, and let's give it a margin top. Let's give it a margin top of 50. So we'll just save this, save everything here, and then go back to our onboarding screen. So far everything is working beautifully. So you're loving this, right? So if I go there, and then if we press get started, we should go to home screen. So cool, you can see this is beautiful. We're at the home screen and everything is working now fine. And you can see the bottom tabs are appearing. We have 4 bottom tabs. So if I navigate to the cart, you can see it becomes active. If I go to the payment tab, you can see everything is active. Everything is working fine. So we're good to go. So we want to continue working on the bottom tabs. We still want to make it more beautiful, and then we want to have the indicators on the bottom tabs. So without wasting time, I'll just get into it. So to customize our bottom tabs, I'll just come to our navigator. Inside the navigator, let's create, to make it a little, so let's create a component inside that. I'm going to call, let's call it tabs component. Tabs component, and then inside that I'll create custom tabs. Let's create custom tab bar .tsx. So I'm just going to use the, so inside this custom tab bar we are going to create, that's where we're going to design our custom tab bar. So I'll come inside here, I'm going to import bottom, we're going to import bottom tab bar props, yes, from bottom tabs. Then inside this we're going to get the state, we'll get the descriptors, and then we'll get the navigation. So here I'm going to use, I'm going to say state.route. The map will map through the state, the route. So we'll map to the route. The route we're talking about now is the home, the cart, the payment, and the profile. So that's the route in this context. We'll get the route, we'll get the index, and then so we'll use the descriptors, and then inside the descriptor we can get the options. So descriptors, then we'll pass the route.key, and then inside this we'll get the options. So the first thing we want to do is we want to check the label. So if the label, we're going to say label, so we're going to check, we're going to say options. If so, we're going to say inside options we can get all the bottom tabs props there. So that's the descriptor. So we can get the one we want to target now is the tab bar label. So tab bar label, yes. So you can see, so through the descriptor and options we can access that, all those things, all the props. So we will now see if it's not equal to undefined. So if it's not equal to undefined, then use options.tab bar label. Options.tab bar. Use options.tab bar label. Else. So else check if options.title is not equal to undefined. So we'll check if option.title is not equal to undefined. If options.title is not equal to undefined, then use options.title. Else just use the root name. So we're going to use root.what_name. And remember, we created the root names. Just this is what we're talking about: home, cart. They are the root name. So, and then you see we already in our options now. So we see tab bar label show, we made it false. So if tab bar label is undefined, and then if it's undefined, then check if if it's not equal to undefined, then use the tab bar label. But if it's equal to undefined, check title, options.title. So title, if it's not equal to undefined, then use the title. But if the title is undefined, then use what? root.name. So, and we have root.name, we have named those roots. We have 4 roots in our bottom tabs. So that's what it's just talking about here. So we're going to come here again and then get the constant when it's focused. So we're going to use its focused handler, and then we'll say state.index. So we'll make it equal to what? Index. So we change the index, the state of the index, to what the index selected. So that's what it says. So it becomes what? The focused index. So we're going to say const onPress. So const onPress. So we're going to get an event. So we're going to say const event equal to, so we'll get navigation.emit. So this is a keyword used to send. So we're going to say type, and then the type will be tab press. Then we have the target. So our target will be the root.key. So, and then we have can prevent default. We make it true, and say if it's not focused, and if it's not event dot default prevented, you're going to do this. So we're going to say navigation dot navigate. So we're going to say root.name. Then we'll also pass what the params, root.params. The next one is const long press on long press. So on long press, we're not just going to just use dot emit, and then we have the type. The type will be tab bar long press, and then we would have the target. Target will be the target will be root or key. So after this, we will now pass all our return function. So we're going to say return. So we're going to say return. So we'll create that component. So let me not waste time. Let me just create that component so that we can pass it into this place. So we're going to say inside our tabs component, we're going to create, let's call it tabs card .tsx tsrnf. So I'll just come here. Okay, let me just import it. I'll just come here and import that. So we're going to return, let's return tabs card. Yes, so it's cool. So let's work on the tabs card. I'm going to be using pressable, and inside the pressable I'll pass styles. Let's pass some styles into it. I'm going to give it flex 1, justify content, center, and then align items. Align items will also be center. So we have gap, margin top, then we have padding top. Let's have padding top of 10. So our gap is showing an error. Okay, supposed to have a comma there, and then let's give it a background color. RGB, give 20, 10, 20, and opacity of 0.9. So let's declare some types for it, and say interface. Let's call it tabs card params, and then we're going to have, let's have the root name. The root name will be string, and then we have the label. The label will be string as well, and then we're going to have is focused. So his focused will be boolean. Then we would have on press. On press will be void. And then we have on long press, it will also be void. So we can come here and have tabs. So we have tabs card params, and then we can have the root name, we can have the label, we can have is focused, we can have on press, on long press. So we'll pass the on press here. So come out of the styles, and then we have on press, and then on press will be equal to on press. Then on long press will be equal to on long press. And inside here we're going to have our icons. That's why we'll display our icons. So that's why we'll display our icons. And quickly let me create that icon component. Let's create another file for that. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to call it icons.tsx. So we're going to say export const icons. Let's get a key of a string, and okay, let's just key of a string, and yeah, we'll pass. So here we're going to pass another. So we want to pass a parameter of color so that we can change the color dynamically, and then we're going to bring it the type into it, and it will be string. And then so we're going to pass the React node from React. So it has imported that from React, and then we're going to say, so we declare the object. Yes, we're doing well. The first one is the home, so we have to bring it exactly, and then you can see it's called home here too, home, and H in capital letter, so that they can speak with each other. So come here and say home, and then home here we're going to get the color. The color will be, color is a type of string. Then we're going to say, so name is home, size 24, and then color will be, we'll pass a color. So we'll pass this color. Cool. So the next thing, we'll just copy this and then pass the cart. Let's copy it, let's paste it. Let's paste it one more time. So here will be cart. So we're going to use cart here, and then we use ant design. We use ant design, and then we call the shopping cart. Then the next one is payment. So we're supposed to have a comma here, then another comma here. Here we're going to go to payment. We used ion icons, and then we have called it copy, and every other thing remains the same. And then we have profile, and you can see it's not throwing error. There's no error there. And then we use ion icons. We used ion icons here too. So ion icons, and then we used person. And cool, everything is fine. So we save this, and then we can now bring it to our. So we can bring it to our tabs card. So inside here we just import icons. So icons from icons, and then we need to get the root name. So we're going to pass the root name here. The root name. So here we're going to pass it like this. So first we want to get the color. So if it's focused, we're going to give it a color of white. So you can give it any color of your choice. Else, if it's not focused, we're going to give it color gray. So that's what I want to do here. So we'll pass the icons. So for each of the root name, if it's focused, it becomes white, and if it's not focused, we'll give it a color of gray. So the icon will have gray color, and then we'll get the text component from React Native, and then we'll pass style into it. Let's have some styles there, and then in here we're going to get the color. So color, so we're going to see if it's focused. So we want to have a different color for the active bottom tabs icon. So we're going to, if it's focused, let's give it orange color. Else, let's give it gray color. That's for the text. It's a string. Then we're going to have margin. Let's give it margin bottom. So margin bottom will be, let's give it 8. Margin bottom of 8. Let's give it font size. Font size of 15. Let's use 15. And then let's give it font weight. Let's make it bold. So in here we're going to pass the label. And cool, we're good to go. So from here now we'll go back to our custom tabs and then pass the props in it. So if we go back to our tabs card, so inside our tabs card, because we must give it a key, so that they can be identified, so that they can be unique. So we'll give it key root.name, and then let's get the onPress. So the onPress will be equal to what? The onPress here. Let me show you this onPress. So it's equal to that onPress. Then on long press will be equal to on long press there as well. Then we have is full cost. So is full cost will also be equal to is full cost. Then the root name, we have the root name. So the root name will be root.name. And then we have the label. So label will be label, and then we're going to make it to string. Cool, everything is fine. We don't have any error anymore. So you can see we've passed everything into this, and everything is working fine. So before we continue, I'm just going to show. So from our custom tabs, we go to our tab navigator here. So inside here, we're going to get the tab bar. Good. And then the tab bar will be props. Let's call it props. And then we'll bring the custom. We import the custom tab bar. Custom tab bar, yes. So import the custom tab bar. Then we'll pass the props. And then close it. Cool, this is beautiful. If I save it now, so we'll go back to our custom tab bar so that we can display everything there. So we'll come here and I'm going to declare const, so dimensions, and set dimensions. I'm going to get it from use state from React, and I'm going to make it an object, and then we get the height. Let's make the default 20. So change it shortly, and then we'll make it 100. So I'm going to say const indicator width is equal to dimensions.width / state route.length. So I'm going to say const on tab. So let's get the layout. So on tab bar layout. So on tab bar layout, we're going to get the event. Event will be layout change event. Layout change event from React Native, and then it will be. So we're going to set the dimensions. We're going to set the dimensions, and then we're going to give it a height. So the height will be event, then we have native event, and then we get the layout from there. Then we get the height. Then the second one is the width. So the width will be event or native event dot layout, and then we get the width. So we'll use effect. Let's create const tab position X. So tap position X will be, so we use shared value from Reanimated, and then it's going to be equal to 0. Then we'll come here and say tap position X dot value. So tap position X dot value will be, so we'll use it with timing from Reanimated, and then we are going to make it, change it to indicator width. Then we have the state.index, and duration. Make duration equal to 300, and the duration is supposed to be like this. So this will be updated every time the state.index changes. So we need to we can actually bring our top up, bring it out of the use effect. So let's actually check why our bottom tabs are not showing. So why is it not rendering? Whoa, I made a very serious mistake here. So this is where the mistake is coming from. We're just going to move these from here. It's supposed to be inside this return. So that's why it's returning only the custom tab bar. So we're just going to move these and then bring it inside here. It's supposed to be inside here. So if I save it now, it should change. Cool, you can see it's working. So we just need to style it up. So it's supposed to come inside this return. Yes, I'm supposed to bring it here. This is what we're supposed to do. So we'll style this up so that everything will appear beautifully. So inside the style here, I'm going to provide styles. And I'm going to say inside the style here, this flex direction will be row. Flex direction will be row. If we make it row, beautiful, you can see that's what we were supposed to do. So flex direction row, and it's appearing already. And then we'll say let's give it background color. I want to give it another background color, or we could leave this background color. So it's up to you. Well, I'm changing the background color from here. So the background color will be RGB. So RGB we have 20, 10, 20, and 0.9. Beautiful. This is cool. So this is what we're supposed to do. So I'll save it, and then we'll come here so we can continue. I will continue. So here the layout on tab bar layout that we did here earlier, we'll just come here on tab bar layout, we'll come and pass it towards this view. So I'll say on layout, then pass the on tab bar layout. I'll save that. Then we want to pass the animation. So we want to pass the indicator. So to pass the indicator, we'll come here. So the indicator will appear on top of the bottom tabs. So to do that, we're going to use animated from Reanimated. So we're going to do animated.view. Need to be a self-closing component. And let's pass some styles into it. Let's give it position absolute. Then we're going to give it background color. Let's give it background color of orange. Let's give it top 0, then left. Let's make left 22. Let's give it height. Height of 8. Then width. So we're going to use indicator width, and then let's divide it by 2. If I save it now, code, you can see it's appearing. I just indicator width, you can see it's long, it's too long, so I'll just divide it by 2, and you can see it's appearing very well. Then another thing we can do, so we'll pass animation. So if I toggle this now, if I go to the cart, you'll see, so we need to pass the animation to make it scroll to the cart. So to do that, I'm going to come here. So I'm going to come here and we'll use animated. Let's call it animated style. So animated style would be, we are going to use animated style from Reanimation. Animated style from Reanimated. And we're going to pass the return. So in the return will take transform. That's an array of objects. And inside it we have translate x, so it will translate it. So we're going to call it tab position x dot value. So, and then we'll come and add it to our animation here. So it's going to be an array of style. So let's add the array, and then after that we have animated style. What did we call it? Animated style. So I'm supposed to use a comma there. So animated style is bringing in. So if I save it and then we toggle it now, beautiful. You can see this is beautiful, and then the scroll indicator is also moving. So we're good to go. So the next thing we'll do now, we'll start working with our home screen. Let's start working with the UI of the home screen. So if we come to our home screen, let's go to our home screen, and then here I'm going to remove this. Let's have the safe area view. And then we're going to have view. For safe area view, let's give it star. Let's style it. So we're going to say padding top. Let's bring platform from React Native .os. So Android, make it 40 else 0. Then flex 1. So inside our view we're going to pass some styles into it, and then we're going to say, let's give it background color. I want to change the background color and make it black, and then also pass flex 1 into it as well. Cool. So that you can see the indicator is more visible this way. So if we move, you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? Cool, this is beautiful. So let me add this to the cart screen. So let's import safe area view from React Native and platform from React Native as well. So if we move, this is beautiful, and you can see the indicator is working fine, and everything is working fine in real time. So we can just change before we continue, let's come here and change. Let's make this 20 as well. Cool, I think the background color is better. So we're going to continue with our home screen, and then the very first thing I want to do is we'll come here inside our view and create a component. Let's call it, okay, let me create a component here. Let me create a folder for the home headers. No, it should be inside our component. So inside our component, let's call it home headers. So let's call it home headers. Let's call it headers. Those JSX. So inside this, I'm going to call let's call it TSR. Just take this out. So we're going to come here and then use this view. So inside this view, I'll say star. Let's add some stars to that. So star flex direction. So flex direction row, and then justify content. Let's make a space between. Let's give it margin top of 10. Then let's import it on. Let's import it here. Let's import headers. So we're going to correct that shortly. So it's working. We didn't save this here. So we'll come here and say let's get another view. We're not going to be needing this text, so let me just remove it. So I'll come here and say view, and inside this view and quickly add some styles to that, and then we're going to give it margin bottom. Okay, we can remove that. Let's give it margin horizontal instead. So margin horizontal of 10, and then flex direction of row. So we're going to give it flex direction. So flex direction will be row, and then let's bring in ion icons. So we're going to and icons, and then we get the name. The name will be, let's call it location outline. Location. Let's give it size. Let's give it size of 30, and then color. Let's give it color white. So we save that. Oh, our color is not correct. So color. Cool, it's beautiful, it's showing now. So we'll come here and then render another view. Give it a style. And then we're going to have margin left. Let's make it 2. And then justify content of center, and here we're going to add the address. So we're going to take the text, and then inside the text we're going to write the address. Let's style that, and then we have star. So we're going to give it font size of 18. Give it font size of 18. Color, let's give it green. You can give it any color you like. So cool. And then inside here we're going to display the address. So to display the address, I'm going to take this text. So we're just going to display something there. I'm just going to display this and give it color of white. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll leave this here, and then we'll continue. So the next thing we want to do is the search bar. I want to have the search bar as well. So the search bar, for the search bar, let's create search bar inside the header, home header. So we're going to create search bar.tsx, tsrnf, So we can go to our home screen. From our home screen now and bring this search bar. So that every change we make there will be displayed in real time. So I'm going to call this search bar. Let's make sure it's saved. So we have a search bar here. So we'll come back to this search bar. We'll come to this view and let's add some styles to that, and then we'll give it flex direction of row, and then align items. Align items will be center. So we're gonna have align item center, and then we have, let's give it background color of white. Let's give it border radius of 10. Then we're going to give it height of 38. Margin horizontal of 10. Then margin vertical of 12. Then we'll come here inside here, we'll remove this text and let's add pressable to that. Then we want to copy we want to use and design. So let's copy this. Give it the name of and design. Size 22, color. Cool, that's it. So this is all we want to display. So let's style it up a little to make it a little more beautiful. So come here and style. Let's have some styles to the pressable, and then inside there we have a position absolute. We have padding. Let's make it padding 10. Let's give flex direction. Then let's give it align items. If we save it, cool. So it's better this way. The next thing is we want to add text input component from React Native into be self-closing component. Then let's add styles. Let's make it flex 1, and then font size, let's give font size of 16. Then color, let's add color, and then let's add 3. Let's have padding horizontal of 10. So we're going to give it, let's call the value, and the value will be of text. So we're going to write that shortly, and then we are on change. Text will be set text. So quickly we'll go and write that. So we'll come here, I'll just say const text, then set text. So we'll take use state from React and give it an initial value of an empty string. So that's it. So we no longer have any error there. So you can see it's up, and then if we pass the text into it, you can see it's working in real time. So everything is working fine. So we can move on with that. So the next thing is we want to render the banner section. We want to render the category section first. Then after the categories, we'll render the banner section. That's what we want to do. So to do that, we'll come here and create, inside our component, I'm just going to call them flash sales. So let me create a folder called flash sales component. Flash sales component. So I'm going to come here and say, let's create a file called flash sales main.tsx. So I want to show everything in real time. So to do that, I'll go back home to the home screen. We're going to be using section list to render these views. So let me just go ahead and bring up section list from the home screen so that as we populate, as we are working from the component, it will show in real time. I think that makes sense. It's better that way. So we'll go to home screen, and from the home screen now, we work on the section list. So for our section list, I'm going to get the section data. So the section data, I'm going to say, let me call it section list. So section list data, it will be an array. So the array, it will have a title. So it's an array of object. So with the title, and then I'm going to call let's call it the flash sales. Let's call it flash sales, and then data. Data is also an array. It will be an array of empty object, and then we are going to use the render item. So the render item will be, so we're going to call the flash sales main component. So it has imported it. So copy this, add a comma, add this, and the second one, let's call it product section. So let's create the component for that. So we'll come into our component folder. Since our component folder, we'll create a folder for product list, and then inside that we'll create, let's call it product list main. Product list main.tsx, and then we're gonna have tsrnf, and let's just save it for now. And then we'll come to this place and bring in what product list main. So we're good to go. So we'll come here and import section list from React Native. That's what we'll use. So after our search bar, we'll bring out the section list. So section list from React Native. So the section will be equal to the section list data that we declared earlier, and then let's get overscroll mode. Let's make it also always. Then we're gonna get shows vertical because we'll be scrolling vertically. So scroll vertical, shows vertical scrolling indicator will be false. Then let's do so we add ref to it, and the ref will be, let's call it section list ref. So we'll add that shortly. Section list ref, we'll add that shortly. So let's add bounces and make it false. export. So let's add nested scroll enabled. Then key extractor. We need to add key extractor. I'm going to get the item. So we'll get item.key. So let's come here and I would say const section list ref is equal to, we're going to use, let's use ref, and I will pass the section list. And we're going to make it null. So we're good to go. We'll save this. Then, so let's continue with our. So we can move these ones. If we need them, we'll go back to them later. So we can have enough space. So from our flash sales main, the very first thing we want to render there is the category. It's a category that will show up first. And so to do that, I'll come inside I'll come here, and then I'm going to say const render item. We're going to declare the type for the cart, so we're going to call it cart props. So we're going to come here and say interface render cart props. Go to our types check and let's declare the types for our cart. So we'll come here and then let's create a file called product types check. So let's create category param. So we're going to say export so the ID equal to string name will be equal to string as well. Then we use image then we want to get the active cart. And I want to get on press. So we can make it undefined. Pass options to it. So we'll come here and then inside our flash sales main, we can import the category params. So we're going to call it item is equal to category params. So our render item will be of render cart props, and then we'll get the item. So for the benefit of that, so let me just come here before we continue, and then let me render style. Let me style this also, you can see. So I'm just going to give it margin top. I'll give it margin top of, let's give it margin top of 60, and then inside here I'm going to style this up as well, and let's give it, because we are using a black background color, so we need to change the color of the text, because primarily the color of the text will be black, so that's why it's not showing up. So we're going to change it to white, So, and then let's give it font size so you can be more visible. We're going to give it font size. Let's give font size of, let's say, font size of 30. And then our style. So font size. So we're going to give it a style. Then font size of 30. So if I save it, cool, you can see this is beautiful. It's showing beautifully. So that means everything is working fine. So we've been able to link them up. So I'll come inside the render now. So inside the render, inside this render item, that's where we'll render what the category. So we'll render the category card. We've not created the category card, so let's quickly create that. So we'll go into our component and create category inside the component folder itself. So we're going to create, let's create category. So we're going to have to create category card. So category card.tsx. So the category card, so tsrnf. Let's write the TypeScript for the category card. So let's go to our product types check. And inside here, we're going to do export interface. So let's call it our category. So let's call it category params. And then in here, we're going to have cat props. So the category props will be equal to our category params. So, and then that's the category params we did earlier. So we can add another one that's for the style. So we're going to say style props. And then we would have width. Width will be number. Then we would have height. Height will also be number. Then we'll use radius. Radius will be, so radius will be number as well. And then would use resize mode. So resize mode will take, it's either contain or, so it's either contain or cover or stretch. You can add more to it, but we won't be needing more than these three, so we won't. So I'll only write for 3 alone. So we'll save this, and then we'll go back to our category card. So inside our category card now, we're going to import, inside our category card, we'll import the category. So iCart prop params. So we import it from our product types check, and then we'll destructure. Let's get so we're going to get the cat props. We have the cat props for the category params, and then we have the cat style props. So that's what we're going to use. Then we are going to, let's quickly work with the UI, and then inside here we'll have pressable. So inside here we're going to use pressable from React Native, and then the pressable is going to take, let's add some. So the pressable we have key, and the key will be, so the key will be cat props.id. We're going to use the ID as the key. Then the onPress. So we're going to pass the onPress function, and the onPress function will come from our cat props.onPress. So, and then we're going to add styles to that. So we're going to add style to it. Let's style it up. Let's get style from. So let's add styles here. So we'll come down here and see const sty, and then we're going to use style sheet from React Native. Style sheet. So style sheet or create. So, and inside here we're going to have, let's call it container. So container would be, so let's give it align items of center. Then we will have padding. Let's give it padding of 5. Then we will give it I think we'll have margin of 3. Let's give it margin of 3, and after that we'll use it. So let's write some other styles that will be needing. Let's just write them up once and for all. So we'll need image container as well. So let's write a style for image container. So the image container will have a border radius. It will have a border radius of 20. It will have a padding. It will have padding of 3. And then we're also going to write style for the cat name. So we're going to call it cat name. And then the cat name would have a font size of 9. And it'll have font width bold. So it will have font width bold, font size of 9. So we can just come up here, and then inside our pressable, we'll add a style. And the style will be, so it'll be equal to container. So that's style st.container. So we're good to go. So inside here, inside the pressable, the first thing we want to render there is we want to check if there's an image for the item. If the item has image, we're going to, if the image of the item is not undefined, then we'll display the image. So that's the next thing we want to do. So we'll come here and then we'll say if, so we'll check cat props, and then we'll look for the image there, cat props.image, and then we're going to say if it's not equal to undefined. So if it's not equal to undefined, then we'll display it. So to do that, we're going to use view. We're going to use view from React Native, and then we'll pass some styles into it, that too. So we'll pass an array of style into it. So we'll do array, and then the first one is we'll pass the image container, and then we'll pass the other styles later. So we'll just leave it like this for now. Then okay, another thing I'll do, let me just come to our main Flash sales main and import the category card so you can see all the changes in real time. So we're going to import category card. So we're going to import the category card, and then inside the category card, it's already asking for some of the props. So we'll come here and render image. The image would have source. So the source of the image will be a URI, and then we're going to take cat props dot image, the style. So we're going to be adding a dynamic style. So to do that, we're going to say style equal to, so we will have to create that. So we'll come down here. So we'll come here and say const sty style, and then we're going to get the width. We're going to get the width, and then it's going to pass an optional chain into it, and then we'll get the height, and then pass the optional chain into it as well. So height is also number, and then radius. So radius is also, we'll pass the optional chain into that, and then it's also a number, and we'll come here. Okay, we already have the style, so let's use this. We're already using sty, so we're going to pass width, height is of number, radius is number. We're having an error. Okay, so I'm just going to pass. Don't worry, we'll fix the error shortly. So this is where the error is coming from. It's not supposed to be dot, it's supposed to be colon. So it's colon number, and then the radius is supposed to be the same as well. So the error is gone, and then so we can pass our image. Let's pass the image style props to that. So let's call it image style props, and then we're going to pass the width. Since it's the same name, so we don't have to pass width equal to width any longer. So we're going to pass height, and then like here now you see the difference. So here we actually need to use border radius, and we called it radius, so we have to pass border radius and then make it equal to what radius. So that's the idea. We're supposed to have a comma here. Yeah, so everything is fine. So we'll go back to our image here, and inside the style we're going to link them up. So inside the style here, I'll say st, we'll get the st, and then we'll get, so we're going to make it cat style props. So cat style props, we get the width, Then we'll get the height as well. So cat style props, and then we'll get the height. You can see it's bringing in, and then we'll get the cat style props and radius. So we'll get the radius, and then we'll make everything so dot image. You can see it's already bringing it up, dot image style. So that's it. So let me move this, let me reduce this a little so you can see the screen. So that's it, and everything is working fine. So we need to do the resize mode. So we'll get the resize mode. The resize mode will be so our cat style props dot resize mode. So cool, everything is working out fine here. So we'll come out of this view and come out of the image, the function for image. So the next thing we want to do is we want to render text. So the cat text. So we have the cat text, and we're going to get it from React Native. Inside the cat text, we're going to add the cat props, and then we're going to get the name. So we render the name. So let's add some styles into that. So to style this up, we are going to be using an array of style. So the first one, we're going to get the style.cat name, that's sty.cat name that we did earlier, and then we're going to do the second style very shortly. So you can see this is it. We have used this and we have used this. So we're giving it font size 9 and font width of bold. So if we save this, so the next thing we want to do is we want to pass a border to the image, so that when the image is selected, it will have a border color, a different border color, and it will increase the border width so that we can dictate the active or the selected cut. So to do that, we'll come up here and say we'll use let. So let is active. So we're going to say let is active. Then we get the cat props. We're going to use the ID cat props or ID equals to what cat props dot active cat. So and then we're going to say let border color. Let's use border color first. So the border color, so we're going to say if is active. That means if the cat props, the ID of the cat of the item of that cat item is equal to the active cat props. So if they are the same, that means that's the selected word cat. So for that, we want to say if it's active, we want to change the border color to white. Else we'll use what? Gray. So we'll use gray, and then we'll do the same for the width and then the text color also. So we want to change the text color of the active or the active category. So the selected category will change the color, and then we'll change the border width. So here we're going to say border width. So border width, if it's active, we want to make it 2. We want to increase the width to 2. Else, and the remaining category item will be what? 1. We have border width of 1. Then we want to change the text color here. So we want to change the text color. So if it's active, we want to make the text color yellow. Else it will be white. So let's make it yellow, or we could do orange, and then the remaining ones will be white. So that's it. So we need to pass this to the image. We'll come to our image, the image container. That's where we'll pass it. So right command here, and let's bring up an object. So we have the border color. So the border color will be equal to what? Border color. So border color, and then we'll also pass the border width. So the border width will be equal to what? Border width. So it'll be equal to border width. So that's the idea. And then we'll come to our text here also. And inside the text, we're going to bring up the object and then get a color. And then inside color, we'll make it equal to what? Text color. And then we'll come to our flash sales main, and let's pass the props for the category card. So we're going to come here and say card props. Let's get card props. And for card props, so we're going to get the ID. The ID will be item. So we've not done, okay, we had our item already, so it will be item.id. Then the next one we want to get is the name. We want to get the name. So the name will be item.name. Then we want to get image. So we want to get the image, and then the image will be item.image. Then we want to have the onPress function. So we want to handle the onPress, and the onPress, to handle the onPress, we're going to say, so we're going to call it and say, we're going to write the handle press function, and then it will be we'll pass the item into it. So we're going to write the function shortly. So let me just write the function here. Let's just write it on at the top here. So we're going to say const handle press. Const handle press, it will be, so it's going to be an async. We're going to use an async there, and then inside here we're going to say, and inside the async, let's pass the parameter. So the parameter will be item, and that item will be equal to category params. Yeah, it will be equal to our category params. And inside here we're going to say navigation. So we're going to call the navigation. So to call the navigation now, we need to declare just the same way we did for our onboarding screen. So we are going to say const navigation. So we can use navigation globally. So we're going to use navigation. We import that. So, and then we import the type. It is type native stack navigation props. So it is native stack navigation props. Where's the native stack navigation props? And then we're going to pass, because this navigation now is at our root stack params. So we're going to pass what the root stack params, and then that's it. So we're good to go. So we'll just come here now inside our handle press and then use navigation. So navigation.navigate, and then we're going to navigate to, so we've not created the screen. So quickly we are going to create the screen that we will navigate to, so the idea is once the category is selected, we will navigate to the categories, to the fashion category screen, where all the products related to that category will be displayed, so that you can have access to all the products relating to that category. So that's the idea. So then to do that, we have to create that screen. So we're going to come here inside the screen and then let's create the category. Let's call it fashion category. So we're going to call fashion category.tsx, and then let's say just use tsronf. So we save it here, and then let's go to our root navigator and get the types up for that. So we'll come to our root navigator here. For now, I won't add the parameters yet, so I will just add, let's just call it fashion category, and then we'll come back to add the params to it. So let's just get it up so that we can make use of it for now. And then I'll copy this and then make adjustment accordingly. So here it will be equal to fashion, we call it fashion category just now. So it will be equal to fashion category, and then inside it we need to bring it up. Let's bring it here. So we're going to bring fashion category.tsx, fashion category. So good, we have imported that, so we can save it here, and then we'll go to our, where's the fashion category.tsx. So in here, let's link it up with our root navigator. So we're going to call it root stack screen props, and then you will see it will appear. Cool. So we can bring it here, and then we have navigation, and then we have root. So we're good to go. So we'll come back to our main, our flash sales main, and if we do it now, it'll bring it fashion category. So since it's undefined, it's not going to ask us for any further thing. It will just be okay for now. But we want to pass the params item, so it's already throwing an error. So we want to pass the item so that we can access the item at that screen, so that we can access the item that was selected. So I think what we'll just do is let's just finish up with that, so that we won't forget. So let's just come there to our navigator, and let's pass something here for now. So we're just going to, majorly we need the ID and the name. I think the ID and the name will do. So from there we can get every other thing we need. So we're going to pass item, and so from the item we're going to get the ID. ID will be string, and then we're going to get the name. Every other props there, they are optional. so we can do without it. So we're going to get string. We're going to make it, so it's going to be your string as well. So we're good to go. We save this and then come back to here, and you can see there's no error anymore. Everything is fine. So let's complete the category card. So inside the category card, we are going to, we need to get the card style, the style. So that's it, the style, and then we're going to get the props. So let's get the width. So let's give it width of 55. Let's give it width of 55. So before we continue, I'm going to be using flat list. To render the category. So let's just go there and then render that. So I'll remove this text so that you can see everything that I'm doing. So I'll remove this text and let's bring flat list from React Native. And I'll give this margin top. Let's give it margin top of 4. Then inside this flat list, we want it to be horizontal. So shows horizontal indicator false. Then let's get the content container style. Then we want to pass padding to the content of the container. So we get padding and then we'll make it 10. Give it padding of 10. So what we need to do now, we get the data, and the data we're going to get it from card data, from our fashion, from our data. So we need to access our data. So to do that, I'm going to come here. Let's get the data. So to get the data, we're going to come here and then let's save the data inside our use state. So I'm going to say, let's call it card data, and then set card data, and then we'll use use state. So use state, it will be from use state, and then from our, we're going to get it from our, so that use state we're going to pass our category params into it. That will be the type, and then we're going to get category from our category data, from our fashion data. So we did it. Let's check. Let me look for it. That's from our data. So from our data, let's bring up the fashion data. So we are done with onboarding. Just remember this. So let's close onboarding, and then we have our category. This is our category. So this is the one we want to access now. So let's import the category params. Let's import category params, and then we're using images, and instead of image, so I'm just going to, let's just do 3. So let's just call it image. So that's why it's throwing an error. So it's gone because we used image. So that's what we want to access. So we'll come back here and then import category good from our category data. So we import category, and then use state. We have not imported use state, so that's why it's throwing an error. So let's get use state from React. Cool. And then category. So category params is supposed to be an array. So cool. So we no longer have any error there. So we'll just come here and then password the card data, and cool, everything is fine. So after that, we want to get the key extractor. So for the key extractor will be, okay, we can just do it this way. Let's just say underscore. Then we'll get the index. So from the index, I'll say cart items. We use our backticks. So cart items, and then we're going to do index. And it's correct. Yep. So after that, the next thing we want to do is to render the item. So we're going to use the render item. So the render item now will pass what render item to it. So that's the idea. We'll just pass render item to it. So our render item is showing an error because we've not completed it. And okay, let's call this render items. Let's use S to make it different. So let's call it render items. Inside our render items, we have the cat props. We have, let's get the height. The height will be 55. Then radius, let's give it radius of 90. Let's make it 99. Then let's get resize mode. Resize mode, so it will bring them up. So it was 3 we declared, so we're going to use contain. So if we look at it, we're saying void cannot, it's void. Yeah, we're not supposed to use this. We're not supposed to use we were using the curly brackets. So if we're using the curly bracket, then we're supposed to add a return to it. So what we'll just do is we'll just use the parentheses instead. You're supposed to use parentheses there, and you see it's gone. So you just add parentheses there. It's supposed to parentheses, so it will return, it will render it. So it will render automatically. So we're supposed to use parentheses and not curly braces. So that's why it's render error. You can see the error is gone. So if we save that now, cool, this is beautiful. And you can see we have our category section rendered so beautifully. Let's go to the banner slider section. So to do that, okay, I'll just come with, let's have a banner slider before the category. So I'll just come here and say view. So let's render this view and put this inside it. So I'll come inside here, and inside here we're going to have our banner slider. So let's create the banner slider. So let's go to our component and create the component slide, the image slider component. So inside the component, we're going to create a folder. Let's create a folder and call it banner slider component. So let's call it banner slider component, and then inside that banner slider component, we're going to let's create banner slider. So inside the banner slider component, we'll come here and create banner slider.tsx. So open that, and then we have so let's do tsrnf. Let's save this and bring it to, so we'll come to our flash sales main. So inside our flash sales main, let's import the banner slider. So we import the banner slider, and then you can see it's already showing the space. So let's get started with the banner slider. If we go to the banner slider, so let's get the types for that. So let's create the file. Let's call it banner, or let's just call it slider typescheck.tsx. So inside this we're going to have, so let's say export interface. The first one we will do is the slider params. So the slider params will be, it will be of ID, and then the ID will be string. It'll have title, and we'll make it optional. Title will be a string. It'll have image URL. Image URL will be a string. Then it will have let's give it description as well. Description, and description will be optional. So then it's active. You also got boolean. So that's the first one we want to do here. So we can go to our banner slider. Instead of our banner slider, so instead of our banner slider, what I'm going to do here is I'll come here and get interface. So I'm going to call this slider props. So slider props will be, so let's call it slider, and then we're going to get it from slider params. So we're going to import slider params, and it will be an array. So that's all we need to do there. So we'll come inside here, and then let's bring our so we're going to bring our slider props, and inside it we'll get our slider text. We should have shown it but because our background color is black, that's why you're not seeing it. If not, to have displayed it, but you will see value very shortly. So I'll come here and say view. So inside this view, I'm just going to give you a style, justify content center. And then we're going to use Animated from Reanimated. And we're going to use the flat list there. So we're going to use Animated flat list. And then inside here, we would get the data. So the data will be equal to, let's create the data. So we'll get our banner. So to create the data, we were going to get the data, we'll do, so let's call it a slider data, and then set slider data, and then we'll use state. So use state from React, and then it will be, we're going to pass the slider. So we'll pass the slider into it. After that, we'll come down here and pass our slider data. So we're going to say slider data. That'll be the data there. And let's get a key extractor. So the key extractor, we're going to say, let's call it slider item. Now we're going to get the index, and then let's get the render item. So the render item, let's quickly create that. So I'll come up here and create the render item. So inside here, I'm going to say const, let's call it const render slider item, and it will be, no, you're supposed to use parentheses there, and we'll get the item, and then we'll have the index, and then we're going to make it equal to, so let's create the render slider props. So come up here, our interface, and create the props for that. So we're going to say interface, let's call it render item props params. So render item params, and then we'll get the item. So item will be of slider params, and then we'll have the index. The index will be number. So we'll come back here. So we can see, we'll say, let's just get our render item params. Then we can get the item and the index. Cool. So inside the render item, we're going to render the slider component. So let's go to our banner slider component, and then create that file. So we're going to create, let's call it slider component, or let's call it image slider.tsx. So we'll come here and say tsrnf. So let's import that from here. Let's import it to our banner slider here. So we're going to say image slider, so we can import it here. And so quickly, let's go and work on the image slider. Oh, we're already having an error because of this. We have not passed the props into it. So if I save it, so we're good to go. So we'll pass the props very shortly. So let's quickly go and work on the image slider. So inside the image slider, we'll come here. So we're going to let's create the slider item. Let's create the slider. So let's create the types for the slider. Let's call it the slider items. So we'll go to our types, and then create, let's say, export interface. Let's call it slider items. So we'll call slider items, and then we have the slider items. So slider items will be we'll give it slider params. So it'll be equal to slider params. Then we'll have index. So let's make this slider items slider item params. Let's make it slider item params, so we can have our slider items here. So we have it index is number, and then we have, so we're going to, because it will scroll horizontally, so we need to keep that. So we're going to use shared value from Reanimated. So it will be of shared value, and it to be of type number. So we're going to pass number into it. So we're good to go. So we'll come to our banner slider. Instead of our banner slider, we're going to get inside our slider component rather. So we're going to image slider. So from our image slider, we'll come here and use. So we'll import the slider item params. Then we'll get the slider items. We'll get the index, and then we'll get the scroll X. So we're good to go. So here, let's get the screen width, and then to get the screen width, we're going to get it from dimensions from React Native, and then dimensions dot get, and then we'll get the screen. So from here we'll use, it should be const, then we'll get the width. So inside here we're going to be using animated. We'll get animated from Reanimated, and then it will be an animated.view. So what we're going to do here, we're just going to, for now, let's add the image. Let's get the image component from React Native. So image from React Native, and then we're going to, we'll get the source of the image will be URI. We'll use URI, and then it will be from our slider items, and then from there we'll get what image URL, and let's add some styles to the image component. So we're going to say style. So the style, let's use the width. So the width will be equal to the width we declared earlier, and then let's give it padding of 60, and then height, let's give it 150. Let's give it height of 150, and then border radius will be 20. Let's do border radius of 20. So we're good to go. So we're going to go here. So let's save the image slider, and then import the image slider here. So we're going to get the image slider here. So which we've done, we've imported it, and then we can now pass the so let's get the slider items, and then inside it we're going to get the image URL. So the image URL will be item dot image URL. Then we'll also get the ID. So the ID will be equal to item dot ID. Then we'll get is active. So is active will be it will be item dot is active. And after that we'll get the index. The index will be equal to what our index. Then we'll get the scroll X. So the scroll X, we'll have to create scroll X here. So let's come here and create the scroll X value. So we're going to say const. So scroll X equals scroll L equals or use shared value from Reanimated, and we're going to pass 0 into it. So we'll use what? The scroll X. So now we can come here to our render and we'll render slider item. So we're going to say slider item. No, render slider item. Yes, render slider item, and it's working fine. So we can save the image slider, save the banner slider, and then we'll come to our main here, and then inside here we'll bring what? The data. So we're going to call the slider. So slider, we need to get the slider data. So we have the slider data. So we're just going to copy this. I'll copy from here. We're going to copy this, bring it here. So let's close this. Okay, let me put it here. Let's bring it here. So we're going to call this slider data, set slider data, and it will be of type slider params. So we'll pass the slider params into it, and it's going to be an array, and then we need to get it from our fashion app data. So if we come here, you see we're done with the category. So the next thing we need to get is the banner. So we need to get the banner. Good, this is it. So let's remove the comments from it so we can access the data. So this is it. So this is data we'll be using for that. I'm just going to take all these so let's import the slider params. So it's working here. So we're gonna come here and import the banner slider data. So we'll come here and import that. So we say banner slider data, yeah. So we import it and everything is working fine. So we'll come down here and write out our banner slider data, and that is, it will be slider data rather. Yes, slider data, and we save it. Everything is working out fine. Cool, you can see we have the data already. So these are just dummy data I got, so that's what we'll be using. So we have the banner slider data, and then all we need to do now is to make it beautiful. See, everything is showing vertically, and we want it to be horizontal. So to do that, we'll come back to our slider component, and inside our slider component, our image slider component, we're going to style it. So I'll come to the animated.view here, and let's add some styles to it. So I'm going to style it and say star. So the first one is we want to give it position. So give it position and make it relative. Then we'll give it justify content center. Then we'll give it align items center. That's the first one. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. Everything is at the center. Then we can come to, so we'll come to our banner slider. So inside our banner slider, we'll go to our flat list. So this flat list, so we'll make it horizontal, pass horizontal, and then shows horizontal indicator of false. So it'll make it horizontal. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So it's now horizontal. So we can scroll it. You can see. So I'm going to say this is equal to false, and then we have paging enabled, yes, make it true. So another thing we'll pass into this is we'll pass the unscroll function into it. Unscroll, and then before we do the unscroll, let's pass ref into it. This we're going to be using ref. So let me just write ref, and then we create ref up here. So we already have scroll X. So let's get the ref. So we're going to say const ref. The ref will be equal to, we'll use animated ref from Reanimated. Use animated ref from Reanimated, and we're going to pass animated from Reanimated, and then we'll use flat list because it's a flat list, and then we'll say it's any. That's it. So we're going to go. So from there, from the ref, let's create the onScroll handler. But before we do that, let's go and finish up with the slider, this image slider itself. So come here to the image slider. So we want to pass animated style to the image slider, and so we'll come here. Let's come here. I will say cost animated. Let's call it animated, or let's say animate. Okay, let's just say animated style, and animated style we're going to use. Let's use animated style from Reanimated. Use animated style from Reanimated, and then we're going to pass the return. So inside the return, so we want to transform. So transform is an array. Transform is an array of object. So inside the object we can get the translate x. So translate x, we get interpolate from Reanimated. So we're going to use interpolate from Reanimated, and then we'll get the scroll x. So we'll get the value of the scroll x dot value. That's the scroll x we have here. So we're getting the value of that. So, and then let's get our input range to be an array, and we will get the previous. So we're going to say previous, that will be index minus 1 is for previous, and then we're going to say multiplied by the width, and then we'll get the currently displayed image, so to be multiplied by the width, and then we also get the next. So it will be index, and then it will be plus 1 multiplied by the width. Then for each of these, we'll get the output range. So the output will be, so we're going to say minus width, and then we're going to say multiply by, let's multiply by 0.18. So it will show a small part of what the previous, and then a small part of what the next. That's what we're just doing here. So this one will be 0. So the current will be 0. So it will take the largest width. So, and then this one will be width multiplied by 0.18. So it will retain a little part of what the previous and a little part of the next, while the current image is displayed. So you will see it very shortly, and then we'll come here and extrapolate. So extrapolation from Reanimated, and then we're saying dot clamp. So we can come out of this space. Let's put a comma here. Another thing is we want to scale it. So we want to make the currently displayed image, we want to scale it and make it bigger than the previous and the next to distinguish between the two of them. So we'll come here and say, so we'll get the scale. No. So scale is still one of the properties of transform. So after the translate x, so we can get scale. So get scale, good. So we interpolate that as well. So interpolate scale, and without wasting time, I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and then we'll make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll come here, scroll x value. So if it is previous, you scale it. If it's previous, then let's make it 0.9. Then current will be 1. We'll scale it and make it 1, so it's bigger. And then this one will also be 0.9. So that's it. So previous will be 0.9, Then next will also be 0.9. So that's just the idea there. Then every other thing remains the same. So we'll come inside here and add it to our animated view here. So we're going to make it an array of style. So I'm going to pass the array into it. So I'm going to pass animated style. Cool. And if we save it, you'll see the changes there very shortly. Cool. You can see this is working. So don't worry, everything will soon show visibly, will soon be visible. So we still need to add some styles to that to make everything show very well. So in here also we'll come and say, let's just add the width here as well. So we're going to say width. Let's make it equal to the width. Cool. So you can see the currently displayed screen is bigger. We're scaling it. So don't worry, everything will align shortly. And then inside here we need to pass the key so that it will be unique. So we'll pass the key here. The key will be slider. Let's use the slider items.id. So what I just did is I just reloaded the data. So based on the new architecture, you discover that most of your updates don't really work in real time. So sometimes you need to reload your app, or what you just do is like me. I came here where I rendered where I got my data. So I came here. I'll just comment this out. So it will throw an error. If I save it, it will throw an error. Then I bring it back and save so that it will reload the whole thing. So that it can update. So the next thing I'll do, I'll just go to my banner slider. So from the banner slider, we'll do the unscroll. So let's write the unscroll handler. So let's call it unscroll handler. So I'm going to say const unscroll handler. So I'm going to say unscroll. Then we're going to go scroll x dot value. Scroll x dot value equal to the e dot. So inside here we're going to get, so on our unscroll handler we're going to use use animated scroll handler. So we'll get use animated scroll handler from Reanimated. So that's what we're going to use. And then so we're going to use this use animated scroll handler, and then we'll get the so it's supposed to be on scroll. Yes, on scroll. So we're going to get the e dot content offset, and then we'll get the x value. So we'll make it equal to the x. So and then we'll come out here, and then we'll say on moment end. So we'll get offset. So we have not created our offset. So to create our offset, that's why so let's create the offset. I'm just going to copy this and call it offset. So we'll come here and say offset the value. It will be equal to content offset dot x. So we'll save it. So we'll come here now and pass the autoplay into into our slider. So to do that, we'll just we'll use effect to achieve that. So I'm going to say use effect and pass the dependency array into it as well. So I'll say if, so we'll declare the state for the autoplay. So we're going to come here and say const is autoplay and set is autoplay. and then maybe use state, maybe true. So we're going to come here and say if is autoplay is true. So if autoplay is equal to true, we're going to run this function. So we'll get the interval. So we've not set our interval also. So our interval, to set the interval, we'll come here. Let's set the interval here. Let me close this render and then unscroll. So we're going to say const interval. Interval will be, we'll use useref from React. So useref, and then so it's going to be a type of node.js.timeout. Node.js.timeout. Timeout. So we're going to say interval.current, and so we'll set it using the word set interval. Set interval. And it will take a callback function. So set interval, so we'll get the offset dot value and make it equal to, so make it offset dot value, then plus what, the width. So it will scroll it that way to the next. Just scroll it to the next image. So let's get our width. So our width, we are going to use window dimensions. So we'll come here. Let's get the width, const width. So we're going to use window dimension from React Native. Use window dimensions from React Native. So make it equal to our width, and we're supposed to destructure it. So we'll get the width, and you can see it's no longer throwing error. So you may need to use reduced motion so that it can allow it to work. So we'll get reduced motion from Reanimated, and we set it to never, so that it can override the primary settings, especially for gestures and gesture handler. So on the device where they are turned on, that so it will not allow. It will not. There are some animations from Reanimated that it will not allow. So we need to put this there so that it can allow our animation work. So it's very important. So we have to say reduce motion and put it to never, so it can allow our animation to run. So we'll come here and then we'll use else, then clear interval. So we need to clear the interval. So interval.current. So we're going to pass the dependency into this array. So it will rerun anytime the state of autoplay changed, or offset when it changed, and when the width change also. So that's it. So I'm going to save it. So we also need to use derived value. So we use derived value, and then we're going to scroll to, there's a scroll tool, yes. So scroll tool, so we'll link it up with a ref, and then the offset dot value. So we are having error here. Let's check the error. So it's 2 arguments. Let me see if we imported scroll tool from Reanimated. So we didn't import, that's why it's showing that error. We didn't import. We're supposed to import scroll tool from Reanimated. So I'll just come here and let's import it from Reanimated. Scroll tool from Reanimated. Cool. And the error has gone. So we'll save it right now from our handler, and then everything should align well now. You can see beautiful. It's working already. So automation is working, and you see everything is beautiful. It's working fine. You see a part of the previous is showing, and a part of the next is also showing. So everything is working fine so far. So if we scroll back, you can see everything is beautiful and cool. So we need to write a code to also make a loop. So when it gets to the end, it will go back to what? The beginning. So this is beautiful, right? Okay, but before we do that, let's add pagination to this. So the dot, we want to add the dot to that to show. So you can see if we go back now, everything is fine. So go. So for the pagination, let's go to our banner slider component and create a file. Let's call it image pagination, or let's call it slider pagination. So slider pagination.tsx. So I'm going to say tsrnf. We'll save it. Let's come to our banner slider. So we'll continue with the flat list. Let's bring up the pagination so that we can also have that displayed. So we'll come out of the flat list. We'll come and complete the flat list. We'll come back to it. So let's bring slider pagination. Let's import slider pagination here. So we'll go to slider pagination here, and then let's design it. So I'll just come here, remove this, and let's add some styles to this. And then we're going to call it flex direction is row. Height, the height will be 40. Then we have justify content will be center, and then we have align items. So align items will be center as well. So we're good to go there. Go. So we'll come inside this place. So let's get the props, the params for the pagination. So for the pagination, let's go to our types, our slider types check, and then inside our slider types check, we're going to write export interface. Let's call it pagination params. So pagination params we have let's call it page. Let's call it page item. Page item will be of slider params, and it will be an array. And then we'll have page index. So page index will be number. Then we have the scroll x. So scroll x will be shared value. Shared value need to be number. So we'll save this, and then we'll go back to our. Let's come back to our slider pagination. So let's import pagination params. So we get a page item, then page index, and then we have the scroll x. So inside here we'll just get the page, we'll map through the page item, and then we're going to use the map function, get the index, and then we're going to use animated from the animated dot view, and to be a self-closing component. So inside here, let's get the key first. So the key will be, we'll use the index. Then let's add some styles. So we'll pass an array of style into this. So we have a background. Let's get the background color. So you can give it a background color of your choice. So I'm going to check the page index. So if the page index is equal to the index, So that means it's the current index. So we're going to give that a yellow color, a yellow background color. Else we'll give it a green background color. Then we'll check we'll do the height. The height will be 8, and then width will also be 8. Let's give it a width of 8, and then we'll give it margin horizontal. So margin horizontal will be 2, and border radius will be 8. So let's come to our banner slider here, and then add the props accordingly. So in the slider pagination now, we'll add the page index, the page item. The page item will be equal to the slider, and then the page index will be, so we need to create the pagination index. I don't think we've created that before. So let's create the pagination index. So I'll just copy this and make use of it and adjust it accordingly. So I'll use, so I'll call it pagination index. And it will be, the pagination index will be, the initial will be 0. So we'll come down here and pass what the pagination index. And then the third one is the scroll x. The scroll x will be equal to what? Our scroll x. So we need to write the function, the handlers that will keep track of the pagination index, and then set the pagination index so it can change it. So when the image slides, so the pagination index should also be updated. So that's what we're going to write now. And we're going to use the viewable item changed to do that update. So we'll come here and say const on viewable items changed. So when the items that you are seeing that's currently displayed, when it changes, we'll also update what? Our pagination index. So come here, inside here we're going to say view, let's call it viewable items. So viewable items, then let's add the types for it. Viewable items, it will be of type of view, that is a view token from React Native. So we have view token from React Native, and it will be an array. So we'll come here and say if viewable items, we'll get the first one, the first index, and index starts from 0, counts from 0. So if it's not equal to undefined, and then we also want to check if it's not equal to null. So if it's not equal to undefined and it's not equal to null, then we can set the pagination index so that it can increase, and it will. So we're going to say set pagination index, and then we will set it to the viewable items. We'll get the current, and then current index, the first index, and then we're going to pass our modular operator. So we're going to say slider.length. So to get the remainder, and then so it will help us to move to the next one. It will update what the pagination index using the remainder. That's what it means. So we need to pass that to our flat list. Then before we go there, let's just add some other handlers. So we'll also use a const. So I'll call it constant viewability I think we use called viewability config. Viewability config. So viewability config, it will be item. So we'll get the item visible percent threshold. And I'll make it 50. Then we need viewability. So let's get const viewability. So viewability config callback PS. I will use ref, and it will be an array of objects, and then we can pass what the viewability config, and then on viewable item changed. So and it's working very fine. So we can go back. We can now go to our flat list and pass these props into these handlers into it. So I'll come to the flat list now. So for the unscroll, after unscroll, we want to get, so that to get smooth scrolling, we'll use the scroll event throttle, and then we'll make it 16. Then let's get the viewability config callback PS. And then we're going to pass the viewability config callback PS that we wrote earlier. And then we're using useRef, so we'll get the current. So we're good to go. So I'm going to save this. And then the last thing we want to do on our image slider is we want to get, so I've not saved the slider pagination. I need to save that too. Cool, this is beautiful, you can see. And it's changing everything in real time. So the next thing we want to do now, so when it gets to the end, we need it to go back to the first on the list. So you can see, and it's working for when I'm scrolling, and for what automation and slider automation. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? So quickly, let's write a function to loop the image slider. To do that, we're going to use the onEnd reached handler. So let's come back here. So let's come here and say, let's write a handler onEnd reached handler. So we're going to set slider data, or let's just write it this way. Let's just say set slider data. We'll set slider data, and then it will be an array. We'll get the spread. So we'll get the previous slider data, and then it will take the slider. So slider data, and then it will get slider. Yes, that's the idea. So it will help it to loop. So once it gets to the end, it will go and start again. So that's the idea here. So we can pass this. To our flat list as well. So we'll come here. And we say onEnd reached. Yes. So onEnd reached. So we're going to pass the onEnd reached handler. We'll pass it into it. Then let's pass onEnd reached throttle on edge threshold. So we are going to say 0.5, and then we are going to unscroll. So if it's scrolling, so we're going to say unscroll begin drag. So the unscroll begin drag, it will take a callback function. So to take a callback function, and when we're going to set is auto play to false. Then let's pass our reduce motion, and then make it on never. And then let's do for for the end drag. So here we're going to call it end drag. So we're going to make it what? True. So what this is just saying is when we are trying to drag the slider, when we're trying to slide it using manually, it will stop what? The auto scrolling. So that's why we're setting the autoplay to what? False. So on scroll begin, when you start scrolling with your hand manually, it will stop the animation, the autoplay will stop. And then the on scroll end drag, when you stop dragging, then it will reset what? The autoplay to true, and then the autoplay will continue again. So that's what we're just doing here. So if we save this now, if we save this and then we go back, we may actually need to reload that data so it can add that. So you see it's already working, it's fine. See, it's going back, starting again to start all over, and see the way it's doing it. It's so cool. It's like an infinite method. So you see it's beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? So if I start scrolling, see it stops the autoplay, and once I remove my hand, the autoplay will continue. So you see it's, so I'm just going to reload it. Let me go to data. Let's go to our flash. Let's come here. So everything is working fine. So you can see everything is working fine. Cool, this is beautiful. So we're good to go. So we're done with the slider, the banner slider. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to work on the flash sales section. So we are wasting time. I'll come here, and then inside here we'll have inside our flash sales component we will create the flash sales file. So flash sales .tsx and tsrnf. So we save this and let's import it. I'll import it here. So we have flash sales. I've imported it. So inside this flash sales now, come here. Let's quickly declare the props. So the flash sales params, we will have the start time. The start time is number. We have the end time. The end time is number. Then we have I think this is what we'll just use for now. So I'll come here, and then we have flash sales params, and let's get the start time and then the end time. So inside here we will create constant. So let's get the time left, and then set time left. Set time left. Use state. We get use state from React, and then we are going to pass the end time. So end time left will be end time minus start time. So yeah, so that needs to be const, supposed to be, so number, it will be of number, and then we'll have another constant. So we can call these is sale active, and set is sale active. So we'll use the use state, and then the use state will be say type of boolean, and then we're going to make the default. I'm going to make the default true, and it's boolean. and then we have set is sale active. So we'll come down here, come here, and then pass the empty fragment. Let's get view from React Native, and then let's style this. Let's add some styles to it. So here we'll give it background color. Let's give background color of red. Let's give it padding 5. Let's give it border radius. Let's give border radius of 10. Then margin horizontal. So since we have an error, so margin horizontal of 10, and then we have margin vertical. So what we can do here is go back to the main, to the flash sales main, and we'll come to the flash sales here. So flash sales main, and then from our components, let's get the start time. So we're going to use the start time. We're going to use, let's say, new date dot get time, and then the end time will be new date dot get time. Then we're going to add the seconds. So it'll be 36 0 0 0 0 0, and this is our get time is supposed to be. So that's it. So we can save this. Let's save the flash sales, and then save this. So everything is fine. Everything is working fine. So we can continue with this, and so inside here we're going to say if flash is active, if sales active is true, then we'll render the flash sales. That means there's flash sales is on. So I'm going to say if sale active is true. So if sale is active, if it's true, you can see we made it true here. So if it's true, then we'll display the, so we'll say if it's true, if sale, okay, let me just write it this way. If sale active is equal to true, if it's equal to true, then do this. Then we're going to run this function. So we're going to display it, and then to do that, we're going to use view. So we're going to start style, and then inside the style we'll have a flex direction. Flex direction will be row. Then justify content center. Let's make justify content space between. Margin horizontal will be 5. So we'll have view. Let's render another view. So flex direction, we'll make a row. Then we use the iron icons here. So let me just remove all this. So we have the iron icons, so we import iron icons. So we're going to make use of iron icons here. Iron icons, and then it'll have a name. The name will be flash. Let's call it flash outline. Yeah, that's the name. And then let's give it the color. Color will be yellow. Then size will be 24. And then we want to let's add a padding to it. So let's give it padding 5. So if I save that code, you can see it's appearing beautifully. And next thing we'll do is we'll come inside here. After the icon, we'll have another view. and inside this view we want to display text. So I want to display the text, and the text we have flash sale. So we have flash sales, and then we have let's call it flash sales. Let's call it style sale text. So we'll create that very shortly. And the next one is we would have, just going to copy this, and then here we're going to say, let's call this time left. And this will be let's call it time. And then we're going to have another one here. We're going to have another text here, and inside this text we're going to let's give it inline style. The inline style will be color white, font weight is bold. So we have format. So we're going to get format, date, time. So let's just leave this for now. I'll leave this one. Let's write the styles, and then we'll come back to. So we're going to say const sty. So we're going to say style sheet. Let's import style sheet from React Native. Style sheet dot create. We have the sale. We have sale text. So we had sale text, and then we had time text. We had time. So for the sale text, we have font size of font weight of bold, color will be white. Then for the text, we can have would have font size. Let's give font size of 14, and then let's give a color. So let's give a color of white. So we save it. Cool. You can see this is beautiful. So we want to display the time. Const format time. So we're going to pass an argument into this, and then it will be time, and it will be a type of number. Type of number we're going to get const. Let's say const hour, the hours. So let's call it hours. Then we're going to use the math.floor. We're going to use math.floor, and then it'll be time, and then time. Then we'll say 36. Then we'll just copy this, so we get the hours. Then we get the minute. So we're going to use the modular operator. So and then we're going to say so we're going to get the time, and then divide by so it'll be 62. Then we get the seconds. So to get the seconds, we're going to do second math.floor, and then will be it will be 60,000, and then we're going to have it at 2,000. So we'll come here and return. So we'll write the return, and then we're going to use the backticks object literals, so we can combine string and JSX together. So we're going to get the R's. We'll get the R's, and then we'll bring it to string. So we're going to use this to string method. Then we use the part start. Yeah, the part start, and then we're going to make it 2, and then we'll get, so from here we'll get the minute, and then we use the JSX, we use min. So we make it to string as well. Then to string, and use the part start. 0, and then we'll get the seconds. So we'll come here, get the seconds. So the seconds will be sex, no, to string, the part start. So I'm just going to reduce the screen. So I'm just going to reduce the screen so you can see everything fully. It's visible enough, right? The format time here. So we use format time. And then we're going to make it over, we're going to pass the time left. So the time will be time left. Then if we save it, cool. So we're going to get the time shortly. So let's we'll create a use effect for it. So we use effect from React. Then it will take a callback function. We add the dependency array to it, and then it will be the end time. So we're going to say const interval ID. So we're going to use the set interval. And the set interval will also take a callback function as well. So the callback function, we will get the current time. So the current time will be so we get the new date dot get time, and then we get the time difference. Time difference will be, so to be end time minus the current time. So what we'll do is we'll say if the time difference, so it's less than equal to 0, we'll run this function. So we're going to set is sale active, we make it false. That means the flash sales has ended. Else we set time left will be equal to the word time difference, and then we're going to pass one, so it will do every 1 second. So we'll pass 1000, and this will come up every 1 second. So, and after this, let's return so we can clear it. So we'll say return. So we'll return. So we're going to say clear interval, and then it will be equal to the interval ID we created. And I think we're good to go. So if we save this now, cool, this is beautiful. You can see it's working already. This is beautiful. And you see it's counting down. You have the time left and everything is counting down. So we'll come here. Let's come down. Yeah. So we're going to copy text, and then we have color white, make it font bold, and then let's pass see all. So we're going to pass see all there, and if we save that, cool, it's beautiful. So we can come here, and then let's give it padding 10. Cool, so we want it to appear there, so we give it pattern 10, and then you can add the onPress function to this, so that when it is pressed, it will redirect and show all the flash sales item. So that's the idea. That's the reason why we have it. So I think we're done with that. So we can come out of that view so that we can display the flash sales product. So we'll come here and let's have a view. And this view, we're going to give it style of margin top. Margin top, let's give it margin top of 2. So I'll come down here and then we'll use flat list. So we'll bring flat list from React Native. So we'll come here inside the flat list. So inside our flat list, we'll have scroll enabled, and then we'll make it false. We don't want to scroll horizontally, so we have number of columns, so we want to display 2 products for each row. So we're going to give it 2, and then let's get the data. So for this flash sales, we're going to be displaying, we're going to go to our data, and from there we're going to get the product, and from there, so this is for banner, so from here we're going to get the product. So we have the product. Where's the product? So yes, this is the product. So let me put this here. So these are the products. So these are the products. So for the product we have, so for the product, don't worry, we're going to get the props, the product props params. So for each of the product we have, it has images, some, not all, some has more than one image, and then we have the category it belongs to, the subcategory, and then the parent ID. So you see how that works shortly. And then we have is top pick, and then we have the one that are favorite. So the one we will choose now is the product whose top pick is equal to true. So this is false. So there are some that are true there. So that's what we use for our flash sales. So when you're okay, you can decide to have what the flash sales product. So that won't waste time. That's what we will use. So you can just be creative with things. So don't worry, like I said, you have access to this file too, so that you can use it. So we have under product, there's some product that have size, they have different sizes. So I'll be showing you. And then there's some that has color. We have color variation, like this one has colors. So it has black, it has red color, it has size, it has 1, 2, 3 sizes. So that's for this product. So we have those products, everything is inside here. So that's what we'll use. Okay, like this now is top pick is true, so it will be displayed forwards top pick. So that's what we're going to be using for our flash sales. So without wasting time, let's go and create the product params so we can use it. And before we come there, let's go back to our flash sales. So up here, let's come here and say const. Let's go product data, and then set product data, and then we'll use useState from React. And inside that useState, we're supposed to pass. We'll pass the props. So let's just go ahead and work on the params, the product params. So if we'll go to our product types check. So inside our product type check, we will do, so inside here we're going to say export interface. So we're going to call it iProduct. Let's call it iProduct, and then it will have an ID. So the ID will be string. Then we give it a name. The name will be a string as well. Then it will have images. So images will create. Let's create the image params here. So interface, let's call it image params. Let's call it image props. Yeah, the same props params. You can just use the word interchangeably. So we are going to create that image. So inside the image props, we would have the ID, and we'll pass an optional the optional chain into it, make it optional, and then we'll pass image URL. Let's pass the image URL, and then we're going to make it's going to be a string. Then we'll have the color ID, because there are some of the images there that is attributed to color that has a color that has colors relating to it. So we want to give the color ID so that we can match them. So, and it will be what, string. So we'll come down here to our images, and it will be image props. So it will be equal to image props, and it's an array. So we'll pass the array to it. So we come down, and then let's get the description. Description will be optional, and it will be string. Then we'll get the price. The price will be number. We'll get the old price. It will be optional, maybe number. We'll get let's get a quantity. The quantity, let's make it optional as well. To be number. We'll get so let's get its topic. So its topic will be boolean. Then its favorite will also be boolean. Then we'll get the size. So let's call it sizes, and then let's make that optional too. So we'll write the props for size up here as well. So let me just copy this and make adjustment to it accordingly. So I'll come here and say, let's call it size prop. So size props, we'll use the ID, and then we'll use the size type. So let's call it size type. It should be optional, so only the color ID. So we can come down here and pass it to size. So it will be size props, and it will be an array because we have more than one size. So after that, we'll get a color as well. Color will be optional. Then we need to also write the color. Let's come here, call it color props. So I just use color props. It will have an ID of string, color name. So we'll give it color name. So let's call it color name. Then the color name will be optional, and it will be a string. Then the color, we get the color X code. So color X code, it will also be optional, and it will be string as well. So we'll come here and pass it here too. So we color props. Then we're good to go. So another thing we would use that we can pass in this will be, let's get if it's in stock. It's in stock. It will be optional, and then we'll pass boolean, and then we could get, we would need a category, and the category would be optional, and it will be a string. We would need the subcategory. It will be a string as well, and then we need the parent ID. So I think we're good to go. That's right. So created art. It will be date, and then updated art. To also be date. So we'll save this. We're gonna go to our product data and import. Let's import this now. Our product from our types check. Cool, and everything is working fine there already. So it seems we have an error. Check is favorite. Okay, I think we have a spelling mistake. So it's favorite. Okay. So everything should work fine now, yes. So everything is fine now, no more error there. So we can come back here now and import that as well. So products, that's it, we import it. Let's import it, and it to be an array, and then we're going to import. So we're going to import products from our fashion data, app data. So we're going to import these products. So let's import it here. So we're going to import products. Good, from our data here. So cool, everything is fine. We're good to go. So after that, after importing the product, we need to get the topic from it. So we're going to say topics. So there's a topics. So we'll use the filter method to get it. So we're going to say topic. Let's call it we'll get from our product data. So we're going to filter the product data. We use the filter method, and we'll look for all the items. We'll map through all the items, and then get the one that is topic. You can see it's already bringing it up. So we'll look for is topic equal to or true, or is topic equal to or true. So these are the products. So it will return them and save it inside what topics. That's what we want to do there. So we'll go back to our flat list. We'll come back to our flat list here. So the data will now be equal to what the topics. That's it. Then after that, we'll get the key extractor. So key extractor. So I'm going to say, just use item.id here, and then we need to do the render item. So the render item, for our render item, we're going to we'll create a product card. So that we can use the product card generally for everything when we're relating to product. So without wasting time, we'll just go and create that. So let's come up here. We'll come up here, and then let's create as a const render flash sales items. So come here, and then we'll get item, and that item will be, so we'll get index as well. And then okay, what we will do, so what we'll do is let's declare the params for that. I think it's just better. So we'll just come up here quickly, and inside here we're going to get the interface. So interface, let's call it flash sales. Let's call it render flash sales. Render flash sales item. Render flash sales params. Let's call it render flash sales params. So inside here we'll get the item, and item will be of our high product interface product that we did earlier, and then we'll get the index. The index will be number. So that's what we'll bring down. We'll bring it here. So we'll say render flash sales params. Then we can get our item and get the index as well. So inside here we'll use the product card. So let's create the product card in our component. So we're going to come inside the component itself, the main component directory, and then create what the product card. So product card.tsx. So you can see that. Let me close the subcomponent that we did. So you can see that we have component, and then the product card is directly inside the component folder. So that's it. You can see the product card here. So we're going to use tsrnf. So let's quickly create the product card. So we'll come here. We need to create the types for it. So we'll come to our types check, our product types check. Instead of our product types check, we'll create, let's create the params for that, the type scripts for it. So we can see, let's call the first one product, let's call it product item, or let's just call it product card PC props, product card props. That's that PC. I just had to use short word for that. So we'll get the product. So get the product params. So the product params will be equal to iProduct that we created. So it will be equal to this. Then we would use. So let's just get some other props from the product card, and then we would need the onPress. So I'm just going to call it product card. You can give it any name you like. So we need the onPress, and it will be optional. onPress will be like this. It's good because it's going to be a function. So we can say index is number, and then we also need to toggle. So because we're going to have favorite, so we need to get the function for the word favorite product when the user selects a product and as favorite. So we're going to write that here too. And then after that, there's another thing. We need to get the product card styles. So we need to get the product card styles, and then we would have the width. The weight will be of number. We have the margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be, so we're going to make it optional as well. Margin horizontal will be number. Then we have margin bottom. Let me just write MB for margin bottom, and then it will be number. And then let me write it in full so that we will not forget, we will not make mistake. So margin bottom, so that for clarity for people watching. So we're going to use height. Height will be of number. Then we'll have the resize mode. So we have the resize mode, and resize mode as usual, it will be contain. So contain, I'm just going to be recognizing 3. Then we're going to use stretch. So you can declare as much as possible as based on your need. But for this tutorial, we will not be needing more. We'll majorly need 2, contain and core. So depends on what you need. So we have so for our text align as well, we will use either center or auto or left. So we'll be needing more than these 3. So that's it. We can save this and come to our flash sales. So inside our flash sales, inside our product card rather. So we'll go inside our product card and import it. So to import it, we're going to get the PC props. We call it PC props. That's it. So from PC props, we have the product params, we have the PC, the product card, and then we have the PC styles, the product card styles. So inside here, quickly, we're going to use. I'm going to call pressable, import pressable from React Native. So, and then let's add some styles to that. So we're going to add some styles to pressable. Then before we even do that, let's give it a key so that we can make the item unique. The product item, we can make them unique. So we're going to get it from PC. Then we have index in it, so we'll pass the index. Then for the style, so for the style, I'll just go to the product card and copy some of the things we use there so that we won't waste time. And yeah, so there's the product card. So if we come to the product card, we created the style, this type of, yeah. So I'll copy this, bring it here, paste it here, and then from the product card, for the style, I'm just going to copy this as well. I'll copy this so we can make adjustment to it. So I'll copy this and make adjustment to it. So we're going to call this style. Then we're going to call all of that. So this is going to come from PC style, PC styles. So inside PC style we have so we have the width, we have margin horizontal. So we have the width, we have the, we're using the width, we're using, so the PC style will use the margin horizontal. We would use margin bottom, and I think we have an error with that. We didn't write it correctly, so let's go back to our product. So we need fashion category for now, so let's close it. Yes, bottom. Look how I wrote bottom. So we save this. Let's go back to our product card, and then we can get the margin bottom. Yes, so the margin bottom. Then we can remove this. We'll be using it here. So we can come down here. And inside here we'll use the width. We'll have margin horizontal instead. So let's get margin horizontal. Yes, and then we would use margin bottom. Margin bottom. So margin bottom will also be of number, and then let's call these let's call it product card container. So let's call it PC container. So product card container, we'll get the width, we'll get the margin bottom, and then we'll use margin horizontal. And after that we want to pass border width. So we'll pass border width and make it 1. Then we'll pass a border color. Border color will be white. Then we'll pass border radius. So border radius will be 9. We'll pass background color. So background color will also be white. So I think we're good to go here. Then we'll come here. It's going to be the product card container. Cool. Let's bring it up. So everything is fine. So after that, we'll add the onPress function. So the onPress will be equal to it. We'll get it from our PC.onPress. Yes. So the first thing we want to do, okay, let's import the image. Let's import product card rather. So product card. So product card. Yes. So we have the product card here. And then we can bring the render item. Let's bring it into our flat list. So we're going to say render flash sales item. So we'll continue working with it, and everything will work fine shortly. So we'll come back to our product card. Inside our product card, let's import image from React Native, the image component. So inside the image component, we'll get the source. So the source will be URI, and then the URI will be from our product params. So our product params, and then we'll get images. So images, and then we're going to use the first image. So we'll get the image URL. That's it. So and then let's add some styles to the image. So we'll get. So the first thing is, let's get the resize mode. And resize mode, we'll get it from our PC styles and get the resize mode there. So let's make it in case it's not defined, so that it won't throw an error. So we need to get the height. I'll come down here and get the height, and the height will be 180. We'll get the width. Width will be, let's use 100%. Then we'll get the border radius. The border radius will be 9. So we're good to go. We'll come out of the image and then go into, so after the image, we want to have text. So another thing we can do, let's come to our flash sales here. And then inside here, let's get the PC, the product. So let's get the product params. And then we would have the ID. We'll get the item.id. Then you'll get the name. So the reason why I use this method instead of just passing the item directly is that in most of the cases, especially when we're dealing with situations like this, like the product, there's some information that we don't want to pass around so that the performance will be faster, rendering will be faster. There are so many things inside the product that we might not need here, so we don't need to pass it. So if you pass item, you're passing everything. So what we are just doing now is that we are getting the ones we need. So we are passing only the parameters that we need from there for this situation. So that since we don't need everything, so that's why I'm doing it this way. So it will only pass the ones that are needed, and it makes it faster since it doesn't have to be passing everything, and we don't need everything in this case in the product card. So where we'll be needing almost everything is maybe when we're adding to cart. So here we just pass the ones we need. So that's the idea. So if I can use item. So I can do item dot name. So we need name. So we name. Then we also need images. So images will be item dot images. We will also need a price, and then the price will be item dot price. There's our price. Yes, item dot price. We'll also need is favorite. There will be item dot is favorite. So I think that's all we'll need. So this is all we'll need here. So we're good to go. We'll come to our PC star. Okay, let's go to our PC star. So inside here we'll get the width. So the width will be, let's use the width of 166 here. Then we'll need height. So the height will be 70, and then we need text align. So text align, we want to use left. As you can see what's happening, it's bringing everything because from our product types checks. So you see just the same way we declared it here. So that's why it's bringing it up there. So come to our flash sales. So we are going to make use of left here. And then after that, we want to get the margin. We'll get the margin horizontal, make it 10. Then get margin bottom. Margin bottom, make it 10 as well. So I think we're good to go. Then the next thing is we're going to get the PC. So inside the PC here, we'll get the index, and then we're going to make it equal to the index. And then we'll leave it here for now. So let's go back to our, I think I know where the error is coming from. So we're supposed to use parentheses here, not curly braces. So it will render it. If we have to use curly braces, then we are supposed to pass the return. So we can just do the return like this automatic by using parentheses. And you can see the error has gone. So we use parentheses, so it will just pass the return directly. So if we save this now, you see we're already having value. So already bringing it up. So we'll continue with the styles. We'll pass the styles so that you'll see everything in real time. So that's why I did it this way. So if we come back to our product card, so as we are designing the product card, you will be seeing the value. So that's the idea. So let's, after the image, you can see it's already giving us the number of lines. So number of lines from our, we'll come here, no, we'll come to our flash sales, our flat list. So we say number of columns, so 2, and you can see it's already showing up what 2. So let's go back to our product card. So after the image, let's add some style. Let's add text. So we're going to say text. Inside is text. Let's add number of lines. Number of lines will be 1. Then let's style it. Let's give font size. Let's give a font size of 15. Font weight. Let's make it 500. And let's get the margin bottom. Let's use 5. Then in here we'll pass an array of style. So we'll say PC styles dot text align. So let's create the text down here. So let's create text here. Const text. So it will be text align. So it will be text align, and then we'll pass center. So we're going to pass center, we'll pass auto, and then we'll pass left. And inside here we're going to call it, let's call it text style. So we're just going to call it text, and then we'll pass the text align into it. So we'll come here now, and then we're going to pass out the text, and everything is fine. So you can see it's working already. This is cool and beautiful. So if I scroll it up, you see it's getting the data and everything is working fine. So it has gotten those product item whose top peak is equal to or true. So you see this is beautiful. So we'll continue with the product. So inside the text here, we're going to get a product dot, we're going to get a name. So it will be from product params dot name. Cool. And this is beautiful, you can see. So it's showing in real time. So the next thing we'll do is we'll come outside the text, and then we'll import view from React Native. Then we're going to give it a style. We're going to give it flex direction. Let's give flex direction of row. Then we'll give justify content and make a space between. And inside that we'll import text. Inside this text we're going to we'll give it number of lines 1, and then let's add some styles to it. So I'm just going to copy the styles we used here, so I won't waste time, and then paste it here. So in here we have font size, so we're just going to retain the same thing. And then here we want to display the price. So to display the price, we're going to call, so let me just use, let's call it product params, then we'll get the price. And then if we save it, cool, you can see it's cool, right? So after that we can come out of the view, And outside this view, we're going to import another view. In this view, let's add a style to it, and then so let's call it the like button. Let's call it like button container, or let's just write it directly here. So I'm just going to add the styles. So for the like button container, because we have the position, make it absolute, and then we have padding. Let's add padding of 5. Let's give it background color. Background color, we're going to use RGBA. So RGBA of 100, 100, 100, and then let's give it opacity of 0.4. Then we have border radius. So border radius of, let's give border radius of 20, and then we have right of, let's give it 10, and then top, let's give it top 10 as well. So top 10 as well. So we want to do the favorite icon, so we'll come inside here and then let's get pressable. We'll use pressable, and inside the pressable, so on press we'll use pc.toggle favorite. So when the user pressed it, the favorite button will be selected, and when you toggle again, when you press again, it will unselect it. So that's what we'll use it for. We use to toggle it. So we'll come inside here, and then we'll get the favorite, and I think the favorite is inside the product params. So let's check it out. His favorite, yes, his favorite is there. And then we're going to say if his favorite is true. If it's true, do this, and if it's not true, you do that. So if it is true, let's write for when it is true. So when it is true, we're going to get the favorite icon. So I'm going to import image, and inside image is a self-closing tag. So we're going to get this from source, and it will be a URI. I already have that. So if you check it here, I have my favorite. You can see favorite field PNG, and then the favorite PNG. So I already have the icon here. Let me just show you. You can see. So that's what we want to get now. It's inside our asset folder. So to do that, I'll just go to my data and copy the URL for the image. Copy this URL and make adjustment to it so that I won't make any mistake. So I won't make any silly mistake. So inside here, this part is the same. So if you are using the Mac, computer, you just need to change this IP address to localhost. That's all you need to do. This IP address, change it to localhost, and it will work. So if you're using the Windows, you need to pass the IP address, and then make sure that your port is the same with the port your project is running on. So this project is running on port 8081. So that's why I'm using 8081 here. It's very important. So inside this is the general asset for the React Native bundler, and then I declared this asset. So if you come here, the one using this asset. So this asset is the asset inside my folder, my project folder. So whatever name you called it, in your case, maybe you called it images. So after this asset, that's the general asset for based on the new architecture. That's why the whole thing changed. So these are the general asset. So the first one is the general asset. So the second asset now is what is speaking to this asset. So if yours is images, you change the second asset to what images, or whatever name you give to where you save your what images. So whatever name you give the folder, that's what you write here as a second params here. So that's it. So I'm going to remove this. We'll not be using. So I'm going to remove this. So after the asset, inside the asset, so the favorite icon is directly inside your asset folder. So it's directly inside it. So I'm just going to come here, and then I'll get the favorite, and it's a PNG file. Yes, it's a PNG file. So we'll get the favorite.png. So it's a PNG file. So I think we're good to go. So if it is true, it is if favorite is true, it will get this. It will get the favorite.png. No, it will get the favorite.png. If it is true, then that means it has been selected. So it will be field. We're going to use the second one. That's the favorite.png field. So that's what we would use. That means the user selected that icon, that product. So we want to turn it on. It will be field. So that's what we're using. We use the field. Where is it? Favorite field. Yes. So that's what we'll use here. And then let's add some styles to that so that it can display. So we'll add width. Let's give it width of, let's give it width of 20, and then let's give it height of 20 as well. So if it's true, the default setting is false. So it's false default. So when the user click on it, it becomes true. So we're going to write the handler for that. So if it's true, you will display the field, and if it's false, it will display the second one, that is just favorite icon. So that's what we need to do here. So if we save it, cool, beautiful. You can see this is appearing because it is the default setting is false, so it's not field. It's not using the field. And then we added background, so that's why you have that background there. It's because of this background there from the RGB, so that's why you have the background there. So it's beautiful. So the next thing we need to do now is to write the function to handle or toggle the word favorite. So I think we are cool. So I think everything is fine. We've passed it here, toggle favorite. So we can save it. We're done with the product card. So we'll come back to our flash sales. So inside our flash sales, we'll go to the render component where we render it. So here. So we need to pass it here so that we can do the function to handle that. So we'll come to So we're going to come here, and inside here we would have toggle favorite. We declared the function earlier. So we'll say so we've not declared the function, so we're going to do that very shortly. And then we also have the onPress, so that when we press it, it will redirect us, so we can do the handle press. So quickly, let's go and do both the onPress handler and the function for the toggle favorite. So we'll do the toggle favorite first. So I'll come here, and I'm going to say const toggle. Let's call it toggle favorite. So we'll get the item. The item, it will be of the params of iProduct. And then, so we need to create the set. We need to use the set product data. So we're going to use the set product data so that we can update the product, is favorite inside the product data. So that's what we are using the set product data for. So we'll come here inside the set product data so that you can see everything. So inside the set product data, we'll get the product. We'll use the product data and then map through it. So we're using the map function. So we'll get the product there. So we'll get the product, and we're going to say if the product.id is equal to item.id, if it's equal to it, then we'll use the return function, and inside the return we will return the previous product. We'll return all the product. We'll return the product. We'll return the product, and inside it we will get the is favorite. So you see what we're doing, and then we will toggle. Because we want to toggle, we'll make it the opposite of the current state of the is favorite. So if the is favorite is true, it will become false, and if it is false, it will become true. So that's what we are doing here. So it will toggle. So it will make it opposite of the current state. So don't worry, the error will go out very shortly. And then, so we need to write the return function inside here. So we'll get the return, then we'll return product. You can see, and the error has gone. So we'll return word product, and that's the idea. So we have set. So we will use this. So we'll come down here as well. So we'll come here now. We also want to save what the favorite product that the user selects. So when the user select a product as favorite, we also want to save that. We want to save those products that the user have selected, so we can make use of it. So we can refer to it or save it inside the user's favorite product list. So to do that, we'll target that as well, and then we need to create a state for that will capture all the selected favorite product by the user. So, and then we'll just come here, copy this, and then make adjustment to it. So we're just going to call it let's call it favorite selected, or let's just call it favorite and set favorite, or let's say set selected. Let's just call favorite. So you can give it any name you like, and everything remains the same. So, but the initial state will be empty, because the initial state, so it will be an empty array. And then when the user starts adding or selecting product as favorite, we'll keep adding it and updating the favorite state. So to do that, we'll come here. So we'll come here and then we say set favorite. So we'll get the previous, and then we'll get a callback function for that. So first thing we want to do is we want to check. So we're going to say const is want to check. So when the user select a product, when you click on the favorite for the product, we want to check first if that product is already existing in the favorite array. If it's existing in the favorite array, then we assume that the user want to unselect that product. He doesn't want to add the product to the favorite again. So that means it is a toggle action. So the product, the user have unselected that product. So we want to remove it from our favorite array. So that's what we want to write here. So we're going to say if present. So we're going to, if present, we'll get the previous. So we'll get the previous, and then we'll use the sum function. So inside that, we'll get the previous items, and then for each previous item, you look into the previous item. For each of the item, you get. So for each of the item, we'll get the ID and then compare it to the ID of the product the user just selected. So if it's true, if you found a match, that means that product, that favorite product, product already is already existing in the favorite array. So we'll remove it. So we'll return all the product except, so we use filter method. It will return all the product in the favorite array except the one whose ID matches with the item.id, the one that the user just selected. So we'll remove those. We'll remove that one. So we're going to say we're going to use the filter method to achieve that. So we'll say, so we'll get the list.id. So we'll return all the products except the one whose ID is equal to item.id. So that's it. So else, that means it's not, that product is not in the favorite array. So if it's not there, we'll add it. So we'll use the return, and then we'll get the array. Get the previous. We'll get the previous product, and so to add it, we need to add the item as a new item and also change the favorite to true. So to do that, we're going to use an object. So we'll get the spread and then add the item to item, and inside that item we'll get his favorite, and then his favorite, and then we'll get item dot, just the same thing we did. So his favorite will be opposite of the present state of favorite. So we'll say item dot what is favorite. So it will be opposite. If it's true, it becomes false, and if it's false, it will be true. So that's it, and that's what we're doing there. And then we're good to go, and there's no error. So we can come down to this place and add. So we can come down here and pass the toggle favorite, and then we'll add the item. And cool, everything is fine. We're doing very great. So another thing we can do so that you can see this thing is working in real time is we can console it. So I'll come here and console. So console favorite, so that you can see the items that have been added into the favorite array. So if I say, let's use console.log, and let's call it my favorite product. So, and then we'll get the favorite. So if I save it now, you can see the initial state is what? An empty array. So if I select, I'm going to select a product. So if I select this now, I'm going to select sleeveless gown. So if I select it, you can see it's beautiful, and this is already adding it up. So you can see it's already adding it up, my favorite product. So you can see, and if we check the, so let me reduce this. If you check its favorite, you see its favorite is now what? True. That's changed it to true. So, and initially it was what? False. So it will change it to true, and you can see also it has changed the icon to what? The field icon. So that's it. So it has changed the field icon to what? It has changed the icon to what? Field icon, and it has added it to the array. So if I toggle on it again, you see it will remove it. See, beautiful, it has removed it, and it has updated what? The state, and the state is also what? Is empty. So that means everything is working out what? As intended. So we can continue. So, and you can add more than one product. That's why it's an array. So if I add this, it will say it's adding them. It will add them. I've added 4 now, and everything is working fine. So we'll just remove it. So we're good to go. So we'll continue. So the next thing we want to do is when the user selects any of the product, when they tap on, when an press action happens, we want to redirect. We want to redirect toward the product details page, so we can get the details about the product. So to do that, we'll just come. So we can close the. So to do that, let's write handle. Let's say handle press. Okay, I think we had that earlier on. Let's check our. Let's go to our main. Yes, we have it here. So we'll copy this and bring it to our. Let's bring it here. So let's call it handle product. Okay, let's just call it handle press. So this is not going to be the category params. This is going to be our product, and then we're going to move to product details here rather than instead of. So we're going to get. Yes, we need this. So we're going to copy this, bring it to our flash sales here. So let's import use navigation from React Native, and then navigation props. Or use navigation from React Navigation rather. So we're going to get. Okay, it's also from root stack params, but we need to create that. We need to import root stack params. So we are not moving to fashion category, so we need to create the screen. We'll move to the product details rather. So we'll come to the screen. We'll come to the screen folder and create a product details screen. So come here, let's create product details screen. Product details.tsx. So tsrnf. So we'll come here and then save this. Let's go to our root navigator. So we may not be needing the product card. We don't need the card screen yet. Search bar, let's remove it. I think this is our product. This is our root navigator, yes. So we'll come to our root navigator. So come to our root navigator here. After, so let's create the product details root. So product details root will be, and then we'll have, let's call it item. So inside the item, we'll just copy our product params and dump it in it, the iProduct param. So from our product type check, so we'll get the product, yes. So we'll just copy everything here. Just copy everything here. Then we'll paste it here. And then we need to import the image props. Let's see if we added export to it. So we didn't, so we need to export them so we can import. So we add export to them. So we save it here, and then we'll come back to our root navigator. So inside here, let's import the image props. So the size props, let's import that too, and the color props. Correct, and everything's working out fine. So the next thing we'll do is we'll come and get the screen here. Yes. So we'll come here. Let's copy this. Let's copy. Yes, this is the last one. Let's copy it, duplicate it, and make adjustment to it as accordingly. So we're going to use the product details here. So we use the product details here, and then we import. Let's import the product details screen. Yes, let's import it. Cool, and we're good to go. So we'll go back to the product details screen and link it up. So our product details here. So we're going to get root stack screen props. Stack screen props, and then we'll get the product details now. Correct. And as usual, let's get the navigation and let's get the routes. So I think we're good to go. So we'll save this. Now we can come back to our flash sales, and inside our flash sales, we'll go to, so inside our root stack, we can now make use of what? The product details. Cool, it's now there, and everything is still working fine. So everything is working fine. So we can put the handle press also here. So comma handle press on press, and on press will be handle press. That will pass the item. Cool, we're good to go. So if I press it now, we should go to our product details screen. So if I press it, cool, everything is working out fine. And if I do the toggle is working. Everything is working perfectly. So we can save this, and then we are done with the flash sales. So after the flash sales, the next thing we want to do is, so we're done with this. If we go back to our home screen, yes, if we go back to our home screen, you see that this is what we've been working on since the flash sales section, the flash sales mean. So we're done with that. So the next one we want to do is the product section. So the product list mean. So that's what we're going to work with. So that is this one. So it's this. And so inside the product list, we have the product list components. Yes, here. So that's what we want to work with. So come here from our product. For our product list mean, we would have the first thing we want to do is let's just render trending product. Let's get trending product. So we need to create a component for trending product. So we'll come to our component. Or we could actually come into the product list component and then have our trending product there. So we can come here, whichever way you want it, and then since it's pertaining toward the product section, so we can have it here. So we can create our trending product .tsx. So tsrnf. So trending product will be similar to the topic we did earlier on. So I'm just going to, so that I won't waste time, I'll just go to the flash sales section. Where's the flash sales section? So the whole idea has been created there. So you can just be creative with it, and I do as a lot as possible, as much as possible with it. So I'll just copy it. Let me copy the whole thing and then remove the flash sales section and then leave the product section inside the flash sales, so that we can use it for our trending product. Okay, that's all we'll do. So I'll just copy from here. Copy all these and bring it to our trending. I'll paste it inside here. Then we'll go to flash sales again. And then I'll copy from here. Yes, I'll just copy the flat list. Come to our trending product here. I'll just come here, paste it here as well. So we'll make adjustment to it. So let's import flat list from React Native. So let's import our product card too. We'll be using the product card. So we're going to say product card from the product component. We'll also be using the toggle. So we're just going to import all these things. So our product, let's import it. So let's import the use navigation too from our React Native React navigation / native. So come up here. So we'll get the product data. Let's import use state from React. Let's import product. So it's still the same. So import product from our product fashion app data, and then so we'll still keep the favorite. We'll keep everything remains the same. Everything remains the same for the favorite. And then we'll come to our render here. So we'll come here. So let's call it render trending products. So we'll get the props for that. Trending product params. And then it will just, I think we need to copy that from our flash sales as well. Yes, we'll just copy these and make adjustment to it accordingly. So we'll come here and then, so we're going to call these trending products, trending product params. So trending product params, it has accepted it. So come here and render trending product params, trending products. Cool, and everything is fine. Then what else do we need to do? I think that's all. And then we also navigate to the product details. So another thing we need to do, we need to give it a title, so that it will show that, okay, this is a trending product. So let's just add that to this. So we can come here inside the flat list. We'll come here at the top, and then we'll render a view. We'll import view from React Native. So this view, let's style it. Let's add some styles to it. So the style, we're going to have flex direction. So flex direction is row. Justify content. Justify content will be space between, and then margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be 10. Then margin vertical. Margin vertical, let's make it 5. Let's do margin vertical 5. And inside here, let's create a custom text component. So let's have that. Inside our component folder, let's create custom text. So custom text .tsx tsrnf, and then inside the custom text, so we should have been using that since, so but let's just use it now. So inside here we're going to have, let's create let's say interface text props, and we're going to have text. We have the text, we have let's get text style. Color will be string. Then let's get font size. Font size will be, it will be number. We can get font weight. So let's call it font weight. So font weight will be, so let's use bold. We'll be needing only bold, and then we're going to use 500 in this project. We might, and then let's get normal. Yes, I think we may use normal. So you can declare as much as you need. So that's just the idea. Then we'll use text align. So text A is for text align. So it's we can use left. We'll use center. We need center, and then we'll coordinate auto. So that's all I'll write for this. Then we'll also be using number of lines. So let's call it num of lines. So number of lines is optional too, and it's number. So we'll come to our custom text and then pass this into it. So we'll say, so get the text props, and then we'll use the text style, and then the number of lines. So inside our return, we'll get this, and then the text here. Let's do it this way. So inside the text here, we would have number of lines. It will be equal to the number of lines we declare of there. Then we give it style. We're going to give it an array of style. Okay, we could just leave it this way, and then let's add the text we added inside. I think it was in our product card. So we're going to get this. So we'll add this text, and inside here we'll use we'll get the font size. Font size will be number. We'll get the font weight. The font weight will be number as well. No, the font weight is we used. Let me just copy it from here. Yes. And it will be a comma. Then we add the text align. So just use it this way so you can relate with it better. So text align will be center auto, and then we added colors as well. So we added color, and color will be string. So we'll come inside here and let's get them. So text align will be equal to text A. Then we have font size. Font size will be equal to this, and then we have font weight. font weight will be equal to this, and then we have a color. So color is the same, it's the same spelling, so we can just leave it that way. So we'll come inside here, and then we'll get the text. We'll get the text, and then inside the text we will get the text style. Text style will be, we'll get the font size, text style, we'll get the font, we'll get the font size, font width. Okay, let's just get it, let's make it equal to our text so that the error will go away. So, and then we have the text, we'll get the text align, and the last one is the color. So I think we're good to go, and inside here we'll pass the text. We'll pass the text, and that's it. So we'll come back to our trending deals here and use the text, the custom text. I should have done that earlier on so that we won't have to be repeating text all the time. So you can just, so custom text, this is it. So we import that, and then inside here we're going to get the text. So the text now is a string, we could just call it trending, products, and then the text style. So the text style, we're going to get the font size. So the font size will be 15. We would get the font weight, and the font weight we would use bold. Oh, sorry. So we use bold, and you can see this is beautiful, right? And then we get the color. Let's use the color white. So that we see everything in real time, I'm just going to, I'll go and apply it in the home here. So we'll bring the product main. So inside the product list main, we will come here and then import the trending product. So we'll come here and then import trending product. And that's all we need to do. Let's just close it, and then if I save it, okay, seems we have an error. Okay, we'll check the error, and then I think we didn't save trending product. Yes, we didn't save it, that's why we have that error. So let's save the custom text too, and let's try again. So the error is gone. So you see we have trending product. So it's because we didn't save it, and you can see it's displaying the product already. So this is beautiful. And remember, this is what we are working on now. We're working on the product section. So it's rendering product list main. So everything we have here, that's why it's rendering it. So we have a trending product. So let's continue working on this so that we see the changes in real time. So we'll go back to trending product, and after the custom product, we need to, I'll add pressable. Let's bring in pressable from React Native, and inside the pressable I'll pass an onPress function onto it. So let's leave it for now. So, and then I will use the custom text again. So inside the custom text, I will just copy this so that we make adjustment into it accordingly. So inside the custom text, so here I'm going to say see all. So we want to make it pressable. So see all. So in here, we're going to have 15 bold, and then we'll make this color. Let's make this color here. Let's make this color yellow. And if we save it, beautiful. This is cool, isn't it? And everything is working out fine. So we have color yellow here. And I think that's all we need to do there. So we can add pressable. So we won't be doing that here. We can add pressable. Okay, let me just add something so that you can see that everything is working in real time. So the idea is when you click on that see all, it will redirect you to the page where you see all the trending products. So that's the idea. So I'm going to say, so let's just add something here. Let's use an alert message. So we're going to say, let's call it see all. So if I save it and I press that, Oh, I didn't add a lot to it. That's why it didn't work. So I'm supposed to add a lot. So if I save it and I press it and I press it, good, and you can see there's an alert saying what, see all. So it's working fine. So we're good to go with the trending product. So you can use this method and add different things, be creative with it. You can use you can add to your fashion data app. You could add different things, recommended product, new arrivals. So, and you can create the data separately, but you just, this is the most important thing, this is how you render it. So the only thing that change is what we are calling here. What we are saving is our data. So what we're saving inside our product data, that's the only thing that changed. Everything remains the same. The rendering, the process, the code is the same. So, and the only, so we are getting top picks from our product data. So that's just the thing. So you can have different things. All you need to change is what you are passing from here. So here now, what we are passing top picks where they are true. So you could, in your product, in your fashion data, you could have new arrivals, recommended, as just be creative with things, or just creative. So that's all. What you pass here, you get it from your product, and then you get what you want from here, and that's what we're passing to our. That's what we're passing to. We're passing it to our render here. That's the thing, and that's all. We're passing into our render item here, and that's all. So the code remains the same. So it's just what you're passing into it. That's, so just be creative with it. So another thing we want to do is we want to, so, and once you do it here, you just pass what to mainly. So like here now, we just pass. Let's pass another trending. Let me just copy trending and then pass. Let's pass 2 more trending to it. So you can see, I just develop the component and pass it here, and then you will see if I scroll it, we have 3. So you see trending product, trending product. So that's just the idea. I think it's simple enough. You can just be creative with it, so we can move on. So you can be creative with it, so we can move on. So the next thing we want to do is, before the trending product, we want to display a sticky header before the trending product. So that's what we're going to quickly work on. So we'll come back to our home screen and we'll come to our section list. So we're going to be using the section list to display that sticky header. And inside the section list, we are going to say, if we're going to get the render section header. So we'll get render section header. Yes. So we have the render section header. So from the render section header, we can get, so from the section, so we're going to say section. So section from our section list, and then we're going to say if section. Remember, we are trying to map through the section, each section. We have from sections here, so we're getting section. If section dot title. Remember, we have the title. So if section dot title is not equal to, if it's not equal to the product, what did we call it? The product section. So I'm just going to copy this. If it's not equal to the product section, then it will return what? Null. Return what? Null. So if it's not equal to the product section, it will what? Return null. And then we'll come out of this place and then return. So we'll now return. So we'll come here and return. We'll return what? We'll return from here. Now we can get what? The product, the sticky header. So the sticky header, to get the sticky header, we're going to be using animated.view from Reanimated. So that's what we'll be using. Animated.view. Let's import animated from Reanimated. So we'll get .view. Animated.view from Reanimated. And then inside animated.view, we would get, from animated.view, we'll get style. We'll get style, and then style is, so we need to create all that. We'll create it very shortly, and then we need to create a component we call it product filter. So let me create that product filter component. So we have the product filter component from our product list component. So let's create it inside our product list component. We'll create product filter. .tsx. So we're going to tsrnf. So inside the tsrnf, we would get, so inside the return, let's use scroll view. So we'll get the scroll view from React Native. Scroll view from React Native, and then let's pass some props to that. We're going to make it horizontal. We want to scroll it horizontally. Shows horizontal indicator, we'll make it false. Make it false. Content, container style. We'll give you margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be 10, and then margin vertical, it will be 10, and then margin vertical will be 10. Then so from there we'll need to render the tab list. So let's get the TypeScript for this component. So I'm just going to get the type. Let's go and do that inside our product types check. So inside our product types check here, we're going to bring, so I'm going to say export interface. Let's call it interface tab list params, and then let's get the tab list, and the tab list will be equal to tab list. So we'll create tab list. Let's say tab list params, and then let's create tab list params here. So we're going to say export interface tab list params, or let's just call it tab list. So we have inside the tab list, we'll have the ID. The ID will be string. We have the name will be string. We have the cart ID. The cart ID will be string. We have the, okay, we can also pass the active cart, and then we have the onPress handler. It will be a function. It will be optional as well, and then it will be void. Then so we can come here and just say tab list. So tab list, and then we may need text. So we may need the title, text title, and then it will be string. So we can save it here and go to our product filter. So let's import that tab list params. So we'll get the tab list. So we'll get the tab list, and then inside here, so inside our return, so I think we'll just copy from the category, because it's the same thing. We want to display the category, so we want to display the category in a list form. So we'll just come here, and then where we render the category, yes, in our flash sales main. So let's get the flash sales main. Yes, exactly. So this is it. So we'll get the handle press. We need the handle press. We need the navigation as well. So we'll get the two and bring it to our product filter. So we'll get it, import, use navigation, import this, import root stack params, and then we're also going here we're going to be using the tab list instead, because this one doesn't have image, so that's why we're using tab list. So we're using the tab list, then it will take us to fashion category. So I think we're good to go, and then we'll come to inside the scroll view. So inside the scroll view here, we are going to map through the tab list. So map through the tab list. So we'll use the map function, and So for each item inside the tab list, let's get the index. So what we'll do is we'll get pressable from React Native, and then inside the pressable we're also going to use the custom text. So let's import our custom text. So inside the custom text we will pass the text. So we'll pass the text will be the item dot name. Oh, our map function is throwing an error. Why? Let's check. Okay, I think I know where the error is coming from. So our product type check, our tab list is supposed to be an array. Yes, that's why it's throwing an error. It's supposed to be an array. So if we go back there, yes, we don't have an error again. So it's supposed to be in an array. So we'll get the name. Yes, so we're good to go. So we pass the style. So the style we'll use, where's the style? So we'll use 500, and then we'll get the color. So the color will be white. So we're good to go. So everything is fine. So we'll come here. Let's add some styles to this pressable. Let's give it a key first. So the key will be, let's use item.id as the key, and then on press, let's add the on press function. So that's the handle press. So we're going to call handle press, then we'll pass the item. And then let's add styles to it. So styles, we'll give it margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be 5. Then padding will be 5 as well. Then background color, let's give it background color. You can give it the background color of whichever background color you want of your choice. So I'm going to use green in this case, and I'm going to have border radius. So border radius will be 5. So I think we're good to go, and that's all we need to do inside the tab list. So we save the tab list. Let's save the tab list, and then so we can import it. We can import it in our product filter. So we'll come to our product filter here. No, rather. We will import the product filter in our home screen rather. So we'll import product filter, and then we'll get the tab list. So the tab list will be equal to tab list data. Did we create that? So we need to import the tab list data. The tab list data will be imported from our fashion app data. Let's look for our tab list data. I think it's this. Yes, this is our tab list. So this is our tab list data. So let's import the tab list. Import tab list from product types check, and then everything is fine. So you can see we have the tab list. So this does not include the image, since we will not be displaying the image. That's what makes it different from the product category list. So we only need the ID and the name. So that's it. We still have men fashion, women fashion, kids fashion, accessories, beauty, and personal care. So just the same way we have it inside our category list. So we'll come here and import the tab. So we'll import tab list data. So we import tab list data. It has been imported from what? From our fashion app data. So we come to this now. If we save it, I'm going to save this. I'm going to save our product filter as well. Cool, you can see it's appearing already. So and then we'll save this. And then we save it. You can see it's appearing already. So we have it, and then we have, you can see it's horizontally scrollable. So if you can see this is beautiful. So when we scroll up, see now. So if we scroll it, and we scroll and we scroll, it becomes sticky good, and every other thing is scrolling under. So another thing we want to do is we want to add a background to it when it gets there. So we want to add a background to it when it gets to the top, so that it will maintain the black background. And then when we scroll down, this is beautiful. So if we come here, that's why we said if the render section header, to render section header, so we are saying if we are getting all the items inside the section, and that is we are mapping through these sections. So for each section, and inside this section we pass the section list data. We pass the section list data, and the section list data is from here. So the section list data. So we have two sections inside it: the section for flash sales and the product section. So we are now saying for each section, check if the title of the section is not equal to product section, then return null. That means don't pass the header to that, and that's why you don't have the header for what. That's why there's no header for the flash sales section. So that's what it means. So return null. Else, that means we are referring towards the product section. So else, so that's why we're using the return. And then for the product list, for the product section, it will pass what? The sticky header, and that's why we have it here. So we're now using what? The product filter, and then we pass the tab list inside it. So that's it. So the next thing we want to do is when it gets to the top, when the tab list gets to the top, we want to add a background to it. So and another thing we can do is we also, let's say, nested. No, it should be okay. We've written that nested scroll enabled, so that's why it's not bringing it up. So the next thing we can do is we say sticky section header enabled. So we can make it true. So it's default true. So have we added the key extractor? Yes, we have added the key extractor. The next thing we'll do is we'll write some code to get the viewable item. So the viewable item change, then the viewability config. So through it we can pass the background. So when it becomes visible, we determine when it becomes totally visible at the top. So we can pass the background to it. So we'll come here. Let's write the code. Let's write the handler for that. So first come to, after the section res, let's get the ref, section list ref. Then we want to pass the onScroll. So let's write the onScroll function. So we're going to say const onScroll. We're going to get event, and the event will be equal to native. There's what we call native synthetic event. Native synthetic event, and this will be from, inside it we'll give the type of a native scroll event, and then so inside we'll get let's get the current scroll y. So we'll get the current scroll y. The current scroll y will be equal to event, and it could be optional. So we'll get the native event, and then we'll get the content offset, and then we'll get a y. So we'll get the scroll position, the value of the current scroll position. So we'll get the const. So we also want to know, want to check if it's scrolling down. It will be current. So it will be current scroll y. If the current scroll value is greater than the previous, so we are going to declare the previous scroll. So the previous scroll y dot current. So let's just create that. So let's come here and say const previous scroll y equal to, we'll use useRef from React, and then we'll pass the section list to it. and make it null. So we import section list from, no, the previous scroll y will be equal to 0. Yeah, no, we don't need to pass this. It will be equal to 0. Yeah. So quickly, let's get the scroll y value. So we'll get the scroll y value. The scroll y value, we are going to pass the shared value from Reanimated. Shared value from Reanimated, and then it will be number, and then is equal to use shared value, and then the initial will be equal to 0. Then another thing is we want to get a const screen scroll. So we want to get the total screen scroll. Screen scroll y, when the total screen scroll. So we will make it, we'll just copy this. So we'll come here and say if it's so scroll y dot current. Yes. So and then we're going to get the scroll y. We'll get the value of the scroll y, and then if it's scrolling down. So this is how we're going to change the background color. So if it is scrolling down, so we're going to get, so the scrolling down, we said scrolling down, that is if the current scroll y value is greater than the previous scroll y dot current the value, that means we are scrolling down. So that's the idea. So we are going to get so we're going to use with timing from Reanimated, and then we are going to change it from 0 to 1. So we're going to get the scroll y value from 0 to 1. The scroll y value here is 0, so we change it to 1, and then we'll make it duration, give it a duration of 300, else with timing, and then it will be 0. So, and then we'll give duration of 300 as well. So duration of 300. So I think it's fine. So we will pass the previous scroll y, the current. So we update the previous scroll y, and then make it to equal to the current scroll y, so that it will update what the previous as we scroll. So we are going to say screen scroll y. So the whole screen itself, the scroll, we want to also target the scroll and then update it to become what the current scroll y. So we're going to quickly get we need to get the container height, we need to get the layout height, so that we can track the position of the screen, from which we'll get, and then we'll know when the tablet is almost at the top, and then we can add the background color to it. So to do that, we will say, let's first of all go through with a viewability config. So the viewability config, we'll get the view. We'll use the view area coverage percent threshold, and then we'll make it 80. Then we'll get the const on view. So let's get on viewable items changed. So we'll get the viewable items, and then we'll say viewable items, and then we'll pass the view token from React Native. Let's import that from view token. Okay, I see the reason why it's not importing it, so let's just give this. So we should bring it up now. View token from React Native, yes. So it has imported it. So, and it's going to be an array. So inside here we're going to say, so let's say show product. So show product, because we want to get the background. So show bg So we're going to say viewable. So we're going to say viewable items dot sum, and then we'll get the item. I will say item dot. So we'll get this section. We'll get the section, and then inside the section we'll get the title. So if the title is equal to product, we called it product. Let me just copy that so we won't make any mistake. So product section, this will to copy. And you can see viewability token. So you can see view token from what? From React Native here. So we'll come here and yes, we'll add it here, and then we have items. So item dot is viewable. So these are the points where we consider the product section to be visible. That's what we are doing here. So we'll just come up here and create the state. So we're going to create the state. So let's create the state at point. So we want to know at which point do we consider the product section to be visible. So that's what we're doing. So we're going to say is product section visible, and then set is product section visible. So we use state, and then the initial state will be false. So that's what we're writing here. So we're looking for at which point is the product section visible. Do we consider the product section to be what? To be visible. So that's what we're doing here. So that's the point where we show the product. So let me call it show products. So but through it, and that's how we're going to that's how we're going to set the background for the tab list. So I'm going to say set is product section visible. At that point, we'll set it to what? Shows products. So that's it. So that's the point where we consider it visible, and then the threshold is 80. So we'll come down here and pass the viewability config, and then the unviewable item change. So let's pass that one first. So I'll come down here and say viewability config will be equal to our viewability config on, what did we call it? Viewability config, that's what we called it. Oh, it's not supposed to be inside our scroll. It's not supposed to be inside our scroll. So I'm just going to copy the two out. So we have viewability config. So everything is fine. On viewable item changed. So we're going to pass the unviewable item changed. So you see everything is working fine. Then so we'll come to our animated here, and then we're going to say if is product visible. If it's true, then we want to change the style here. So we want to add the style. So if that is true, let me just write this style. Let me write it out. So let's just use style. Let's not write inline here. So I'm just going to call it style dot. So add shadow. Or let's say, okay, let me call it add shadow. Else make it null. So let's add that. Let's write it down here. So I'm going to say const style is equal to style sheet. Let's import style sheet from React Native, and then we use the create. Then we create add shadow. So yeah, I think we're good to go now. So we're going to have the background color. So if we'll have the background color RGBA, we'll use RGBA, and then it will be we'll make it black. We add the background color of black, and then give it opacity of 0.85. Then let's make it margin horizontal at that point. Margin horizontal to be 0. So we save that, and you can see this is beautiful. It has what? The background color of black. It has a background color. You see it has gone, and if I put it now, so it has the background color of black. So don't worry about the visual list telling me that we have large list. It's because of our slider, our banner slider. So we're going to correct that shortly. It's because of the banner slider that is throwing that warning. So you can see it's adding it. If I move it out, it will add it. Cool. This is beautiful. And this is horizontally scrollable, and if we keep scrolling, it retains it. Do you understand? This is cool. So we are just going to use the unviewable item change to do the work. So when we press, the next thing we are going to do is when the user press on the main fashion category list from the category or from the main fashion here, it will redirect us to what? To the fashion category screen, and from there it will display all the subcategories that belongs to main fashion. Like for example, for main fashion we have dresses, we have shoes, and then inside dresses we have clothing, we have tops, we have bottoms, and shoes. So we are going to have different variations. It's going to be super awesome. So that's what we're going to do next, and then we are going to correct this visual list. So now we're going to continue with the fashion category section, so that when the user press or select any of the categories, like from men fashion, women fashion, any one selected will be directed to the fashion category, and then the product relating to that will be displayed. Also, the same thing function will happen when the user use the tab list here. So but before we do that, we want to let's talk about this visualized list, and then you have a large list that is slow to update. Is due to this. It's because of this banner slider. Yeah, because of the loop. So that's happening here when it gets to the end and then it's starting again. So let me just show you from our banner slider and the image slider. So if we come here, the banner slider, I'll bring it up. Let's bring that up, and let's bring the image slider too. So where we use is the on end reach handler. So this is where it's coming from. So this loop is actually the reason why it's throwing that error. So if I remove the loop, if I remove this, now you see that every other thing I will be doing is fine. So that's just the thing. And one of the things you can do is use EMR. You can install EMR from EMR, and then we can also use memo. We can memorize this. But I really don't know if it's the best practice, because at times it still doesn't get rid of it. But for now, I think that's more safe. So what we'll do is we'll install EMA from EMA. I think I already installed that. So let me just show you. Yes, I have EMA here. So I have EMA already installed. We're using version 10.11. So what we can quickly do is to import EMA, and then we'll use the produce. So we'll come to our enrich handler here. I'm gonna make a function out of it. Let's bring it down now. So where do you call it? Press this. So inside the set slider, data will pass produce into the function. Pass produce, and inside produce we'll have the draft. Let me just bring this down. So we have the draft like this. And then we're going to say draft dot push. So we can just push the slider and remove this. And this is actually supposed to be a curly brace. Then we'll close the parentheses here and also close the set data. Yes. So we're good to go, and then we'll see add that to the unreach. Then we can also come to our slider, our image slider, and wrap it inside. We'll wrap it inside the memo. So inside our image slider, we'll come here and import memo from React. So we'll come here and import memo from React and wrap our entire app inside it. So cool, we're good to go there. And then we need to save our banner slider as well. So you can see everything is working fine, and we won't have that error for now. We won't have it again. The next thing is we want to do is we want to work on the fashion category. So we don't need the product main list. Let's close it, close the trending, close the custom text, and close the product card. Let's close all these things. So let's go to our fashion category screen. So we'll come here and say const. Let's get the params that will be passed from the home screen when the user select any of the category list. So we'll get it from params. So inside the params we have the item that is being passed. When the user select any of this category, it will pass the item information. So that's it. That's what we will now get from here. That's what we'll make use of. So from React Native, let's import platform as well from React Native. So we're good to go. We're going to save this, and then we're going to let's choose main fashion. Cool. And this is beautiful. We've been able to navigate to the main fashion, the fashion category, and it has. So what I'm just going to do here is, for now, I'm going to comment out this on enrich handler, so that you see that that's what's causing the visualize list problem. So we'll come back to that, although it won't affect your performance. Yeah. So we come here and we save this. If I go back, you'll see that this visualize list will no longer pop up again. So from here, the first thing we want to do is we want to create the header component for this. So let's go to our component and create header component for the. So let's come here. Inside our component folder, we want to create header component. Let's go out of these ones. So I'm going to say, let's create headers component .tsx tsrnf. We're going to save this. Let's import it. Let's import it here. So we're going to say headers component, and it's supposed to be a headers component. We made a mistake with that. Let's correct it. we save it. Let's come back here and get headers component. Cool. So we save it here. So we'll go to headers component and continue with it. So quickly, let's get the interface, the TypeScript for it. So I'm going to call it, let's call it header params. And then inside here, we'll go to previous. So go to previous will be a function. Then we'll have a page title. So page title will be a string. We'll have a search. And there will also be a function. We'll have the cart length. Cart length will be what number. And then we'll have the go to cart screen. It will also be a function. So we can come inside here and get them. So we're going to say the header params. And inside the header params we'll get let's go to previous, page title, we'll get the search, we'll get the cart length, then we'll go to cart screen. So let's get it. So it's a search input, and then we'll get this. We'll say set search input. We use state, and it will be empty string. So instead of our return now, so I'm just going to style this up, and then I'll say style equal to, so we'll give it background color. Let's give it background color of black. We'll give it padding 10. We'll give it flex direction of row. We'll give it align items of center, and then let's give it z-index. So let's give it z-index of 999. So we'll just come here and render the header for the component, and quickly I'm just going to paste this for the header. So let's import pressable from React Native. Let's import iron icons. So in here we're making use of the pressable, meaning of previous. Then we're adding the arrow back. Then we're adding the page title, which is this. We're adding the page title to this, and then here we're adding the search bar icon. So we'll come to our fashion category screen. So we'll just come here and add the page title. The page title will be, so it will be the item.name, and then we're going to have the go to previous, and the go to previous will be, we're going to use navigation.go back. So if we save it and then come here and save this, cool, everything is appearing beautifully. And you can see we have the main fashion, and then we have the search icon and the arrow go back, and when I press the arrow go back, you see it's going back. If I use the women fashion, and it's updating the name in real time. So this is cool. So this is it. So we save this, and then we save this so we can make use of it and reuse it. So I think we're good to go. So the next thing is we want to perform some animations for this header on the screen. So I'll just get onto it and explain to you how we do everything. So the next thing I'll quickly do is I'll create another file inside our component folder. So I'll come here. So inside the component, I'm going to create, let's call it category animation. So I'm going to say tsrnf. So inside this category animation, I will I'm going to use an empty fragment. And then let's declare the TypeScript for it. So we're going to say, let's call it cat list. Let's call it cat list params. So cat list params. So we're going to get let's get the tab list. So tab list, we're going to import the tab list. Let's go to our types check. It seems we didn't import tab list. Okay, it was exported. Tab list, yes, don't type check, and it's going to be an array. We'll get the scroll y, and it will be of shared value. Shared value from Reanimated, and then we're going to pass number into it, and then on press, let's get the on press. On press will be a function. And inside it, we're going to pass the ID. And then the active cart. And then we're going to pass what string into it. It'll be a type of string. Then we'll come here. And inside here, we'll get the cart list params. And then we'll get the tab list. We'll get the scroll y. We'll get on press, and then the active cart. So we can get started with the UI first. Then I'll come to, let's import it so that we can see the changes in real time. So let me take out the header component for now. So after the header component, we want to pass it. Let's pass the cart category animation. So we're going to get animated from Reanimated. And we'll make use of view. And then we're going to use animated.flatlist. So first of all, let's add some styles to the animated view. So we're going to give it z index. We're going to give it z index of 99. Yes. And then we're going to be passing some animations to that. So it will be an array of style. We'll be passing the animations very shortly. So the data here, let's get the data for the flat list. So the data will be equal to, let's declare the data will be, let's say const. pass it into a use state. So we're going to say const cat data and set cat data. And it will be, we'll use state. And it will be, we'll pass our tab list into it. Then we'll come here and then get what the cat data. Then after that, we'll get the render item. So the render item, we're going to get it from, let's call it render cat list. So we'll create a render cat list up here. So use render cat list items, and then it will take item and then index. Now we'll just pass the item. Item will be of it will be of tab list, and then we can come inside here, and then we're going to be rendering a component for that. So let's create the cat list animation component. So I just come here inside our component folder. Inside our component, we're going to create, let's create cat list cat animation component.tsx. So inside here, I'll just pass pressable from React Native, and then we'll get the text. So inside this text, we're going to pass. So quickly, I'll just write the TypeScript inside here. Interface. Let's call it tab list animation. So we're going to get the tab list. The tab list will be equal to tab list. So let's import tab list from our types check. And then we'll have what the scroll Y animation. The scroll Y. So which will be shared value. Shared value from Reanimated. And it will be of number. So we'll come here. We're going to use, we'll say tab list animation. Then we're going to get the tab list, and then we'll get the scroll Y. So and inside here we'll get the tab list dot name. And then let's add some styles to that. So margin horizontal will be 10. Then we'll give it the key. The key will be tab list.id. Then we'll have the onPress function. So it will be tab list dot, we have onPress function inside the tab list. So that's it. So let's add some styles to the text as well. So we'll give it number of lines. Number of lines will be 2. Let's add some styles to it. So we're going to have let's just go to our category so that we won't waste time on that. So our category card, So they're actually similar, so we'll get this. Let me just copy this. It's an array of style. Then we're going to bring it to this place. So we'll get the styles from here. So I'm just going to copy this. Then import style sheet. And we only need the cart name here. So it's only the cart name we need. So I think we're good to go. So if we come here, so we're going to get the text color shortly. So we also need to copy this so we can get the text color. Yes, we'll just copy this. And this will be tab list. This will be tab list.id. So from there we can get the color. And let's make this equal to 0. So I think we're good to go. That's all we need to do here. So we can close this and then come to our cart animation. Let's import the cart animation component. So inside here we'll have the tab list. And the tab list, we're going to be using only the ID. The ID will be equal to item.id, and then we'll need the name, and the name will be item.name. We will need the onPress function. So the onPress function, we're going to add the onPress function handler to that very shortly. So we're going to say onPress item.id, and then the last one is the active cart. So we can get the color for the active cart. So we're going to say active cart here. Correct, everything is fine. So the next thing we want to do is the scroll Y. Yes, so for the scroll Y, we're going to get so for the scroll Y, we're going to pass the scroll Y up here to it, and everything is fine. So we're good to go, and it has been passed. We'll pass it toward our render item here. So we're having an error there. So I think I know where the error is coming from. It's from here. We're actually supposed to do it this way. So we're supposed to supposed to create the interface for it. So let's call it render cart items. So let's call it item, and then let's make the item equal to the word tab list. So we'll come here. Instead of this, we're supposed to do it this way. So it's supposed to be render cart items, and then it will be, so we can get the word the item. And you can see the error is gone. Everything is working now fine. So we save that, Then let's get the key extractor. The key extractor will be, we're supposed to use we'll use object literals. And then let's call it list. I'll pass index into it. And we're good to go. So another thing we want to do is it's going to be horizontal. So let's write that, and then shows horizontal indicator, scroll indicator, make it false. So let's go and display the product for the fashion, for the category. So we'll come back to it and finish up with the animation. So let's go to the category. Inside here, let's get the tab list. The tab list will be equal to the, okay, we need to create the, so we'll come here before we pass this, and then we'll get the cart. So from the cart, we're going to go into, so we're going to say, so from there, we're going to get, let's go to our fashion art. We have the category params, we have the subcategories, we have the category, we have the subcategory. So that's what we want to use. For every category, there's a subcategory. So we'll come here and get the subcategories. That's what we, so for each cart item, it has subcategories. So you can see for main fashion, we have clothing, we have shoes, we have watches, we have bags, we have accessory. So for women fashion, you can see what we have too. We have subcategories. We have clothing, we have bag, we have jewelry, we have shoes, and then we have. So for now, for in this project, you are just going to be doing for the men and women. So you can add others to it. It's a tutorial, so we won't waste time on it. So that's what we'll be doing now. Let's get the subcategory params. So we're going to quickly create that. Let's go to our product, and then product type check, and add the subcategory params there. So we'll come down here. Let's add it to. So we're going to say export interface subcategory param, category params. So let's just copy these, and then we'll make adjustment to it. So it will have an ID, it will have the name. The name will be compulsory. Then it will have images. We have cart ID. Let's give it images. Images will be string. It will have cart ID, which will be string. So we have active subcart. Active subcategory will be string, and then unpressed will be a function. So we'll save this, and we can import it here. And sorry, we need to import it first in our app data. So we call it subcategory params. Yes, and we're good to go. There's no error there. So we'll come here, and then we import a subcategory from our app data. We'll get it subcategory. So the subcategory will be so we import subcategories, and then we'll filter it. So we'll filter a subcategory, and for each subcategory, we want to get the cart. I want to get cart whose cart ID is equal to item.id. So we'll get the cart whose cart ID is equal to what? Item.id. So the ID, so we'll get all the carts. We'll get all the subcategory which has the same cart ID as what? That's main fashion in this case. So it's main fashion we are passing. So this is for main fashion, and then the cart ID of the main fashion is the same. So we're matching it. There's a reference to what? Main fashion, and you can see I already included it here. And then for these two, So we're getting all the cat ID of the subcategory that is the same as what the cat ID of what the category here of the category here. So you can see the cat ID. So we're finding them and we're matching them. So we'll return only those ones. That's what we want. That's what we want to fetch here. And then when we get it here, we're going to save it in a use state. So we're going to say const. Let's call it const selected cart. Cart that. So we'll get all the categories here, and then we can come here and call it called carts. So that's all we need to do. Then for the scroll wire, we'll get back to that. So to get the active cart, we're going to get active cart. So here we're going to save, there's a const selected cart and set selected cart. It will be your view state. So use it, and then we're going to get the first cart. Get the idea of the first cart. So active cart will be equal to that. So it will be selected cart. Then we need to get the onPress handler. We'll get to that. And then the scroll wide to the onPress. So we'll get to that. So we can come here for the scroll wide. We're going to say const scroll wide. So const scroll wide will be use shared state, use shared value from Reanimated, and we're going to make it 0. So we're going to press scroll y. And for our onPress handler, for the onPress, we're going to go right. So we're going to say const handle press. So we'll pass the ID. So the ID will be a string. We want to get the ID of the selected category. So we're going to set the selected category to that, so that we can get the selected category. But in the initial state, it will pass the first subcategory on the list, so that we can have something displayed when we navigate to that page, to that screen. So subsequently, when the user selects other subcategories, it will update what the selected category. It will update this. So that's what we're using the handle press for. That's what we're using the onPress here for. So we just pass handle press to it, and then we're good to go. So the next thing is, let's start displaying some of the information, some of the data in here. So we're going to use scroll view. So we'll use scroll view, and inside the scroll view, let's import view from React Native and give it the style of margin top of 4. Then inside the scroll this view, we'll add flat list from React Native. And then we'll make it horizontal. Shows horizontal scroll indicator false. Then we'll give the content container style, and then we're going to give it padding horizontal. Let's make it padding horizontal of 10. Then we'll get the data. The data will be our cart. Then the key extractor. Let me just copy this key extractor. So we'll create the render item now. Let's create a render item. And now we're going to make it, let's call it render cart subcategory item. Subcategory items. So let's create that. So to do that, we've done something similar to that before when we render our category. So we're just going to do the same thing. So and then we did it inside our flash sales main. So we'll come to our flash sales main component. So this is it. We're just going to copy this. And we'll make adjustment to it accordingly. So I'm going to call it render subcategory items. And then let's get the props there, the params. So we'll come here and get it. We'll get the params here. So let's import category params from our type check. So let's import category card as well. We'll be using the category card. We import category card, and then so here we're going to be using the item.id. So the next thing we're going to do, we'll get so every other thing remains the same. So the width, every other thing remains the same. So our cart, okay, I think we have issues with the image. So we're using image here, and it seems we're using images and the subcart. So let's go to that. I think that's where the issue is coming from. So if we go to our product type check, so we're using images here, whereas in our cart we're using image. Here's our cart. You see, that's where the problem is. So this is image, whereas this is images. So they are not communicating. So we'll just correct that. So it's supposed to be image, and then we need to correct it from our card. You can see it's no longer throwing error, but this will not throw error. We need to correct this and make it image. So we need to get that. So we will make this image. Cool, the error is gone. We don't have error anywhere. So, and this is also being rectified. So we'll save this. So we're having an error, but we will resolve it very shortly. So it seems we did not import Reanimated. Okay, let's go to our category animation. It seems we did not save this. We did not save this, and let's save this too. So let's ensure that animated was imported from Reanimated. Yes, it was imported from Reanimated here. So let's go to our Oh, our scroll view was supposed to be from not from Reanimated, from React Native. That's where the problem is coming from. So scroll view was supposed to be from React Native, not Reanimated. So let me just import it directly here. Scroll view. So if I save that now, cool. And you can see this is beautiful. Everything is appearing already. So you can see for main fashion we have both the subcategories. Under main fashion we have word clothing, we have shoes, we have watches, we have bags, we have accessories, and it's horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful. And also we have the tab list for it. So this is what the animation is going to do. So while we are at the top of the screen, it is the one with the picture that will be displayed, whereas the subcategory list will be hidden. So when we scroll, and once we scroll off the subcategories with the pictures, the one with the tab list will appear and become sticky. So that's what we want to do. So very shortly we're going to achieve that. So another thing we'll do before we start with the animation, we get started with the animation, is the text here they're too tiny. So let's increase the font size. So let's go to our category card. So from our component we get to category card. This is it. So I'll come here, down here. Yes, the font size here. So it's 9. So let's make it 12. Cool. I think it's better this way. Let's make it 13. Cool. I think it's better this way. So we can save these, and then for our tab list too, let's increase the font size so it's more visible. So we'll go to our animation. Here's this one. So let's make it 13. Yeah, this is beautiful, right? Let's make it 15. So I think we're good to go. Before we start with the animation, I'll prefer that we render the product so that we can do the scrolling in real time. So you see how the scrolling or the animation will work. So let's have the product displayed first. So we'll go back, we'll just leave this here, we'll come back to it later. We'll come to our category card, our fashion category screen, and then we'll go here after. So after this view, we're going to render. This is a view for the subcategory. So we will render the product that belongs to the subcategory. So that's what we want to do now. So we'll come here and then we'll say view. And let's style that. Not this. So we're going to let's give it margin top of 4. So margin top of 4, we're going to use the flat list again. And I'm just going to copy, let me just copy some of the things here. I'll just copy, then we'll pick the ones we'll need. So we'll be using this. We'll also not be using this. Instead, we'll use a scroll enabled, and then we'll make it false. Make scroll, and we're going to be using the scroll view. So we have so we'll have the render item here. We're going to let's call it product. So render product items. So we're going to write the function shortly, and then here we're going to call. So we're going to get the product class. So for each of the subcategory, there are product that belongs to the subcategories. So that's what we want to get. We want to get the product that belongs to each of these subcategories. So we'll come here inside our render. Okay, let's just comment it out for now. We'll come to our app data. So for each of the subcategory, like the clothing will also have another category on another subcategory on its own. They have different classes. That's how fashion apps work. That's how fashion store works. So for clothing, for example, we'll come here. We have so I'm just going to let me just show you what I'm talking about. So for clothing, we have these are the classes. We have classes for each of the subcategories rather. So for clothings, for men fashion, in under men fashion, we have clothing, we have shoes, we have watches, bags, etc. So under clothing, we have other subcategories too. That's how it works. So for clothing now, I'm going to show you. Let me just show you some of the what I'm talking about. So you can see under clothing we have what we have tops. So for we have tops, and it's under what clothing, and it's under men fashion. So we have tops, we have bottoms, and it's still under clothing. We have hoodies and sweatshirt, it's still under clothing, and then we have, so you can see how it works. Under shoe, we have what formal shoe, we have sneakers. So you see we have sandals, and just like that, the list keeps going. So that's how it works. So before we now have the product under each of these classes. So we now have the product under tops. So like the shirt, t-shirt, all of that, they belong to the tops. We have the bottoms, like your trousers, your joggers, different subcategories. So that's how it works. So this is the next thing we'll do. So let's get the type check for this now. So the TypeScript for that, the types check for it we'll use. So let's write that inside here. So let's call it product class params. So we'll come here, let's do it here. So we can say export interface, we call it our product class params. So we're just going to copy these and make adjustment to it. I'm going to copy this and then adjust it. So we have the ID, we'll be using the ID there, we'll be using the name, we'll be using the cat ID. We won't need the image for that. We will need image. We need the cat ID, we need the, let me just copy this cat ID. We need the parent ID. So I'm just going to call this parent ID. And then we need active subcat. Yes, we need the ID for that, and we'll be using the onPress there too. So we're good to go. We save it here and then import it to our category data. So we get the params. Yes, let's import it. And cool, everything is fine. We have the ID, we have the name, we have the parent ID, and we have the cat ID. So that's what it's talking about. So we can come here and get, so that from there we can know the selected categories, the selected subcategory class. So to do that now, let's write that here. And we're going to say const selected, let's call it selected product class. And then we are going to import that product class from here. So product class, we will import it. So we say product class. So product class, yes, we import it and then we filter it as well using filter method. So we'll get, let's say we get the product. We'll get a product. So for each product, we'll get a product whose product.id. Product.parent ID. We need the parent ID here is equal to our selected cart. And for our selected card, it's an ID. So we want to get, so for each of the selected cards here, we want to match it to what the product class whose parent ID is equal to what the selected card. So that's what we're doing here. So we want to match it to we want to find the match here. So parent ID, so we'll know, okay, this is for clothing. So we want to display that. So very shortly it will make sense to you. So we'll continue here and then we'll pass the selected product class to our flat list data. So we'll pass the selected product class, we'll pass it to our flat list data. And then for the render item, we're going to come and let's create the function for that. So I'll just come up here and let me create the TypeScript. Let's just create it inside here. Interface, let's call it render product props. Let's call it product props, and then it will take item, and that item will be of product class params. Let's import it. So let's copy these and adjust accordingly. So we're going to call it product. Let's call it render product. Let's call it render product items, and then let's make it render product props. And in here we're going to, let's get view. I'm going to bring this, we're going to bring this inside here, and inside this view we'll give it a key, so we'll make it unique, and then we're going to make it item.id, and then let's give it style. So style, let's give it margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be 10. Then let's give it margin vertical. Margin vertical will be 10 as well. We can just go to our trending product, and then we copy some of the things there. We'll be using quite a lot of, most of the things that we will need, we've already written before. So that we'll not waste time, let's go to trending product from our component, from our flash. No, it's inside our, so it's inside our product list component. So we get the trending product out. So I'm just going to copy this whole thing, and bring it, this whole code, and bring it here, and then we'll make adjustment to it accordingly. So inside here we will have flex direction and the space between. We might not need this. So we have flex direction, space between. So let's import our custom text. So the text here will be equal to item item.name. So we'll give it font size 15. Everything remains the same here. Let's use this. Let's use yellow here. And then so let's pass key here also. So pressable. Let's import pressable from React Native. So we're gonna have text. So I think we're good to go with this. We're not going to be using this actually. So I'm just going to remove it. So let me come and use we use the render so that we can see, yeah, so render product items. So if we save it, so you can see this is beautiful. So you can see it's bringing the product class under our clothings. So if I go to shoes, you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And then we have for clothing, so, and it's changing it in real time. This is beautiful. So this is what I'm talking about. So it's matching them, so, and it will return those ones whose parent ID is equal to the item.id, and then it will return those product class. So that's what's doing. So it's returning them. So from here we'll come out of this view, and then so we'll come here, and then we're going to use scroll view from React Native, and it will be horizontal. It'll be horizontal, shows horizontal, scroll indicator will be equal to false. So from here, we are going to actually, let's bring in our product so that we can display them and match the product to this product class. The top, we want to display the product for tops, we want to display the product for bottoms and the hoodies and sweatshirts. So to do that, we'll come here and get our product from our category app data. So after this, we're going to come here. Let's come here and do const. So let's say product data, and then set product data. So use state, and then we'll get our product. We import product from our product data, from our fashion app data. So, and then we'll make this, we'll give it a type of iProduct, just the way we've done before, and then it's an array. So everything, so we're talking about this. So we're talking about the product. So we're bringing the product, and then there's a link, there's a reference to the class they belong to. So that's what we want to bring in here. And then we'll come down, we'll come back here. So inside the scroll view, we're going to get the product data. We're going to map through the product data using the field. We're going to use the filter method, and then we're going to get the match. So for each product, we're going to get the product dot parent ID. So the product dot parent ID, where the product dot parent ID is equal to the item, is equal to item dot what dot ID. So we'll get those ones and then map through them, so we can return those products. So we'll now get product list. Let's call it product list. Let's get the let's use the index too, and then we'll render them directly. So we're going to get view from React Native, and let's give it the key. The key will be index. So this is what we're saying. So we're getting from the product data, it has parent ID, and then we are linking up with what the item.id here. So let me just, yes, so we're linking it up to what the item.id here, the ones that, so this item.id is for the product class. You can see we're getting the product class. So where they are the same, we are returning, we'll map through this, we'll filter it, and when we find the match, we will now we'll perform a map function to return all those products whose parent ID is equal to the item.id. And then if we go to the product array here, so if you see inside our product now, like this product, you can see it has a parent ID. So each product has a parent ID, and this one now it's what it's the parent ID is what dresses, and then dresses belongs to what belongs to a subcategory class of what clothing, which belongs to and then which belongs to the category women fashion. So that's the idea. So we're looking for the product whose this parent ID matches with what the criteria we're giving here with the item.id. So we'll return and display those products. So without wasting time, after this we're just going to get the product card. So where we render the product card, so let's go to here inside our, yes, we use this. So let's just copy the product card and make adjustments. So we'll just come here and paste that here. So let's import product card. Let's move this in. So we have the product card, and in here we're just going to get, because we'll be returning almost everything, so we're just going to come here and say, so we'll just make it equal to the product list here. So we'll return all the product, and then for the style, I think we are just retain everything here. It's still, everything here is cool. So we can retain everything here. We'll give it margin horizontal. Let's give it margin horizontal of 5 instead of 10. And then we can leave margin bottom. So here, for the index will be equal to index. So we'll also use the favorite. So we'll also be using the favorite, and the favorite will be equal to the product list. So we'll bring in the favorite handler, product list. And then we'll bring in the handle press also. So quickly, let's do that. Let's bring so we'll come back to our trending, and we'll just copy this and bring it in here. Let's bring it here. So let's create favorite. Also bring it from here. Let's copy it from here and bring it under this. So what else do we need to do there? I think everything is okay. So for the handle, for the onPress, so yes, for the onPress, we're going to, so we're already using handle press, so let's use something else. So let's call this let's call it handle. Okay, let's call it handle navigation, because we actually want to use it to navigate for navigation purpose. So, and then let's write that code up here. After the favorite, let's go and do, let's call it handle nav. So it will take we're going to get an item, and the item will be of product, and we're going to use the navigation to navigate. We'll navigate to what the product details screen, so that when the user select any of the product, we'll navigate to the product details screen so that we can get the information about what the product, and then we're going to pass the item. Everything is fine. So we'll come inside here and pass the product list instead of item. So we need to pass the product list. So it will product list. Yes, it will pass this product list into it, and everything is fine. So if we save it now, we should get those items that we call. This is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see what we've been talking about since. So we have for tops. So it's actually it has actually displayed the items, the data for tops, and then if we scroll it, it's horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful. And then if you look at the favorite, it's working. Everything is working fine. So you can see. So when I press on the product, it has redirected to the product details screen, and everything is working fine. And you can see for each section, we have the tops, we have the bottoms. You can see this is beautiful. We have what for the bottoms too. You can see. So we have different products there, and then we have the what for the hoodies and sweatshirt. So this is beautiful. You can see everything is working fine. So now we can do our animation. So we can go ahead and do our animation, because now we can scroll. So you can do the animation now. So let's get started with the animation so that we can complete the fashion category part. So to get on with the animation, and just there's this, so we can have enough space. So there's a card. So let's go get started with the animation. So we'll go to our header. So we can thank you trending product, flash sales main. We can take that down for now. So in here, this is where we'll be performing the animations. So the first animation we want to get is the cat header. So I'm going to say we're going to be using, let me bring it down a little. So we're using, so I'll call this animation. Let's call it animate container. So animate cat header. So we'll call it animate cat header, and then we'll use animated style from Reanimated, animated style from Reanimated. I need to take a callback function. So here we're just going to write return, and then let's get the transform. Transform is an array of objects, and inside the object we want to get the first object. We want to get translate y. So translate y dot interpolate. Let's import interpolate from Reanimated. No, it's not dot. It's to be a colon. So interpolate from Reanimated, and then we want to target the scroll y value. So we're going to get the value for the scroll y value. So we're going to get the input range. So the input range will get when the scroll y value is 85, and then when it's 90. So we'll get the output range. If it's 85, we'll use the scroll y will be 50. If it's 50, when it's 85, we'll have that animation to be minus 50, and then when it's 90, it will be 0. So minus 50, it will scroll. That means the tab list will not be visible. So it will be minus 50. So minus 50 upward. So it won't be visible. And then when the scroll y value is equal to 90, it will come down. So it will come down, and then it becomes visible. It's still at the top. So that's the idea. That's what it's saying here. Then we'll add extrapolation from Reanimated, and then extrapolation clamp. So I'll just add it. I'll add it to the container. So animated view here, that's where I'm going to add it. So I'm going to add it here, and I'm going to say animate cart header, animate cart header. So if we save it now, you won't see the tab list again. Cool, you can see this is beautiful, and it has removed it. So that's what we are saying. So if it's less than, if the scroll y value, if the value of the scroll y is less than 85, this will become what? This will be minus 50. So it is minus 50. That's why it has scrolled up. So as the scroll value keeps increasing, it keeps dropping. So it keeps dropping, it keeps reducing, it keeps increasing from minus 50 until it gets to 90, where this one also will become what? 0. So the next thing we want to do is to add the background color. I want to add background color and the height to it. So I'll just copy this, and then we'll make adjustments to it. So I'll say animate. So let's animate the cart list itself now. So we animate the cart list, and then we're going to use this. We're going to use animated style. Then we get the, let's do constant background color. Background color, and then we're going to use interpolate color here from Reanimated. So we'll use interpolate color. And inside here we'll get, let me just copy this, and then copy this too, bring it here. The scroll y value, then 85 when it's 90. So we're going to give it a color. So the color will be, we'll give it the color, background color of black. And then we'll pass the RGB, yes, RGB. And then we'll pass the return to it. So we're going to return the color. So to do that, we're going to remove this. So we're going to return background color. And that's all we need to do. So the next one is we want to also animate the height. So I'll copy this again. Let's copy this. So in here, I'm going to say, let's call it height, animate cart list height. And here we're going to call it, let's call it height. And then we're going to use interpolate. And this interpolate. Here we're going to give it 0, and here we're going to use 25. We give it a height of 25, and then extrapolation the clamp. Then we'll return height. So this is cool. So let's add these 3 animations down here. So I'm going to add, we have animate cart list, and then we have animate cart list height. So if we save it, we'll come back to here to the category, and then we pass the animation. We have not passed the scroll y value to our, we have not passed it to our scroll view. So we need to come here and pass the scroll, the scroll event. We need to pass it to this. So I'm going to pass on scroll, and then our scroll will be, so we're going to take the scroll y dot value. If we declare scroll y, let's check if we have scroll y. Yes, we have scroll y. So you see why it's not working. It's supposed to be cool. So scroll y dot value. So scroll y dot value will be, we'll make it equal to the native event, and then we'll get the content offset, and then we're going to get the y axis. So that's it, and everything is fine. So if we save it now, and then we perform our on scroll event, you should see it coming out. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? If you scroll back, see, and then if we, this is beautiful. This is cool. And then if you take it, it'll take it up, and then the height also goes, and then when we come here, you can see it appearing. So, and this will remain. This is beautiful. The next thing is if we check the shoes, so we need to pass the onPress to that too. So we save this. Let's pass the onPress function and then active cart to the category with images. So let's go to our render cart item, render subcart item. So we'll come here, we didn't pass the active, so we need to pass that. So we'll come here and say, let's get active cart. Active cart will be selected cart. If you save it, cool, and you can see it has changed. So it's showing, see, the clothing is now, the color for clothing text has changed, and then we now have a white border around it. So if we select shoes, cool, this is beautiful, and you can see everything is working fine and everything is changing in real time. This is beautiful. And then we don't have any visualized list issue. Everything is fine, everything is working fine, and is rendering the data in real time. So you can see this is beautiful. And then if I go back to clothings, and you can see it's rendering everything fine. So we also want to pass the onPress function to the tab list here, so that when we press on the shoes from there too, we'll be able to navigate. So we'll go back to our tab list here. Yes, so we'll get the active cart from the cart. So let's go to, if we come to, let's bring this, let's close this. So for our handle press, yes, it's correct, everything is fine. So where's the problem? Why is it not working? Let's go back to, where's the error from? Because I was supposed to, okay, let's go to the animation here. Yes, we use pressable, and we passed what? tablist.onPress, and we passed it to this onPress. Whoa, see where the problem is. It's supposed to be, we didn't run this function, look at it. It's gray. Look at it. Wow, we didn't add it. So when we're doing our onPress function, we're supposed to be onPress. That's where the problem is coming from. It's supposed to be an onPress, yes. This is it, we didn't add just this. So if we save it now, let's come back here. Then we save this, it should work. Cool, imagine. So just imagine. That's what's stopping it from working since. And then we have clothing, it's working perfectly fine. And then this is working. If we also come here and use this, see, they are both working. And then we don't have issues of visualized list. Everything is rendering fast. And this is cool. This is beautiful. Everything is working beautifully. Then we can also scroll it. So let's go to women fashion. If we come to women fashion here, look at this, is beautiful. And then if we scroll up, you see it's showing everything. And we have bags. If we press it, it's working. And this is cool. This is beautiful. And then if we use it from here too, it's working. So the next thing we want to do now is the product screen. When the user select any of the product, we want to redirect to the product screen and display the information about the product. We want to display the image, we want to display all the variations, and then we're going to be doing some beautiful animations there too. We'll display the color, the size, and then user can select the color and the size, and then we can add it to the cart. That's the next thing we're going to do. Let's not just waste time and get on with it immediately. I'm going to press on the tops for clothing, and then cool, there's the product detail screen. So let's start working on that. We can close this for now, close this as well. So we have a product detail screen here. So this is our product detail screen. They'll add the corresponding closing tags to them. So cool. So if you save it now, cool, it's working. And then, so from our product detail now, we're going to display the header. So after this, the next thing we want to do, we're going to display the header, and the header we're going to display here is a different header. So I need to create that separately. So I'll just call it, let's say, product details header. So I'm quickly going to write some TypeScript for it. So let's call it headers props, and then it will have a name. Need to be optional, to be a string. Then we have the go back. The go back will be a function. Then we have the scroll y to be a shared value from Reanimated. So let's quickly pass it here. So we'll get the name, we'll get the go back, and then the scroll y. So what I'll just do is I'll just paste the code here, so I won't waste time. I'll explain everything. So I'll just paste this here, then I'll explain everything one after the other. So let's import Animated from Reanimated because we're going to be performing some animations there. Let's import pressable from React Native. Let's bring in ion icons. So let's import it to our product details screen. Product details header. Then all we'll do again is we'll come here. So this is just displaying an header. We have the go back, so we're just having the go back and then the close icon. So that's what we're doing here. So we have a close icon for go back functionality. Then we have the name of this will be the name of the item that we passed. So I'll just be writing for the animations. I'll just be providing the code for the animations. But now let's just go into the product details itself and have all the product displayed so that we have something to scroll. So we'll go to the product details, and from here, let's come here. Let's get the item we passed from our fashion category screen, and to get that, we're going to use the root, and then you say const. So we'll get it from the root dot params, and then we passed item. Cool, is there. So we'll get the ID, we'll get the name, we'll get images, we'll get color. To pass the color, we'll get size. These are the ones we'll need. We'll get price, we'll get quantity, we'll get description, then we'll get, I think for now that's what we'll need. That's all we'll need. So let's just leave it. If we need any other one, we'll come and add it to it. We'll get the name, and we'll get the name from name here. Correct. So we'll get the name here, and then the scroll y. The scroll y will be. So let's write this for the scroll y. The scroll y, I'm going to say const. Let's get the scroll ref because we're going to be using that. So to be use, we'll use an animated ref. Use an animated ref. And we're going to pass animated. So it's animated or scroll view. So we've now imported animated. Let's import animated from Reanimated. So cool, everything's working fine. Then we are going to have the scroll offset. So scroll offset will be equal to, we'll use a use scroll view offset. Yes. So it will be, so we'll pass the scroll ref into it. That's it. So we can come here and make use of what the scroll offset. And then the third one is the navigation. And for the navigation, we used go back. And it will be, we're going to make use of the navigation dot go back. So we're still having an error. Oh, let's see. It seems we didn't save it here. We ask it to export. Yes. Product details header. Yeah. Correct. It has been exported. So we save it here. Then if we come here and save this, we should have them. So it seems we have an error, and it said, okay, let's just fix that. It's saying it's undefined, so it won't waste time. So for now, I'll just comment it out. Let's remove it because we've not actually added anything. We've not defined it yet. So let's just comment it out and then come here. We'll come back to that. So it won't waste time because we've not done all the animations. We've not passed anything. So we've not passed even the ref. So, and we are not passing it anytime soon. So let's just come here, take this out, or probably make it optional. We'll come and remove it later. So we'll come here, save this, and then save this. So I'll just come here, comment this out, and then let's continue. We'll come back to it later. So cool. So you can see we actually pressed on the main tops. So that's it. So we actually selected main tops. So and that's why it's showing. So we have two close button there. So that's what we want to use the animation for. So after the header, let's continue. We'll come back to the animations later. So we're going to do, let's get animated or scroll view. And then we're going to say shows. Let's do shows. We're going to do vertical here. Shows vertical indicator false. We'll add some style to that. You give a background color. And let's give it flex 1. Then content, let's add content container style. And then let's give it padding bottom. Padding bottom of 10. Or let's make it 70. Let's see how it goes. So if we save this, you can see this is beautiful. So everything is appearing well. So inside here, we'll get, the first thing I want to display is the image, and we'll be using an animated image. So we'll come here, let's get the source of the image. The source will be, we use URI, and then we're going to use, we need to declare that we're going to be using selected image.url. So because the way we want to do it, the image and the color, where it has color variation, the image must match with the color. So to do that, we won't just pass the image directly, so we need to match it with the color and get the default image to be displayed. So to do that, we're going to we'll come here and get the current image. Let's come here. So we're going to say, let's say constant current image. So we're going to get current image, and it'll be images. So get it from images, yes. So, and you know, the image there is an array of images. So we're going to get the image. We'll find the image whose color ID is equal to the selected color. So we'll get the selected color also. So selected color.id. So quickly, let's just get let's write. We're going to save the colors inside the use state. So we're going to say const selected color and set selected color, and then it will be inside the use state. Let's import use state from React, and then it will be of color props. We import it from TypeScript from our product. Import it from here, from our product types check. So if we go, let me quickly show you from our app data. So we'll come here. Okay, this is the class. So this is the product. So if you look at this image now, it has it has two images. This product has two images, and inside it, so if it has two images, we want to get what the color. You can see the color. It has a color ID. So it has a color ID, it has a color name, and the color Xcode. So if we come here, there's a link between the color and what the image. You can see the image has what a color ID. So that's where the link is coming from. So we want to check and match them so that we can toggle and change. When we change the color, it will also change what the image that is being displayed. And from there, we'll capture the correct image the user selected and the color the user also selected. So that's what we want to do. That's the idea. So we have it, and then we imported what the color props. So if we come here, so we can get selected color. So we say selected color, and then we get what the ID of the selected color. So we'll save it inside our current image. So, and from there we can get what is selected image. So const, okay, I'm just copy this. So we can get selected image. So selected image, and inside selected image, we will use the image props. So image, we have image props from our TypeScript. Yes, this is it, image props. And in here we're going to pass the first image. So get images, and then we'll pass the first one. So we're good to go. So we can come here now and get the selected image. So that's what we would use first. So inside our URI here. So we'll get the selected image. Selected image. Selected image, and then we'll get the image URL from it. So if we save it, then we need to add some styles for it to display. So we'll add an array of style there. So we have the resize mode. Here. So we have the resize mode. So the resize mode will be, we're going to use cover. Then let's give it height of, let's give it height of 380, and then width. Let's give it width. So we're going to get width from the window dimension. So let's come up here and write that. So let's say as a const, I'm going to use dimensions dot get. So let's import dimensions from React Native. So get window. Then we're going to get the width. So if we save it, code, beautiful. You can see it's already appearing. So quickly we're going to get use the view, and let's style that. I'm going to give a background color of white. We're going to have border width of, let's give border width of 7. Our border color, let's give it white, and margin top of 5. So I'll come here, and then let's use our custom text. Let's import it, and inside we will have the name. No, text, we call it text, yes. So we have the text will be, so I want to display the name of a product here, so we're going to have the name. Then we will have the text style. The text style we're going to have, so the text style we're going to have the font size. Let's get the font size. The font size will be, let's use the font size 15. Then let's get the font weight. The font weight will be bold. Let's use 500. No, we should get that, yes. Then we can use, let's get color. So color here will be, let's use black. So if we save it, cool, beautiful, it's showing very well. So, and then let's get pricing here. Then style. So style, font size is just 15. Font weight, so let's use 600. Then after font weight, we want to give it a margin top. So margin top will be 6. And then let's just add $sign here. Cool. So we have the price, and then the next thing we want to do. So the next thing we'll do is to get it. I'm going to use text again. Text from React Native, and I'm going to use style. Margin top 10. We get font weight. There's the font weight 500, and we have the. So we set the color. The color will be. So for the color, we're going to check. We're going to say if quantity is not equal to 0. We're going to display the color green. Else display red. And then we'll come inside here. So we'll come inside here and say we're going to get a quantity, and then if quantity is not equal to 0, if the quantity is not equal to 0, that means it's in stock. So we're going to say in stock, else it is out of stock. So we're going to say out of stock. So we save it now. Cool. And you can see we're having in stock and it's green color because the quantity is not equal to 0 currently. So if we'll come out of this place and then let's have a line. So I'm going to use text, self-closing. So I'm going to add, let's give it a height. Let's give it height. That's a height of 1. Then we'll give it border color. So we'll give it border color of this D0, D0, D0. And then we'll give it border width. So border width will be 1 as well. So cool. So the next thing we want to do is we want to display the product details. I'm going to comment this and then get another view. I can just come here. Let's copy the styles here and make adjustment to it. So I'm going to say, so margin top here will be 0. You actually don't need all this. So margin top, we have margin horizontal. Margin horizontal will be 6. We have padding vertical. Padding vertical will be 7. And let's give it background color. So if I save this, and then we'll come inside here, let's copy this text. We could use our text. We'll use our text here, and then we'll call this product details. Cool. So we'll call it product details. We'll give font. Let's give it color. Let's change the color to gray. Good, product details. Then I'll just copy this, duplicate it, and make adjustment to it accordingly. So after that, I'm going to give this background color. Let's give it background color of white. Give it background color of white. Let's give it border width. And just come and copy this style. Okay, I'm just copy the entire view here. So I'm going to give it background color of white, border width of 7, and then border color white, and here we're going to use margin bottom. Okay, okay. So we save this, cool. So here we're going to have description instead. So we're going to have description. So we're going to have description, and then inside we have so I'm just going to copy this text. So I'm going to come here and then bring in the description. So we're going to have the description here, and then the description will have Let's give it font. Let's give it a color black. And cool, you can see we have the description there, and then I think everything is fine, everything is working out fine. So the next thing we'll do is, after the description, we want to have the color, we want to have the size, we want to display the color and the size. So to do that, we'll come here, come out of this view, and then let's start with the color. So we want to first of all check if the color is not equal to undefined, because it's not all the product that has a color variation. So I want to check if the color is not equal to undefined, then we'll render the color, else it will omit it. So nothing will be displayed for color. So we'll come here. I'm just going to pick this again. Paste it here, and then we'll say I use my custom text. So inside the custom text here, I'm going to display color. So I'll say color. Then if we save it, cool. So we have color. Give it font weight of 18, and font size of 18, and then font weight of bold. And then let's give it color gray. Cool. So we're good to go, and then we would have inside the color. So come here, and then I'll get view. Let's add some styles to this. Go flex direction. Flex direction is row. Okay, gap is 10. I have margin top is 10. And then we have, so we're going to get the color. So we'll say color dot map. We're going to map through it and get all the color attributed to this product. That's if it exists, if it has color variation. So we're going to say, we're going to use pressable from React Native, and then we add some styles to that. Now let's get the key so we can make it unique. So the key will be color.id, and then we'll have the onPress handler there too. So let me just put it there. We'll come and write it later. So onPress for now, let's just comment it out. We'll come back to it. So inside here we'll have the view. Let's add some styles to it, and then inside it we're going to have the background color. I'm going to be using the RGBA, and I'll give it 10, 10, 10. Make this 0, a bit black, and then give it opacity of 0.7. I'll give it border radius. Border radius will be 5. You have padding will be 5. You will have padding horizontal will be 5. Then let's give it gap 3. Then flex direction. So flex direction will be row. Then we give it justify content. So say justify content. Justify content will be space between. Then let's add align items to it. Align items will be center. Let's give it border width. So border width, let's give it border width of 2. So we save this. Cool. and you can see it's appearing gradually. So we're good to go, we're doing fine. So it seems we have two colors for this product, so that's why it's showing two. So we'll continue. Then as inside the view, we want to render text. So we'll come here, let's just copy this. I'll copy our custom text. So inside the custom text here, we're going to display the name. So we're going to say call.name. Then we'll give it let's give it font size 15. Let's give it font weight bold, yeah. Then color, let's give it color white. And then we align item. Let's get align, text align. So we'll give it center. So if we do that, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we have the name, so we have color yellow and color white for this product, and the first one is yellow, so that's why it's displaying so that's it. And then the next thing we want to do, so we want to display the color itself, so that we'll attribute it to each of the colors. So we want to display the color. So to do that, we're going to use view, and it will be a self-closing tag, a self-closing component. So we're going to add some styles to it. So we're going to say width. Let's give it width 15. We add height 15. Your background color. The background color will be the color.x code. So we'll get the color code. Let me bring this down. So in here we will have the border radius. Border radius will be 10. Margin horizontal will be 2. So I think we're good to go. So if I save that, cool, beautiful. You can see this is what we wanted to achieve. So for each of the color, the color will be displayed for them. So I think we're good to go. So the next one we want to deal with is the size. So I think we're done with the color. Okay, so another thing we want to do is perform. Let's write the code for the onPress, and then for the color here, we want to be able to change. We want to add some border to the selected color. So let's come to our text. We'll come here. So inside here, we're going to add an array of style. So I'm going to add the array here. So inside here, what we will do is, so inside here, I'm going to say selected color, so we're going to say selected color is equal to so if it's equal to color, if the selected color is equal to the color, then we will do border color. Now it's supposed to be a color bracket. So we'll do border color, and the border color will be color then dot xcode, and then we'll give you the border width. So border width, will give you the border width of 2. So if we save it, so it's not selected now because the selected color. If we come back to, so we'll go back to selected color. Yeah, selected color is it? Selected color is empty currently, so that's why it's not selected. So the next thing we'll do is we'll have the const. Let's undo color change. When color change, so we're going to pass the color ID into that. So we're going to say or let's call it color, and then we're going to pass the color props. So we're going to pass the color props to it, and then we'll come inside here. So we're going to say set selected color. Set selected color will be equal to what color? Okay, let's call it new color. So it will be equal to new color, and then const, let's get the new image, so that the image will also change. So we're going to say images. Let's just come here. Where did we click current image? Yes, so we can just copy this. So we're going to say new image. So this page will be new color .id. Yeah. And then we're going to set selected color. So from there we can change the set selected image rather. So set selected image will now be new image, or if it's undefined, it'll be, we'll use the first image. So we'll use images, and we'll use the first image. That's the thing. So we can save this, and then we'll come to our onPress function down here. So we can close this once. So inside the onPress function here, we're going to pass handle color change. So we'll handle color change, and then we're saying color. Cool, everything is working fine. So if I press on the white color now, it should change the color. Beautiful, you can see this is working beautifully. And then if I come, and you can now see, now we now have the border. We now have what the border color, and it's showing, it's displaying, it has yellow, because the color we currently selected is what is yellow. So if we change it, this is beautiful, isn't it? So I'm going back. Let's go back and select another product. So if I come to sweatshirt, so you see sweatshirt, if we bring it down, you can see we have red, we have black, and we have blue. So in here now, if I press the blue, the black, and you see the black is showing. If I press blue, blue is showing, and we have the border color to be blue. And if I come to what, see, this is beautiful, isn't it? So it's selecting it, and it's updating the selected color and the selected image at the same time. Every time I toggle, it will change. So it will change the selected image and then the selected color. That's what we're doing here. So that's why it's saving it. So it's saving it, it will update it. So that's why we're updating what the selected image. So it will update it and change it from the first image to what the one we just selected. And then the color too will be what the color will also be updated, and it will selected color will also be updated. So and change it so that we can we can use it, and then we can save it as the user preference. So that's the idea. So the next one we'll go into now is the size. So we have displayed the color, so let's display the size. So the next thing I want to do, we'll come here and then get the size, and so we have the size. If the size is equal to undefined, if it's not equal to undefined, then we'll display it as it will omit the code, so nothing will be displayed. So we'll just come here as usual, and then I'm going to copy these. I'm going to copy all of these. So inside here, So we need to add a closing tag for this. So inside this view, we're going to bring the size and the map through it as well. So we're going to get a principal list. Let's come here and use the principal here as well. Then we'll make adjustments to it. So I'm going to copy this. So here will be size.id. We'll come back to this, and then this will remain the same. We won't be needing this in this context. And then we'll say border color. So let's get the selected. We've not done the selected size, so let's go and do that first. So we're going to call this size, selected size. Then we're going to pass the size prop. Size prop. Then we're going to do, let's just add the unchange handler for size. So we're going to call it handle size change. And then we're going to say new size, new selected size. Then we're going to add the size props to it. I'm going to set selected size equal to the new size. New selected size. And then it should be const. So I think we're good to go. So we'll come down here. So we're just going to pass handle size change, and then we'll pass the size. And then here, so we're going to get the selected size. So if the selected size is not equal to undefined, if it's not equal to undefined, then you would run this code. So we're going to get the size.id, the size.id. So if it's not undefined, we want to get where the size.id is equal to the selected size, selected size.id. And then we're going to say, so if it's true, we're going to display an orange color. So let me just bring this down. Let me reduce the size, and then I'll say orange. Else, what color can we display there? If it's let's display gray. Yeah, and everything is fine. So the next thing I want to do, so for this we want to have the key. If we change that, yes, we've changed the key, and then so we'll come into the text here. So inside the text here, we're going to have the, let's call this size dot. We're going to display the size dot name, dot size type. Yes. Then for the style, we have 15 font with bold. Let's give it text align center. And then let's have a color down here. So we could say color. For the color, sorry. So for the color, we're going to have selected. So get selected. For selected size, we want to check first if the selected size is not equal to undefined. Then we'll come and use this. Let's just use this. Copy this. Okay, let me just come here, and then we'll use orange. So we're going to use D3. So we don't need this in this context, so we'll just remove this. So if we save it, cool. So you can see we have the color, so we haven't changed the name here. It's supposed to be size. Yeah, it's supposed to be size here. So it's supposed to be size, and now it's size. Yeah. So if we save it and then we'll press it, we're supposed to. Cool. This is beautiful, and you can see selecting the size, and then the color is changing. So beautiful. This is cool, isn't it? Good. So I think we're good to go. So I think that'll be it for the product details. So what we can do, so we can perform our animations, is I will just come here and then let's just duplicate. So you can add other things as you wish. So that I will not waste time. I'll just come here. So I'm just going to copy this so that we can perform the animation. I'm just going to copy this and paste it down here. Paste it one more time. Yeah. So we have this. Good. So we can perform the animation now. So to do that, we're going to start with this, the go back animation. So we'll come to our head animation, and then we come to our headers here, and so come here. So I'm going to say animate icon. Animate, let's call it go back icon. Icons. So we would use animated animated style from Reanimated. I need to take a function as an argument, a callback. You can perform a callback function. And I said it will write to return. So we're going to get the transform. Transform is an array of objects. So we're going to get translate y, and then we'll use the interpolate function from Reanimated. Interpolate from Reanimated, and we're going to get the scroll y and get the value. Then get the input range. The input range will be 250. To 5300, and then we're going to get. So we need to remove this. Cool, and everything is working fine. And then so we want to animate this, and so all we're saying is when the scroll value is equal to from 0 to 250, the scroll position will be at -10. So it will be it will not be visible, and when it's approaching 300 to 300, it becomes what visible. So we'll pass, so it becomes 0 and it will be visible. So we'll pass this animated go back icon. So we'll pass it to this. So we'll come here and say animate go back icon. So if I save it now, okay, we still need to pass it to our product details. So if we come to our product details, we need to pass the scroll wire. So we can bring this scroll wire and get the scroll wire offset. We can bring them up here. Then we need to pass it to our scroll view as well. So if we come to our scroll view here, I need to pass the ref here. So it's a ref, and then we'll pass the scroll ref. So we'll save it, and everything is working out fine. We'll come here and then we'll save this. So we'll continue. You'll see everything wrapping up fine shortly. So we'll go back to our header here. So I'm just going to copy this, make changes to it. So I'm just going to call this, let's call it header 2. So here we're going to see if it's 170, it's 170. It should be 60. Then we're going to copy this again. We need to animate the height. So we animate the height, and then for the height, we'll come here. I'll come here. Let's get. I'll use this. So I want to get, let's say 300 here. And let's animate the height for the second icon too. I'm just going to copy this. Just write it here, icon 2 height. So we also want to animate the opacity. So I'll come here. So let's call it animate opacity. So the opacity, to animate the opacity, we would use, let's call this opacity. So opacity here, and then we'll use 250, 300. And when it's at 250, when it's at 250, opacity will be 1. And when it's at 300, and when it's at 350, let's use 350, opacity will be 0. And then we'll have opacity here. Then the last one is the background color. So let's animate the background color. Let's animate background color. So we're going to use background here. Background color. And remember, we will need to use interpolate color when you're doing. So interpolate color. So we can add. So we'll get. So when it's at 100, we want to use black. And at 0, we'll use black color. And then so black. And then we'll use RGB instead of interpolation. Then we'll return background color. So I think we're good to go. These are the animations we'll need now. So we'll come here. So here we need to animate the height. So we're going to say animate icon height, and then animate background color. So we'll pass it into this one. You can see beautiful, and it's gone. So it's no longer there because we have used the height. We animated the height, and then we remove the background color as well. So where's it? This one. So we say, so it's at, if it's at 200, it'll be 0, and then when it's at 350, it'll be what, 50. So that's the idea. So if I scroll, you can see it comes up, and then you see this is beautiful. So when this one comes up, we want the other icon to go off. So we'll be passing the animation now to it. So this is working fine. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll come to the second icon, which is this one. This is where it started from. So we'll come here and let's pass the second animate go by icons too. Then inside here we'll pass the animate height, second height, and then we'll animate the opacity as well. Animate opacity. So if we save it, since we have an error, yes, we use the comma. Oh, we're supposed to use a comma here as well. Good. So everything's working out fine. So if I scroll now, you see this is moving up already. Excellent. And you can see, boom, this is beautiful. And if I bring this down, you can see this is coming up. And if I scroll it, you can see. So this is working out fine. Beautiful, isn't it? So we'll continue. The next thing is we want to perform a parallax animation to the image. So I think we're good to go with this. We've done the animations there. So we'll come to our product details. So instead of our product details, we'll come here. Let's animate the image. I have a parallax view. So we're going to say animate image, and then we're going to use animated style. pass a callback function into that, and then we'll say return. So we're going to use the return. So let's just come here and make use of some of the ones we've written here. So that won't waste time. So I'll come here and say, let's pick this, we need this. So we're going to be using transform, and then inside transform, inside the return, we'll paste it here. So inside we need to import interpolate from Reanimated. Then we need to import extrapolation from Reanimated as well. And then in here we're going to use the scroll offset. The scroll offset, that's what we use here. So use scroll offset. And good, we are having no error. So after that, so we want to type, you want to do so come here and declare, let's declare constant up here and say image height. So let's make the image height equal to 300, and then we can give it a type of number. Let's do image height this way. So we can come down here and make use of the image height. So we're going to say say 0, and then I'll pass image height here. We're going to use image height. And here we're not going to use extrapolation. So after I want to scale it, so I want to scale and then interpolate. So I just copy this. So I will say image height, yeah, and then this will be 2 to scale it to 2. This will be 1. So this is what we're just saying here. If the scroll offset position is equal to 0, it won't scale it. It will be 1. It will be 1, and that's what you're seeing here. So if the scroll value is image height, that means it's 300. If it's 300, it also will be 1. So 300 and above, it will be 1. So it won't scale. But if it is less than 300, that's the minus image height, which is 300, it will scale. So, but if it's equal to 0, if the scroll offset value is equal to 0, it will be 1. So it won't scale it. And then if it's above 0, that means we are scrolling up, and we're scrolling down. So we're scrolling down, we don't want to scale. If you're scrolling down like this, you don't want to scale. But if you're scrolling up and this is the default position, that means this is 0. So at 0 it's 1, but if you are scrolling down like this, so it will scale to 2, and we are not using extrapolation, so it keeps scaling. The more you keep scrolling down, the more you keep scrolling up. So that means you have scrolled beyond the scroll is now going to minus. So that will be minus 300. So if you keep scrolling up like this, it will start scaling. So that's the idea, and that's the same thing we did here for the scroll y value. So for the translate y rather. So what we're going to do is we'll come and pass it to our image height. So we'll come to our image height here. Yes, so inside here We're going to pass, let's pass image. I think we called it animated image, yes. So we'll pass animated image in here. And if we save it, and then you can see what's going on. So you can see what's going on. It's now scaling, and this is beautiful. Cool. And this is beautiful, right? And then if I scroll up, you can see, so it starts scaling, This is beautiful. Start scaling, and if I start scrolling down, you see, this is cool. And if I, so when I'm scrolling up, it will not scale, rather you will use what, the translate Y, and then you can see it remains, and all the animations are working perfectly fine. So you see, scale. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do is want to perform add to cart. So let's save this first. The next thing now is we want to add the item to cart. So we want to quickly do the functions, write the handlers, and then to do that we need to create our Redux store. So we'll just leave this and then create the Redux store and come back to it so we can use those handlers and add our items to cart. So I'll come to our folder here, Redux, and then I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call it cart reducer, cartreducer.tsx. So inside cartreducer.tsx, we're going to, let's import, we're going to import some dependencies from Redux JS. So add Redux.js /toolkit. So we're going to get create slice. We're going to use create slice. Then we're going to get payload action. So we also need to create the types for it. So we'll come here first. Let's just come here and then do export. Let's get create slice. Okay, let's call it cut. Let's call it cut slice. And then we'll be create equal to create slice. So the name, we'll call it cut. It will also take our initial state. So the initial state, we're going to make it an empty array. Then we'll come here and get the reducers. So I think we're good to go. So the first one I want to do is add to cart. So I want to add item to cart. So let's quickly create the TypeScript for them. So I'll go to my TypeScript folder. So here, let's call it cart types. Let's call it cart types check. So we're going to use export interface, and then let's get the cart items. Cart item params. So we could just go to our product types, check. Let's remove this product type checks, and then let's go to our product. So we can just make use of this. So we need to import the image props from our product types check. We also need to import the size props. And import the color props. So we're good to go. then we'll just leave it there, and then we need to export interface. So interface, let's get the cart item, and then it will be cart. So we'll say cart will be equal to what? Cart item params, and it will be an array, because you can see that the initial state of our cart is an array, is an empty array. So we have to pass, this must be an array to the cart. If you see this cart, and then you come here, you can see we have our cart is an empty array. So the item must be an array. Then we also want to get the state. So we say export interface cart state. So the cart state will be, so we'll get the cart, and the cart, inside the state we have the cart, like the initial state, and then we have the cart item params as well. So we're good to go. If we come here, you see our initial state. So we always get the state, the cart state. So for now, I think we're good to go. We can continue. We'll come to our reducer. Inside our reducer, to do the add to cart, so we need to get, so it's a callback function. No, it's a function. So we will have a callback to. So inside here, we'll pass the argument. We get the state. So we need to get the state, and then we'll pass cart item. It has been imported, and then for the actions. So for the action, we need we import payload. Let's see if we can import it. Yeah, payload actions from Redux JS Toolkit. So we import it, and then we'll pass what our cart item params into it. Cart item params. So we're good to go. And then inside here, let's check if the item is already existing in the cart. So we'll call it item present, and then we'll get the state. So we'll get the state. Inside the state we have the cart. Look at it here. Inside the state we have the cart. So it's equal to cart state, and inside the state we have the cart. So, and inside the cart, so we can filter it because it's an array. So we use filter method, and then I want to check for each item. I want to check the item whose ID item. Oh, I'm using a capital letter item. So let's just say item. Yeah, I think it's working. Item done. Cool. So item, I want to check item also. I want to check all the item and return the one. We want to check the item whose ID is equal to action.payload.id. So I want to check the item whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user is trying to add to the cart. So I want to check if that ID the user is trying to add to the cart is already existing in the cart. So that's what we did. So that's what we did here. So if it's existing, it will save it inside what item present. So we can now come here and say if item present is true, that means that item is already existing in the cart. So if it is true, we can say state. No, if it is not true, that means the item is not existing in the cart, so we want to add it. So if it's not true, we want to say if it's not true, then that means the item is not existing. That means there's no match. So I want to say item.cart.push. We'll push it to what? We'll use the push method to add the item to the cart, and it will be an object. And then it will spread. We'll use the spread operator so that to add the existing item in the cart, and then it will take the existing item in the cart and add the new item we're trying to add. This action, which is action.payload, it will add it plus the existing items in the cart. So it will because it's going to create a new cart, and then it will add the previously existing items in the cart plus the new item we're trying to pass, which is what the action.payload. So I think we're good to go with add item to cart. The next thing is we want to remove item from cart. So I'll just copy these and make adjustment. So remove from cart, and so this will remain the same. So let's go remove item. So we're going to say remove item state or card, and here we're going to get, so we're going to pass return all the items except the one whose ID is equal to action.payload. So we're now going to say we'll now get the new cart. So state of cart, the new cart will now be equal to what? Remove item. So what is this? What's just saying here is that we are going to return all the items in the cart except the one whose ID is equal to the ID of the item the user selected, requested to be removed, and the new cart will now be stored inside what? Remove item. So that's why we're now changing the state.cart equal to what? Remove item. So it will not include that one anymore. So we'll come here, and then we want to do increment. We want to increase quantity. So to do increase quantity, so let's say increase. Okay, let me just call it increase quantity. Increase quantity, and then inside here, let's get the result. Let's call it result. So in here, we're going to use the find method. So we're going to use find method, and then here we're going to use results. So we're going to say result dot quantity, then plus plus. So what we'll do here is we'll go back to our cart type check, and our quantity will be, since our quantity is undefined, so yes, so we'll remove this. So you can see it's no longer throwing an error. So what we're saying here is it's going to match, it's going to compare the item in the cart with the one the user just selected. So if it finds a match, it will save it inside the result. So we'll now come here and say if the result is true, that item should be, the quantity of that item should be increased, plus plus. So the next one is let's do decrease quantity. So for the decrease quantity, we're also going to find just the same way we did for increase quantity, and then in here what we'll just do is to subtract it once it finds it. So once it finds the match, it will reduce it, it will subtract, it will be minus, it will reduce it. So that's just it. We don't need to waste time on that. And the last one is to empty the cart. So to empty cart, we're just going to get a state. We're going to use the state, and then we're going to say state.cart, and then we'll return it to the default, and that's all we need to do. So it will be an empty array. And then we'll come inside here, outside here, and then let's export our reducers. And then to export them, we're going to use, we called it cart slice. So cart slice, then we'll get dot actions. So it's supposed to be export const cart slice dot action. Then we'll get our add to cart. We'll get remove from cart. We get increase quantity. We get decrease quantity. And then we'll get empty cart. So after that, we also now need to export default. So export default, we export default the cart size, and then we export the reducer. So we're good to go, and then that's all we need to do. So the next thing we need to do is to create the store. So to create the store, we'll come to the root folder of our project, that is fashion app. So we'll come here, and then we'll create. So let's create the store here. So we're going to call it store.tsx. So let's ensure that store was created. Yes, store was created in the root directory. So inside this. So we'll come to our store. We need to import some dependencies. So let's see. I think we installed async storage. Yes, async storage. We'll be using async storage. So it has been imported. And then let's see if we also installed Redux persist. Yes, Redux persist is also there. So we're good to go. So that's what we'll be using. So we'll come here. I'm going to say const persist config. So persist config we'll get a key. So the key will be root. Then we'll get, so we import storage from async storage. Let's see if it will bring it. If it doesn't, then we need to import it. So okay, let's just do it manually. So we're going to say import storage. So we're going to add React. Yes, add React async storages. So we say the storage is not working. So then we're good to go. Let's just get version 1. So we're going to come here and say const persist. Let's say persisted reducer equal to persist. Let's install. We need to import persist reducer from persist redux. From redux persist rather. So persist reducer, yes. From redux persist. And then we'll pass our persist config. Then we need to pass our cat reducer. So we need to import our cat reducer first. So I'll just come here and say import cat reducer from the source, from our redux, and then we get cat reducer. Cool. So reducer, cat reducer, and it's working fine. So we're going to say export const. Let's export the store. So we're going to use config store from Redux JS Toolkit. So we'll say config store, configure store, yes. So it has been imported. And inside the configure store, we have the reducer, and the reducer will be we get a cut, and then we'll pass our persisted reducer to it. So we're going to pass this persisted reducer. We'll pass into it. Then we can get the middleware. So the middleware will be, let's go get default middleware. So I'm going to say get default middleware. So we're going to get serializable check. Yes, serializable check. And then we'll get ignored actions. And it will be an array. So we'll get the flush. Let's import flush from Redux persist. Then rehydrate. Then we get pause. we'll get persist as well, we'll get purge, and then we'll get register, all from Redux persist. So, and that's all we need to do. So we need to export it. So say export const persistor. Let's call it persistor, and then we'll pass the persistor. So we get the persistor. We need to import persistor from Redux persist. This is it, yeah. This is it, persistor. So we need to install persistor from Redux persist. Yes, and we'll pass our store to it. And then let's export the root state. So we're going to say type. Let's get the type for it, and then we're going to say type root state. So we'll use the return type, and it will be a type of, so type of store dot get state. We're good to go, and everything is fine. So the next thing we need to do is we need to wrap our entire app inside our Redux and persistor. So we'll go to our app. So we'll go to our app.tsx, this one, and then we'll bring it here. So we're going to wrap the entire app inside this. So we'll get the provider. That's the Redux provider. So we're going to get the provider from Redux. So it has been imported, React Redux. Then inside, we also need to get the persist gate. So we'll get persist gate from Redux persist. So we'll get from Redux persist integration / React. So we'll get the persist gate, and then so we'll pass the store to the provider, to the Redux provider, and persistor to the persist gate. So we'll come here. Let's move all our app from here and pass it into. So inside our provider, we need to get the store and then pass the store into it. Let's import store. So we import store from store, and then here we get the persistor and pass the persistor to it. Persistor from our store. So you can see this is beautiful and everything is fine. So we'll save everything, and I think we'll really need to reload the app. So go and then see. Because we made change it to the entire app. So I will just reload the older app so that I won't have any complication, won't have any issue. So we're good to go. So we'll continue from here. So I've reloaded the app, so we can come into our product details now and start making use of the reducers. I'll come up here and create the object for our params here. So to create that object, I'll just do, let's call it const product item. Let's call it product item. Let me call it product. Okay, product item. Items. So product items will be, let's give it type of cat params. And then we'll get the ID. We'll get the name. get the price. So let's make it equal to price. After the price, we'll get description. The description we have, okay, let me just do it this way so that you, for clarity. So we have images. Our images, the image will pass will be, it'll be the selected image. So we have selected, so we need to bring this down here. So we're no longer using the images, we are using the selected image. So let's bring everything down because we'll be using selected color too. So we have images, and images will be selected image. So we're having an error. There's an error. Okay, so it's not supposed to be an array of images. So we'll go back to our cat types check. So that's where the error is coming from. So this is supposed to be. So we're not getting the array. We're just getting the selected. So for size and color too, we're getting the selected. So it's no longer an array. It won't be an array there. So we'll get the selected image and see the error is gone. So here we'll get the color. The color will also be equal to the selected color, and then we'll get the size. The sizes will be equal to selected size. So there's no error, everything is fine. So we're good to go. So we'll come down, we'll use dispatch. So let's get dispatch from our Redux. So we say const dispatch. So get dispatch from use dispatch. So use dispatch from React Redux that's been imported. So we can get the cart. Let's get our cart state, and then we'll access the cart with a use selector also from React Redux. Use selector from React Redux, and from it we get the state. The state will be equal to the cart state. So let's import cart state from our types check, from our cart types check. Then we'll get the state, then we'll get a cart, and then we'll get the name, that's the cart. So we're good to go. So you can come here, let's do console.log my cart. So we'll get the console.log my cart, and it will be equal to cart. So if we save that, you see that we have the initial state to be an empty array. So we're good to go. So we'll continue from there. So I'll come here and say, let's get const check cart or check cart item. Let's call it check cart item. So we'll say cart.find. So inside cart, we're going to say for each item, we're going to get item.id equal to the ID from our params. So I want to get, what we're doing here is so we're using this ID. So we want to check our cart if the item is already existing in the cart. So that's what we use that for. So we'll say, we save it inside what? So we save it inside what? We save it inside the cart, check cart item. Or let's call it check item. Let's call it check item. Yeah, it's more relatable that way. So we want to check if that item already exists in the cart. So we'll now come down here. So we'll come down. Let's close all this. So we'll come out of the outside of the animated scroll view here. So inside here we'll use the check cart, check item. So if check item is true, that means the item is already existing in the cart. So we want to display something else if it's already existing in the cart. So we'll use pressable. So else, let's pass the s to it. So we use pressable, and inside the pressable we'll add some styles. So let's add some styles to that. So we add some styles. We give it a position absolute. We give it background color. So background color we're going to use RGB. So RGB. So we use 50, 120, and 80. Now we're going to use opacity of 1. Let's give it width. Width will be 90%. We'll give it height of 50. We'll give it the index. Let's give it the index 1, and then margin horizontal of 20. Let's give it bottom 10. Then flex direction. Let's add flex direction of row. Then justify content center. Then we have align item of center, and then let's give it border radius. So border radius of 99. So inside this we will have text. So we use text. So we import text. And the same text will pass style to it, and then we'll give it font size. Let's give it font size of 17. We'll give it color of white. Let's give it white color. Then font weight. So font weight of bold. Then we give it align items. So align items will be center. So I'll come here inside here, and then we're going to say view cart. Then so we'll take the cart dot. So we're going to get the length, and then after that we'll also get cart if cart length is greater than 1. If cart length is greater than 1, then we're going to say let's use text. So we're going to use text there, and then we're going to say items. If the cart length is greater than 1, we're going to use items. And let's give it font style. So let's type that up, and then give it a font style. Let's give it font size of 17. So we'll give that font size of 17. Else we're going to take this, and then let's just take this and then use item. So if it's not greater than 1, it will be item. Then if it's greater than 1, we'll use items. So we'll just leave it this way. Then we'll come out of this pressable. Let's write the else function for this. So we're going to say we're going to use pressable. Let me just copy this, and then we'll make adjustment to it. So I'll just bring it here, and there we no longer have any error there. So if the cart is empty, so this place will not be, this will be add. So we're going to say add item here. So we're going to say add item for, then we're going to get the price. So the price will be, we won't need all this. So we're just going to remove this. Yes, so we'll remove this and then do add item. We'll do add item for. So let's say add item for. Let's use the. So we're going to say add item for, then we'll get price. So I think we're good to go. Every other thing remains the same. This is the only one we need to change. So if we save it, Cool, and you can see it's showing add item for, because we've not added any item to the cart. So and then inside here we're going to perform the add item. We're going to run the add item function handler here. So I'll just say on press. So on press, for now we'll leave it, we'll pass into it shortly. So this is what we've been doing since. So let's come here too, and I have the on press. So this on press will be for navigation. That means the cart is not empty, the item has been added already to the cart, so we want to navigate to the cart screen. So that's what this on press will be used for. So we'll now say on press, we'll use our navigation, and then navigation dot navigate, and then we'll navigate to the cart. So we've not created the cart screen, so we'll create the cart screen. So let's just quickly create the cart screen inside our root navigator too. This is the idea, because cart screen, using the cart screen, we might be navigating from the cart screen back to the product detail screen. And earlier on, cart screen belongs to tab stack, is a member of the bottom tabs. So if we leave it this way, if we could actually call it from bottom tabs, but if we call it from bottom tabs and we navigate from the product details now to the cart screen, if you press the go back, it won't take you back to the product details screen. It will take you back to the home screen, because the cart screen is not presently, the cart screen is not in the screens. It's not in the screen. It's not a member of root stack. It belongs to the screens inside tab stack. So immediately you switch to cart screen, it will stop recognizing the root stack. It will start using because it's a stack inside the tab stack. So it will start adhering to the bottom tabs stack. So that's the screen. So if you go back from the cart screen now, expecting to go to the product details, it will take you to the product details. If you find that product details is not is not a member of the tab stack string, it will take you to the first stack on the list of tab stack, which is home stack. So that's why we're not going to use it here. So what we'll do is, just the simple thing you need to do is to create a route for cart inside your root stack, because it seems that's where we move. We're actually going to be moving between the tab stack and the root stack in our tutorial. So what we'll just do is create we are going to create the route for cart inside the root navigator. So we'll come to our navigation inside our root navigator. We'll bring it up. So let's go to, so we have our product details. So I'm just going to duplicate this and then make adjustment to it. So I'll bring it after product details. I'll bring I'll call the cart screen. So I'll come here. Let me declare it in our root stack params. So inside here let me come after here, after the product details. So we're going to have the cart. So we're good to go. So if we need to add any other thing to it, we'll come back and add it. But I think we're good to go with everything we have here so far. So I'll just we'll come down here. And we're going to call this cart. And then we're going to import the cart screen. So let's import the cart screen here as well. So we're having an error because instead our cart here, this is not optional, and we're not actually passing the quantity from here. We're actually going to be passing the quantity from our Redux. So we shouldn't have any error anymore. Okay, we're still having an error here, so let's check what the error is this time. Okay, so we make everything optional, including the price, and then the ID is also optional. So the next thing is we're just going to copy this route. So what's happening is we need to copy this as well and paste it in our tab navigator. There's our tab navigator. So because we're having undefined here, so we'll paste it here. So we need to import props, image props from our types check, import size props from our types check, and color props as well. So you see, we don't have any error anymore. The error is gone. So we save these, and then we'll come back to our root navigator and we save it. So the error is gone from everywhere there. So we're good to go. So we can come to our product details now and get the cart. See, this is cool. And then we're going to pass. So we're good to go. So we're going to pass, because we are not actually passing the parameters from there, we're going to be getting it from Redux. So we just pass it this way, and we're good to go. Everything is fine. So we save it, and then the next thing we want to do is to get the handler for adding cart item to cart. So we'll come here, and then let's write the function for add item to cart. So we're going to say const add item. Let's go to add item to cart. So let's say item object, and then we'll make a of cart params. So import cart params, and then so let's write this. So quickly, I'm just going to explain this to you. So before we add the item to cart, we want to check two things. We want to check if the product has size or it has color. So the first one we're doing here is to check if it has size attached, if it has size variation. So this is just trying to check if the product has it. So we're saying we want to, the first thing to check if sizes exist for this product, and if sizes exist for the product, then check what the length of the size. If the length of the size is greater than 0, then it will now do what? We'll now use the find method to get the selected size. So we want to see we want to check any of the size that was declared. We want to see any one of it that has a match with the selected size. So we have the selected size here. So we have the selected size here. So any size that the user chooses here, down here, will be stored inside the selected size. So we are now mapping through our sizes array. Like here now we have 3 different sizes. So we want to check the one that is equal to what the selected size. So that's what we're storing here. So we want to store if any of it exists, then it will store it inside check selected size. So, and we just do the same thing for color. So let me just copy this. So I'm just gonna paste this and then make changes to it. So we're going to call this selected color, and then so we're doing the same thing for color too here. So we want to check if color exists, if the product has color, if it has color variation. So that's the first thing we want to check. Then we want to check if the length of that color, of the colors, is greater than 1. Then we'll now find the one that matches the selected color that the user select. So when we find it, we'll store it inside check selected color. So that's the thing. So we'll now come here. The next thing we'll do is, so we want to check. So we want to check if selected. Let's start with selected size. We want to check if selected size is not true. If it's not true, that means the user did not select any size. That's the idea. So yes. So the next thing we want to check is, before we send the response, we now want to check if that product has size. So to check if the product has size, we'll now do, let's say, check size length. So let's call it size length for the product. So I want to check if the product has size and the user did not select any size. So we'll now say sizes dot length, and then I want to check if sizes dot length is equal to undefined. So if sizes dot length is equal to undefined, it will save it inside what check size length. So now after that we'll now come here and say if check size length, if size length is not equal to undefined, that means the product actually has sizes, but the user did not select any size. So we did not select any size, a particular size. So we'll now return what a response, a feedback to the user, asking the user to select a size. So we're just going to use alert message. They will say choose a size to continue. If the size length is equal to undefined, that means this product has no size. So that's what we're now saving in here. So, but we're now checking if it is not equal to undefined. So if the result is not equal to undefined, that means the product actually has sizes. It has sizes, but the user haven't selected anyone. So we'll now send a message back to a feedback to the user to choose a size to continue. So we'll now say else. That means the product does not have what size. That means size.length is equal to undefined, which means that the product has no what size variation. So what we'll now do here is, before we add a product to the cart, if the product has no size variation, we want to check the color. So we'll now come here and say check selected color. So if it is not check selected color, that means he didn't find any match. That means the user didn't select any color. There was no color selected. So if there was no color selected, that's what this means, because we saved the selected color inside what check selected color. So if there is no selected color, then we would also need to check if the color variation, if the product has color variation too, before we do anything. So we want to check if the product has color variation. So we'll check, let's call it check color length. Let's call it check color length. So we want to check if the product has color variation. So we check the length as well, and then I want to see if it's equal to undefined. So if it's equal to undefined, that means check color variation is true. Check color variation is equal to undefined. So we'll now come here and say if it is not equal to undefined, because we saved it. If there's no color variation, then it is check color length, it will be true. So we'll now say if check color length is not true. If it's not true, that means the product has what color variation, but the user did not choose. So we'll throw the alert message to send a message to the user to choose a color to continue. So to choose a color to continue, else it means that the product has no color and has no size. So at that, we will now add the product. So it means at this point, we have checked the size, and then we have seen that the user did not select any size, and then we check the product, and the product has no size. Then we check the color variation, selected color, and discover that the user did not choose any color, and then we check the product if it has color variation, but it has no color variation. So at this point, we'll dispatch and add the product to cart, because the product has no color variation and it has no size variation. So we'll use add to cart. So let's import it from our reducer. So we import add, it has been imported, add to cart, and then we'll add the item object. So that means that this product does not have what? It has no size and it has no color. So we add it to cart directly like that. So that's what we're just saying here. So we'll come outside here and do else. So else. So the else here will be that the product has no size, but it has color, and the user selected the color, because we are saying check, this is it. So we're saying check if selected color is not true. That means the user did not select any color. But if it is true, so that's why we're using else. Else it is true. Else it means that the user selected a color, although the product has no size, but the user selected the color. So we want to dispatch the product. We want to add the product to the cart item, to the cart with the selected color. We want to add the product to the cart with the selected color, although it has no size. The product has no size variation, but it has a color. It has color variation, and the user have selected a color. We found a match, so we want to add the product to the cart with the color selected. So we will now say dispatch. We will say dispatch add to cart. So add item object. So here now it will be. So here now it will be no size, but color selected. Color was selected. So let's say, but the color was selected. So that we want to do. That's what we'll do here. Then the next one is we'll come here. We'll come out to here and check. Okay, let me just close this one so you can see everything properly. So at this point we want to check. So at this point, that means, so we're writing for the else of this. That means the user actually selected a size. That means the product has size variation, and the user has selected what? A size. So if check selected size is true, that means the user has selected a size from the size variation. So if the user selected a size, before we add the item to the cart, we need to check if the product has color and the user selected the color, or else the product has no color. So we'll dispatch and add the product to cart. So the product will only be added to cart with size and no color. That means for that product, it has size variation but no color variation. So that's what we want to do here. So we'll now come here and say if. So we'll say check. So we'll say check selected color. So I'm going to say if. So if check selected color, if check color length is not equal to true, that means that product has color variation, but the user didn't select any color. So we'll throw an error. We'll send the feedback to the user and ask the user to choose what a color to continue. Else the product has no color variation. So we add it without what? The color. So we're going to say item object. So here it will only add the size. So it only add the size. So we say size. The size was selected. But product has no color. So that's what we're doing here. Then the last one will be, we'll come here, we'll write the else function here. That means at this point the product has both size and color variation, and the user have selected a color and a size. So that's what the dispatch here will do. So we'll say dispatch add item to cart, and then the item object. So here the size was selected and a color was selected. So at this point, it means the user have selected a color and a size. So we will add both the color and the size to it, and then the product has what? The color and size variation. So that's what we'll now dispatch and add it to the cart here. And that's all. We're good to go. Then we can now come to, so we can come to our cart item, check item here. And inside here, this is where we'll write it. So we'll bring this out, and then so we'll bring it here and say, let's call the function, and then we'll call it add item to cart. And this will be equal to our product. We call it So we call it product items. So this is what we'll add. So we'll call it product what items. And that's it, we're good to go. So everything is fine. So the next thing we'll do is let's add this item to cart without selecting anything. We are not going to select the size, neither we're going to select the color, and let's see if what we've written is actually working fine. So I'm just going to come here and then let's try to add this item. If I press it, cool, you can see it's telling us to choose a size to continue, because this product has it has size variation and no size was selected. So I'm just going to choose a size now. If you choose a size and we'll choose a color, so let's see if it's working fine. If I press it, you can see this is working fine, and it's saying choose a color to continue. So let's choose a color. Let's choose blue. So if I choose blue, let's add a product. See, it's no longer throwing an error, but the item has not been added. So that means we have an error. So let's check what the error could be and where it's coming from. So let's check if we've done everything correctly here. So is it dispatch item object? Yes, it's correct. It's correct. All of these are correct. Okay, let's check our reducer. So we say item present. Then it's supposed to state.cart.push action.payload. Wow, see where the error is coming from. So this is not supposed to be filter. It's supposed to be find. We're supposed to find the match and add it to cart, not filter. So it's only the remove that will filter it. That will filter and remove the product. So this is supposed to be find, not filter. So let's change this to find, and let's see if it will work this time. So I'm going to press add item for $600. Cool, beautiful. See, it's working. So that's the problem. So we've been able to add the item and the color. Let's see if everything was added. So if we check it, we have the ID. Good. You can see the color was added. See the color, everything working fine. And its color blue was added. And then we have, let's check the size. Cool. You see the size was also added. This is cool, and it's medium. Cool, we are doing well. So let's go get the product that has no color or size variation. Let's check. Yes, this product has no color, it has no size. So let's try to add it. So let's see if everything is working fine. It won't throw an error. It will add the product directly. Cool, it has added it because it has checked and I found out that the product has no color variation and it has no size variation. So, and you can see how the button is changing in real time. It was add item, but now that the product has been added to cart, it changed to view cart, and then we have two items. When it was one item, it was just one item, but now we have two items in the cart. That's changed from item to items. So everything is working out fine, very well. Let's see if we have the product with one of the variation present. Okay, this has color and size. Let's check for the one that has only color or size. So this one has only size but no color. So let's try to add it. So if we add this one, let me add the color 32. Let's add it. Cool, and you can see it's still working. So it means the product has size variation but has no color variation, and everything is working out fine. So we have 3 items in the cart currently. And you can see when I go back here, it's not showing me add item, it's showing view cart because this item is already existing in our cart. So we're good to go, everything is working fine. So the next thing now is to go and work on the cart screen so we can update our product before we do the checkout. So inside here, so we already gave it a function, an onPress function here that will navigate to the cart. So the onPress function to navigate to the cart so when we press the view cart. So that's what we're going to do now. So to get that started, we'll go to our cart. So we can close this reducer for now. And then our cart, let's go to our cart screen. So there's the cart screen. I'm going to save it. and then I'll press view cart so that you navigate to the cart. Cool. So we're at the cart screen now. We're in the cart screen. So let's get started. And so what we'll do now is we add the header. So we'll come to our headers component. Let's import it. Our headers component will import this header. So let's say headers component. Let's import that, and then let's get a page title. So the page title will be checkout. Oh, that will be cart screen. Let's call it cart screen. And if we save that code, everything is fine. So we'll come here and see. Let's import scroll view from React Native. Let me increase this so we can see everything clearly. So scroll view from React Native, we're going to pass shows vertical indicator and make it false. So in here we're going to give a view, import view from React Native as well. So we're going to say style. So this view will give it, let's give the margin top of 50, margin bottom, let's give margin bottom of 10. Then we'll give it margin horizontal, let's make it 15. So inside this we'll import text from React Native, and then the text, let's call it your cart. Let's add some styles to it. So your cart, this it'll have color. Let's give it color of white. Then font size, let's give font size 20, and font weight. So font weight, let's give it font weight bold. And if we save it, so our text is not displaying. Okay, yeah. So we're supposed to. That's the reason why it's not displaying. So if we save it now, go. So it's working. And then we're going to say view. Let's add some styles to this as well. So let's give it margin top of 30, and then margin bottom. Let's give margin bottom of 20. So here we can now bring in our cart. So we're going to bring in our cart. So we have the cart here. So let's import selector from React Redux, and then our cart state. And we also want to bring in dispatch. So we're going to map through our cart, and then get all the item in the cart. So we're going to call it item, and then so to render this, let's use view. So let's add some styles to it. So we're going to give it background color. Let's give it background color of black. Then margin vertical of 3. So we're gonna have margin horizontal. Let's give it margin horizontal of 10. Then let's give it border bottom color. And let's give it margin bottom as well. We'll make it margin bottom of 40. And let's add a key here, so we can get the unique value for each of the cart item. So we're going to call it index. So we'll get pressable. Let's import pressable from React Native, and this we're going to give a flex direction. So flex direction of row. So inside here, the first thing I want to display is the image. So we're going to bring image component from React Native. And inside the image, we'll get a source. And to be URI. Then we'll get the item. So we're going to get the images. Then we'll get the URI. Yeah. Then let's add some styles to this. So we're going to say, let's give it a width of 100. Let's give it height. Let's give it height of 80. And resize mode. Let's make it contain. Then let's add border radius. So border radius of 17. If I save it, cool, you can see this is beautiful. And we have 3 items in the cart, and it's displaying those items. And you can see it's the color we selected that we have. Especially for the first item, we selected blue, and you can see it's displaying the blue colored sweatshirt. So after these, we'll come outside of this view. Let's come out here and then get another view. Here, let's add some styles to that, and then here, let's give it gap 5. There's flex 1, gap 5, and then align items. Let's make it align items. Align items will be flex start. Then we'll use text here. Number of lines. So number of lines will be 3. Then let's add some styles to it. So we're going to give it, let's give it a width of 120. Let's give it flex wrap. So flex wrap will be wrap. And then let's give it font size. So font size, let's give it font size 15. And then let's give it color white. And inside here, we're going to display the name of the item. So it's going to be item.name. So in case it's undefined, so it won't throw an error. Cool, and you can see this is beautiful. We're doing really fine. So you can see the name of the item is being displayed. So the next thing, I'll just copy this text. I'll copy the text and then come here. So here I'm going to display the price. And then the price will be, we'll multiply it by the quantity of the item. So we'll say item.quantity, and then let's have it this way. Since we're using dollar, cool. So you can see. So the quantity for the items are 1 currently, so that's why it's displaying it. So we have. So the next thing we'll do is we want to let's get the color variation, the color that was selected. We want to display it so that the user will keep it in check. So to do that, we'll come here and get the view. So we're just going to use this view here. Yeah, so we're going to use the same thing here. Okay, let me just copy this whole thing. I'm going to bring it inside here. So here I'm going to say, I say if color is true, that means the item has color variation. So we want to check for the item has color variation, so we want to display the color. So if it's not equal to undefined, that means that item has what color. So if it has color, if it has selected color, we want to display it. So we'll bring in this text. So inside the text here, we're going to display the color. So we're going to say color, and the color will be item. So dot color, then the color name. Cool. So this is what will be displayed there for the item that has color. Selected color. Then we can come out of this and then do the same thing for size. So I'll just come here and copy from here. So here I'm going to say size, and then we're going to say size. So we're going to get size type. So if I save it now, cool, you can see this is beautiful. And then for the flex direction, we want to make it row. So let's come here. So let's come here and get flex direction. Flex direction. I want to make it row here. Give it gap of 5. And that will do. We won't be using the align items. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. So we have, you see for the first item, it has both color and size. So we have color blue, and then the size. The second item has no color, it has no size, so nothing was displayed. And then the third item has only size. This is beautiful, isn't it? So we're good to go. So the next thing, we want to do the quantity section. So that's what we're going to do next. So to do the quantity section now, we'll come here and come outside of this view as well. So we'll come here and render another view. And then style. So we'll get the width. The width will be 90. We'll give it height. Height 30. Then background color, we're going to use RGB. And then we'll have, let's use 100, 100. And let's give it opacity of 4. Let's give it flex direction of row. And then let's give it align items of center. And the border radius, let's add border radius. So border radius of 90. So inside here, we want to check if item.quantity is greater than 1. So item.quantity, if item.quantity is greater than 1, so it will perform a certain function to display, else it will do this. So if it's greater than 1, it will show this, else it will show the second one to display the second content. So we'll come here and use pressable. So inside our pressable, we want to give it Okay, we'll come back to that. So let's style it, and let's give it padding. Let's give it padding 5, and then width. Let's give it width of 40. So we also want to add an on-press function, but we'll come and do that shortly. Let's just put it there. Let's write the on-press. Then here we'll be using ant design. So let's import our icon. So we're using ant design. So let's bring ant design. So for our ant design, we'll have the name. The name will be, so we want to render the minors from ant design. And then we have size. Size will be 20. Then color, let's give it color of white. And then let's add some style to that. So we'll give it let's give it padding. Let's give it padding. Let's give padding 5, and then let's give it width. Let's give it a width of 40. So I think we're good to go. Then so we'll just copy this whole thing and make adjustments here. So here we're going to use the delete icon if it's not greater than 1. So we're going to use the delete. And it will have, let's just add only font width here. So we'll make it bold. So I think that's all we need to do. So if I save it, cool, you can see it's appearing very well. And then for our RGB, let's use 100. So let me save that. Cool, yes, this is better. So the next thing is we want to display the quantity itself. So to display the quantity, I'll just copy this pressable. Let me copy this pressable. I'll come here. And then inside here, we're going to have width will be 20. And then we're going to be using text here to display the quantity. And then here will be item.quantity. And then okay, let's style the text. Let's add some styles to it. So we will give it color. Let's give it color of white. Then let's give it font size. Font size of 16. So if I save it, cool, this is beautiful. Then the next thing is we want to do the increase quantity. So to do the increase quantity, we're going to import feather. So let's import feather icon. Yes. Then copy outside here. Let's bring in the pressable again. So inside this, we're going to have, let's give it width 30. Then we would use feather icon here. So feather icon will be from our icons, vector icons. So feather icon here, we use plus. We use plus, and then size 20, everything remains the same. And then let's give font width of bold as well. So if we save it, I think we actually made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, it's supposed to be inside here. This icon is supposed to be inside here. So if we save it, cool. So this where we want it to be. So we're good to go. See, everything is fine. It's working out fine. So the next thing we want to do is to add the handlers. We want to add the increase quantity, decrease quantity, and the delete function, the delete handler. So we'll come. So we need to import all that from reducer and use our dispatch accordingly. So we'll come here and we're going to say const, let's say increase quantity. So increase quantity, it will take so let's go it. Let's use item. Item will be our cart params. Let's import it. So we have imported cart params, and then we'll come inside here and use our dispatch. So dispatch, then we're going to bring, let's import increment, increase quantity from our reducer. So increase quantity, and then we're going to pass our item into it. That's all we need to do here. So for the decrease quantity, I'm just going to copy these and make adjustment to it accordingly. So I'm going to call it decrease quantity. So decrease quantity, and then we're going to dispatch decrease quantity here. Yes, decrease quantity from our reducer. And then the third one is the delete quantity. It's a delete item. So to do the delete item, we're going to delete item. So delete item, we're going to use the remove from cart from our cart reducer. So and everything is working out fine. So we can come down now and add them to our compress function. So if the quantity is greater than 1, then it will be decrease quantity. So we're going to pass decrease quantity. So it is decrease quantity, and then decrease quantity will pass the item as this item. That's what we're passing to it. So if it's not greater than 1, then it is the delete item. So we're going to pass delete item into this if it's not greater than 1. So we say delete item, and then we're going to pass the item that we want to delete as the item the user selected. So it's working fine. And then the last one is to increase. So I want to increase the quantity, increase quantity of that item. So the item the user selected, which is the item. So we're good to go. If we save everything now, and if I increase this, so we actually passed this to the wrong place. So we're not using any pressable function here. So I'm just going to change that to avoid confusion. So the increased quantity is supposed to be here. So this one is, we don't need to pass pressable. This is not pressable. So let's use view instead. I'm going to use view. So if we save it, everything is still fine. So we're not using pressable here. So we're good to go. We'll be using the increase quantity down here. So if we save it now and I press increase quantity, cool, you can see this is beautiful and everything is working out fine. So we need to check the minus icon. Something must have gone wrong there. So if it's greater than 1, we want to have so for the style, let's for the style we'll make it, let's give a font weight of bold. Let's see it now. Cool, everything's working fine now. So this is beautiful, and you can see the price is also increasing. So if I press it again, you can see the price is increasing right in there. So if I reduce it, and you can see the price is reducing as well here. And then you can see when it's equal to 1, it changed towards the delete icon. So that means everything is working on fine. So we're good to go. So the next thing we want to do, So the next thing we want to do is to navigate to our checkout screen. So to navigate to the checkout screen, we want to display the total price of all the products in the cart and then navigate towards the checkout screen. So to do that, we'll just let's come outside the scroll view. Let's come outside the scroll view here, and let's bring the pressable from our product details. So I'm just going to bring this from our. So I'm just going to. This is actually from the product details. The same pressable we used there. So I'm just going to say. So here we're going to navigate to the checkout. We're going to navigate to the checkout screen here. We've not created the screen, so we'll create it shortly. And here we're going to call it. Let's say go checkout. Go checkout. Then in here. In here, we're just going to use the total. So I'll bring all this, we'll cancel this. So I'm going to say, so go checkout. So the total, we need to write the total. So let me just put it here and you will get the total up. We're going to write the function for the total to get the total price of the item in the cart. So I'll bring this. So let's just go up here and write the total and get the total of the item in the cart. So we can come inside here and say, let's get total. So total will be, we'll map through the cart and get the item for each item. So we'll get the price and then multiply by the quantity and then pass the reduce method to that. So we'll use the reduce method. So from the reduce method, we'll get the current and the previous. So we'll add them together, current plus preview, and then we'll make the initial state to be 0. So the initial state will be 0. And then if we save it, cool, you can see we have everything displayed. So we have $600 in 3 places will be 1,800, and it is cool. So if I increase the quantity, you see that the total price will also increase. You can see this is beautiful. Everything is working out fine. So we'll just come to our quantity here and let's remove the pattern. Okay, I think it's better now. So we're good to go. So another thing we can do is we want to see if the delete function is actually working. We didn't check that out. So I'll just come to the third product here and let's try to delete it. So if I remove this and remove this, you can see it's deleted and the price has been updated accordingly as well. So, and then we need to check the go back function too and ensure, because we came to the cart screen from the product screen. So if we go back now, it should take us to the product screen if everything we've been talking about is true. So if I go there to the product details screen, so if I use the go back, we haven't added the go back function. So the go back function, let's go and add it to our headers component. So inside our headers component, we have not done the go back. Go to previous and then go to previous. Let's just say navigate.go back rather. So that's it. So if we save it, and you can see this is beautiful. It went back to the product screen and not to the home screen. So that's what we're talking about. If we go back, you see it. Then if we go back, what we're just going to do here is, let's just run the checkout from here. We're going to be using Paystack for the checkout. So let's just run checkout from here. We're going to come here and say onPress. Okay, let me create the onPress handler. So I'm going to come up here. So I'm going to say const, let's say handle payment. So before I do that, let's quickly declare some constant that we'll need for Paystack. So we're going to use pay. Let's write stop pay in the use state. So we're going to say set pay. So I'll call use state from React, and it will be a boolean. In the initial state, I'll make it false. Then we need the email address for you to process any payment with Paystack. The email address is also required, so we're just going to use a random email address. So let me just use this email address. So I'll make the type of any, because the type is actually going to be Paystack type. So, and we really don't know that yet, the type they used. So from here, we're going to give you the criteria. We're going to say if email is true, if email and total is true. So if email and total is true, then it will run what? It will run we're going to set pay to true. So we don't want to run the checkout until unless the user has an email address and then there's a total for the cart. So that's all we need to write here. Then we'll come down here. Let's go to our onPress. So here we'll come and say onPress. So onPress will handle payment, correct. So let's come and write the code to handle the payment. Like I said, we're going to be using Paystack. So quickly, I'll come here. Let me come inside this view, and then I'm going to run. So I'll call pay. So if pay is true, that's what we were saying there. If pay is true, then it will run the payment, the Paystack payment handler. So you need to install the Paystack dependency into Gateway SDK from. So I think we installed that earlier on. So I installed. So just go to our package.json. So it's our package.json. Okay, yes, we have Paystack. So we have installed React Native Paystack Web View. So the first thing you need to also pay attention to is that you have to install the accepted version. So it's not all the version. Sometimes the latest version may not be supported. So it will always tell you to install there's the required. So you always make sure you pay attention to that. You can get that from your console when your Metro bundler when it's bundling. So it will tell you the required version. So make sure you update your own version to that required version. If not, you may not be able to run the Paystack payment successfully. So that's one of the things that people are actually missing, that they were not able to integrate Paystack successfully. So that's it. Make sure you listen to it. It will always bring it in the console here when your Metro bundler is bundling the project, when the project is starting, when you use npx.expo, npx expo start. So when the Metro bundler is bundling the project, it will show you if the Paystack, if the web view you are using is not the required, it will show you, it will bring it in yellow color. So you just go and take the one it's expecting, just go and install that version, and that's all. So for mine, it has been done. So we'll come back to our card screen here, and then we'll say pay. So if pay is true, then we want to run this code. So we will install Paystack. We import Paystack from Paystack React Native Paystack Web View. So that has been done, and then so we add the parameters. So the first one we need to add is the phone. It will always ask for the phone too. So make sure there's a valid phone number. So I'm just going to put a random number to it. So the next thing is the email. So the billing email, you need to provide that. It's also very important. So it will be equal to the email we provided. The next thing is the price, the billing, the amount. These are, so they are all required. So after that we'll need the billing name as well. So the billing name we're just going to add, let me just add name. So I think we're good to go. Yes, okay, we need to add currency as well. So the currency we've been using is USD. So we also need to add the paystack key. So I'm going to be using my own paystack key. Please make sure you use your own paystack key. So to get your own paystack key, you can just register with paystack, and then from there text mode. The text mode, you get the paystack key from there. So, and that's all you need to use. So I'm just going to use my own paystack key. Please do not copy mine. Get yours. So this is my own paystack key. Is the test key. So I'll come here. After that, we need to get the on console. So on console, we're going to pass a callback function to that, and it will take a response. The response will be type of any, and then we're going to say, let's just use console.log, and then we'll console.log the response. So we're good to go. And then the next one is on success. We're going to get a callback function. So we'll pass a function as a parameter, and then it will be, so you can see the error has gone off. It's no longer throwing any error. So we can run the on success function. So let's call it response, const response. So inside the response, we're going to get the response. And let's say transaction ref, transaction. So we're now going to check, we will say if response. So we're going to check if the response is equal to approved. So if the response is equal to approved, I'm just going to, so we're going to say if response is equal to approved. So if response is equal to approved, we're going to use the alert. So we're going to say alert. So let's say order placed successfully. And that's all. So there's one more thing we need to add. We need to add the auto play. So we need to add auto start. We'll come out here and write auto start, and then the auto start will be equal to pay. So if pay is true, the auto start will run. And then we are good to go. We'll save this, and everything seems okay. Everything is fine. And let's check the code, check everything out. I don't think we should have any error. Yeah, everything is okay, everything is fine. So we can go ahead and try to do the checkout. So if I come here now, I'm going to press checkout. Go check out these items. So if I press it, cool, you can see it's working. It's working, and it seems we have an error. Seems there's an error. So I think the major problem right now why it's not loading up is because currently paystack is not supporting payment in USD. So that's the problem. That's why it's not loading up. So I'm just going to change this from USD to Nigerian Naira to Naira. So NGN. So we're good to go. I'm going to save this. So I'm going to try it again now. So if I try it again, let's go and press go checkout. So I'm going to take it back, then go back to checkout, and if I press it, cool, you can see it's working. You can see, and I didn't change anything. It's the same thing we have there. So it's trying to get the payment up. Cool, and this is beautiful. So I think that's just a problem. It's not supporting USD currently. So you can see everything is working fine. We have the amount is there, and then if I press on success, you can see, and if I make payment, cool, successful, it's working. So we didn't ask it to return to the home screen. So to do that, what we're just going to do now is we're going to do it again, and this time we're going to add so alert payment successful, and then we're going to use dispatch. So dispatch, we'll bring in dispatch, and then we're going to use empty cart, import empty cart from our Redux. And then another thing we'll do is we're going to come here. Yes, we can run our navigation dot navigate, and then we'll navigate to the home screen. So we'll come here and say, because home screen belongs to the tab stack, so we need to get the tab stack first. So we're going to say navigation dot navigate, and then it's supposed to be parentheses. So inside there we'll get what the tab stack. Cool. And then from our tab stack we'll get the home screen. We'll get the screen, and from the screen we'll get the home screen. So we're going to do it this way. Get the screens, and then from the screen we're going to get our home screen. Cool. And everything is fine. So we're going to save these, and I'm going to run that again. So if we do it this time, cool, everything is still working fine. Then I'm going to cool, other place successfully, and you can see this time it navigates to what the home screen. This is cool, and this is well come to the end of this tutorial. So watch out for the next tutorial shortly. It's going to be exciting. Thank you for your time. I'll be more than happy if you consider to subscribe, like, and share this video. It will mean a lot to me. Thank you very much. Bye.